second games. To guide you through all the action today, myself, Pulse, and my co-caster Max will be here to bring you all of the action. How are you doing, Max?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for the introduction, Pulse. I hope you're excited for today's games, because if yesterday's any indicator, then today's going to be one hell of a ride.
Yeah, no, 100%. The first day was amazing. I'm glad that I managed to sneak in at the start of the day, that I felt like Czechia was going to be the dark horse of the tournament already after day one, have definitely proven so. And I don't know, I just felt really good up until this event. This last couple of days, I thought my prep was going really well. It came in and I was just like, okay, I am Masters 4 times coming into the season. And then it was released with like who I'm going to be casting with. And it was literally Panda, super high ranked player, you top 10 European player, literally Mogwai. And I was like, well, I guess I'm the Iron Castle of the tournament. So for the folks at home, if you want to flame someone, I'm your guy.
It's going to be fine. I'm certain you will do just fine, Pulse. And it's really good that you bring up Czechia, because this is going to be our first match of the day. And frankly, I couldn't be more excited to see them on stage again after they took down the arguable tournament favorites of Germany just yesterday in the final match of the day.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not here to waste any time, though. Let's get into why we're here. This is a celebration of the top players coming in from Europe. And we're going to take a look at the roadmap, because all this actually started multiple months ago, back into September, where the ladder performance came in with a screenshot that happened in October that locked in the players. And then we had the team build happening in the 22nd as well of October, ended on the 31st. And then group stage actually happened on the 1st of this month. So a lot of preparation has gone into this event, Max.
Absolutely. And we're going to bring you action throughout the next weeks, every single weekend. To use the phrase that Mogwai coined yesterday, we're going to have the Rune Vember going on from the 7th yesterday all the way up until the 29th.
Yeah, and just to make sure everyone's on the same page, it's going to be best of threes all the way through group stage, and then it's just the finals that will be a best of 5. So literally everything, including first place match, including playoffs going into quarters and semis. But we can also take a look at the tournament format, because if you didn't watch day one, this may be a little bit complicated. We're going to try our best to make sure that we analyze everything during the day and explain it to you now, because I'm sure that we'll also make mistakes along the way. But super cool format from what we've seen so far, Max.
Absolutely. And essentially how it boils down is that every team is going to bring 9 different decks, and they all have the opportunity to change every single day. So that's the opportunity to bring 144 decks in total to every single day. And how it's going to boil down is that every team is able to choose whatever deck they want. And the only limitation they have is that they can only bring the same champion or a deck without a champion twice. Then we're going to enter a pick and ban phase, where the teams are going back and forth, eliminating certain decks and champions from the respective pools, and then reducing, obviously, the odds and the chances of their opponents picking certain decks that they might be having trouble dealing with.
Man, I'm so glad I have you here. If you're not familiar, Max is the commissioner of the LEC, and he's the rules guy, so he will nail this every single time I ask him. Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to this format. You can have no champ decks. You can even bluff your opponents. We saw that yesterday with Czechia. They brought in a Twisted Fate, but it was actually an Undying list. So we'll see how that evolves over the tournament. We actually do have a full set of new decks today. And as you said, 9 decks from each team. That's a lot of decks to take a look at, and a lot of matches per day. So a lot for these players to think about. We'll see if transitions have happened from day 1 to day 2, because we also saw a lot of teams just pick the top 9 best decks. So you might just do the same for day 2 here. But we can actually move on here and take a look at the teams that actually made it. And as we mentioned earlier, it's all about the ladder performance. And the team, your country, I should say, is qualified by the top player who made it in the country that they reside in. So if we take a look at our group draw, we can see Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. Our first matchup of the day will be in Group D, and the team we were just talking about, Czechia. Obviously, a team very close to my heart, United Kingdom. I hope that we don't suck in this one, because we're apparently bad at everything else. We're not good at Eurovision, so hopefully we can do better at Legend of Runeterra. But we're coming in as a second seed in Group D.
Yeah, important to highlight on this graphic is that you will see the numbering 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's the respective seed that the teams had initially going into the tournament in their respective groups, right? So you could argue Spain, Poland, France, Germany, the respective top seeds of their group based on ladder performance, could be seen as favorites, but we've seen yesterday that doesn't necessarily reflect in this very unique format and in this very unique team-based environment where it's actually 3 people against 3 people. It's a team-based competition, and it's not a single player ladder performance that you would usually expect.
Exactly, and we'll remind you throughout the day how that one's working out. So we'll see how that all shakes up. So if we can actually just take a look at how yesterday went. Actually, just to go right off your point right there, because there was a lot of interesting matchups. Maybe not going the way that you would necessarily think, because as you were just talking about, Spain coming in as a super high seed, 0-2 versus Croatia to start off the day.
Yeah, Spain also one of the tournament's favorites, arguably. Initially, it was Spain without the S at the start. They took the L instead, and didn't have the best start to the tournament. But I would definitely expect them to step it up for the upcoming days because they have really strong players, and everybody totally expects them to make it to playoffs still.
Yeah, for the rest of the day, it was generally expected. We had all the games you see on the left being live streamed, and the ones on the right were not streamed. Poland with a 2-1 over Latvia. We had France with a 2-0 dominant performance over Austria. And then, as we have been talking about multiple times now, Czechia with the upset win versus Germany, taking the first and third game in their matchup. So we'll see if they can replicate their success today. However, on the other side, you can see UK also taking the 2-0, and that will be our first matchup of the day. We can actually go ahead and take a look at today's matches. We have a lot of fun ones coming your way. And matchup one, as we just mentioned, I think is probably going to be our headliner here, Max.
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, given this format and double round robin, every single team will have to play 6 games. And starting off with a potential 2-0 for either Czechia or UK would be huge in securing a potential playoffs berth moving forward. Usually when you look at these formats, 3 or 4 wins is all you need to actually secure top 2 in your group and make it out. So starting 2-0 is the absolute dream for both of these teams, and we will see who will able to secure it.
Yeah, for sure. So we can take a look at those standings. So obviously we saw how the games went yesterday. Now going into standings, obviously, one day has gone by, so it's not going to be super interesting. We just have one win or one loss, respectively, in the groups. Every single team has played one game themselves. Today will be their second. Important to note that all teams will play everybody in their group twice. So once we get to the halfway point in group stage, which happens over the course of 3 weeks, after day 3, they'll start playing those teams once again. All right, we'll go ahead and take a look at today's matchups. And as we just said, Czechia versus UK first. All the games on the left, remember, will be the ones we're showing on this stream. And then all the ones on the right will give you updates as the day continues, but will not be covered on stream. So that will be Croatia, Belgium, Portugal, Latvia, and Austria, and Bulgaria to finish up the day, Max.
Absolutely. And we'll obviously go into greater details for the other matches as we go there. For now, I want to keep everything focused on the match between Czechia and UK. I think 2 very different approaches to the meta that we've seen yesterday. Czechia brought a big curveball yesterday that they threw into the wrenches of what Germany was trying to do. And they brought a Twisted Fate list. And I think it's worth highlighting how this whole format construction and the deck building works and how they were able to actually get an edge in that matchup. The format is here that the deck lists are completely closed, and the only thing that you will be revealed every single day are the respective champions of the deck and the regions that are in the deck as well. But bringing a Twisted Fate Shadow Isles list, so Bilgewater Shadow Isles, Czechia was able to bamboozle Germany into thinking that that might be something else than it actually was. They brought an Undying list, something that is very off meta, probably considered like a tier 3 deck when it comes to ladder. But given this pick and ban system, they were able to target explicit counters to that deck and leave open the probably meta king at the moment of Trundle Tryndamere and bait Germany into the trap of starting off with that deck and having the counter ready and then smashing them in game 1.
Yeah, it's important to note that in week 1, all the KDA cards that you may see in game are disabled, and it will be week 2 onwards that we'll be able to see those cards. So it is the War Mother's list of the Trundle on the Tryndamere deck that we saw yesterday. Still, not a deck to sleep on. I'm sure anyone who's played any amount of ranks in Legends of Runeterra in any region has seen how much that deck is prevalent every single game. I really wanted to play aggro all the way to Masters, and then that deck just stopped me. If they just pull Avalanche on turn 4, I guess I just die. So everyone knows the pain of going into that deck.
Yeah, and we've seen it in our prep as well, Pulse. Whenever it was like Avalanche or Weathering Whale, it's just like an easy forfeit, turn 4, turn 5, potentially. That being said, most of the decks we've seen, given the KDA ban that you mentioned, actually just simply went back to substituting War Mothers in its place. And we're expecting some slight changes for today, I would say, given the opportunity for teams to change. But the more major changes will happen next week when the KDA cards come to play.
Yeah, I fully agree, because the first couple of matches we saw on the day, Trundle was just auto ban. It just straight up happened, right? Like teams just didn't care. It was just like, get Trundle out of here. And as the day progressed, less and less teams were taking it away, maybe because of that KDA card just not being in there. I completely agree. Week 2 onwards, we'll probably see a significant more amount of that. We're going to get into rosters here for our first match of the day. So that's all the housekeeping out of the way. If you're just tuning in, welcome. And it is Czechia versus UK coming in for our first game. So we can go ahead, take a look at the Czechia roster. We've obviously been speaking about them a lot at the top of the show here, but Pokravac, as Mogwai was saying, it's Pokravac and French, but we'll go ahead and talk about those friends, Bad Attack and Thomas, and the OW standing for Overwatch, as he did used to play Overwatch at a very high level.
Yeah, honestly, very strong team here, as you can see. 420 LP plus across all 3 players, top 50 masters across all 3 players. Pokravac probably still the most well-known player, obviously, due to his insane performances at the start of the Runeterra ranked seasons. Secured masters multiple first times on multiple servers. Very renowned, probably most well-known for his aggressive spider lists, but overall super well-rounded player that I would also trust with any control list.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it now. I'm just a straight up Pokravac fanboy, just from his performance in other tournaments and going into this one. Remember, this guy was world first coming out of beta, world first going into season 1 Rising Tides, and he's done it on multiple servers, right? Like I can't think of many other better accolades in this game other than that. But they are facing down the United Kingdom, so obviously super tournament. Let's take a look at the United Kingdom's roster. Because we have also big players coming from this team. Matthew Folks is going to be a big one, who's also had a big career in other games. All of these guys are veteran players, and he's going to be joined by Spikes and Fly.
Yeah, honestly, I think these guys can definitely go toe-to-toe, and we've highlighted it a bit yesterday. I want to bring it up again. In this very unique format where you have teams play each other, and the 3 players are either in the same physical location or they are in the same voice call, you are able to benefit off of each other's strength, and you are able to compensate for each other's weaknesses, right? So that's why the expectation is going into this, that we will see the highest level of Runeterra professional play that we've ever seen in any environment. And if teams are able to embrace this team spirit, they might be able to secure victories which otherwise might be impossible.
Yeah, I remember we had this conversation yesterday. We had all 4 of all the casters at the top of the show, and Max brought that point up, and then we were like, at the same time, there could be arguments, right? Like, you have a single pilot, and ultimately they get the final play, but what could be a really easy play could just be a massive discussion on the Discord channel that they're in, and it's just like, oh, wait, and misplays could come from that, right? So it's not necessary that all of the players are always going to be aligned 100% of the time. So we'll see how that works out in game. Because we saw a lot of series and a lot of times in turns where they would just rope all the way down, and just it would literally just like, well, the player's obvious. They just play Spirelink here, right?
Yep.
They just play Aristocrat, and it's just like, no, they wasted all that time to figure it out. So we'll see how it goes in practice, but I'm sure a lot of those were teething pains coming in from day 1, and now heading into day 2, a lot of these players will actually know how this format works.
100%. And honestly, I'm looking forward to see how teams are able to embrace this new communication aspect, right? Because all these players are more used to playing card games as single player formats. So this whole working together as a team aspect is something that is completely new. And that's something that teams will have to embrace if they really want to like step it up and potentially secure the championship.
Yeah, and I was also going to talk about the exception at a different time, but the exception happens to be our very first game with Czechia, because they're all in the same room. So when we see the player cams going into game, they're all just sitting next to each other. I know they're friends in real life as well. And then they're going to be facing down the UK, like every other team, who's just going to be on a Discord channel talking to each other. So if you are watching, and this is your first time watching today and not yesterday, it's not a 3v1. It is, in fact, a 3 versus 3. Everyone's going to be talking to each other and thinking about those decisions. But again, that pilot might just decide that the decision is best. We also saw Alan ZQ yesterday. He was piloting that Weimar deck, and he just straight up snapped a card, right? And it was like, there was obviously no discussion from the rest of the Discord there, but he was just like, I know this deck, I'm going to pilot it, I know what's good.
Absolutely. And I think it's going to be very, very important for teams to have a clear line between what is the pilot supposed to do and when is he supposed to check back with the rest of the team, because you want to give him that level of security where he feels comfortable and confident in all the decisions that he's making. And you don't want to rope until the very last second and then potentially change your mind, because you might not be able to have the APM or the mechanics if you're not an Overwatch pro, like one of the UK guys, right? To actually pull off the maneuver in the last couple of seconds. You want to make sure that you plan ahead.
Yeah, 100%. So now I kind of want to talk a little bit about this matchup. We are going to hit pick and bans very shortly, guys. So as soon as we have, oh, look at that. Speak and you shall receive. So we are heading into picks and bans straight up. And you can see that the deck lists haven't changed a ton since yesterday. Of course, we didn't see the United Kingdom yesterday, but we did see Czechia. And they are still running that notorious Twisted Fate list, I believe.
It shows up as a Maokai list here, so there might have been a relatively last-minute change. It's in the top right of your screen, but we see that they brought a lot, and I'm re-saying a lot of Shadow Isles and a lot of Freljord, right? You see the very, very renowned Trundle Trinity deck that we talked about. We see a most likely Spooky Karma list on the bottom right between Thresh and Karma, and then the top right, it's probably going to be a Shadow Isles Bilgewater Mill deck, or it might again be an attempt to bamboozle your opponent, and that might just be their new take on the Undying list, right? And in the middle, we see something that they played yesterday on stream as well. It's going to be a Mist Wraith list, if it is the same as yesterday. And top left, a Nivea with Shadow Isles. So a lot of very control potential decks that they actually took very aggressive approaches on, though. Whether that's Mist Wraith or Undying, they really, I feel like they are trying to use the first week to throw a lot of curveballs with the expectation that week 2 will shake up the meta anyway. So you might as well use all your prep that you used and created in the preparation of this tournament to get some wins early on and then make your road to the playoffs easier.
No, and I fully agree with that line of play as well. I saw Prokrovac was tweeting on Twitter about the fact that he felt that the strength of Czechia was specifically about their prep. So, hey, if that's how you want to approach week 1 and you can throw these curveballs and we've already seen it works, then maybe that's the way to get some early points in before everyone else has adapted. So being first to that punch. On the opposite side, we can see that the United Kingdom are bringing a Leona Lux list. We did see a Leona Aurelion Soul list yesterday, but obviously this is a completely different game plan. So I wonder if it's different enough that Czechia will want to ban it out. We haven't seen any bans come in just yet, however. But on that side, we also see the War Mothers list once again. And it's possible they just leave it up. We saw 2 teams yesterday actually leave up the War Mothers deck.
Yeah. I think 2 things I would want to highlight for the UK lineup here is, one, they also decided to bring the Nivea Shadow Isles list, and that is something that I frankly did not expect going into this tournament, but we've seen teams utilize, and also we've seen teams adapt to it from yesterday to today even. A lot of teams actually tended to pick up this Nivea list. Apparently, it seems to perform super well in scrims. And the other list I want to highlight for the UK team is right in the middle there. It's Ashe Sejuani, which you usually expect to be paired with Noxus, but apparently they have it with Targon. And I'm very curious to see what that splash looks like and how they shifted that deck around, or maybe if Ashe Sejuani is actually a bait just as much as it was Twisted Fate yesterday.
Yeah, I wonder. Having Targon in there is a complete curveball. And this obviously is open to the teams as well. They have all the champions, they have all the regions, so they can potentially suss out potentially if there are curveballs coming in here. Yesterday, obviously that didn't happen, but today, now that we've seen it once, that might be something they can figure. Yeah, I think the rest are pretty standard. We do have a Nightfall list, and we're actually seeing multiple teams. And I actually think as this tournament evolves, we'll see more and more Nightfall lists. We have Discard Aggro, which I think was one of the most popular decks yesterday. I believe 14 out of the 16 countries brought that deck. We have what you like to call the Girl Scouts deck, the straight up Scouts with Misfortune and Quinn coming in from the UK as well. So a lot of standard lists also coming out from these teams.
Yeah, I think the 2 most common lists next to the Draven Jinx discard that you mentioned are probably going to be the Scouts and the Shen Fiora list, which also has seen a resurgence. And we actually see both of the latter on both of these lineups reflected. And we've seen a bit of a back and forth when it comes to this ban mechanic, because, and I've heard Alan ZQ talk about it a little bit on his stream earlier today. The Scouts is supposed to be a little bit unfavored in the Shen and Fiora matchup, so it creates a little bit of this pick and ban dynamic where you can force your opponent to ban certain decks that he might not have on their radar, simply because otherwise you maneuver yourself into a better position when it comes to utilizing the top tier decks.
Okay, so we did just hear that when I was confused at the start of bans, and I was just like, oh, they're definitely still running that Twisted Fate list. And then we see it in picks and bans, and they're clearly not. There was difficulty with the submissions coming in from Czechia. And as a result, the UK, I think, very reasonably asked for more time to think about their bans now that the decks have changed. So
Of course.
just the reason why we're sitting here in Champion Select and we're just chilling is because the UK are just taking extra time that being allowed by the admins to figure out the best line of play. And I think, yeah, as I said, super reasonable. This matters a ton, especially when you're going into a team that has already shown that they're willing to maybe do some cheesy maneuvers. You want to be able to ban out the best decks so that your decks will do better.
Yeah. And we can highlight and use the time to focus on one of those cheeky maneuvers, as you call them, from yesterday that the team from Czechia performed, which is actually leaving the Trundle Tryndamere deck open. And especially today, I actually am fairly convinced that they might go that same route again, because their lineup is very favorable into that specific deck, right? Looking into what they have here, they actually decided to bring the Zedley Sin list, which fell a bit out of favor recently over the last couple of weeks, but is considered very, very strong in the War Mothers matchup. Then the Thresh Karma, Spooky Karma list, also considered to be very favorable in the War Mothers matchup. They have the War Mothers Mirror, and then they have on the top line that you can see the Anivia, the Elise Callista, and the Shadow Isles list with Bilgewater. All of these are probably also going to be very, very playable into the War Mothers matchup, and you cannot ban out all of them. So suddenly the Trundle Tryndamere list might lose a lot of the value that teams have expected to get out of the draft initially. And frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if some teams actually did not play a ton of Trundle Tryndamere, expecting that it would get banned most of the time anyway.
100%. And I think it's also a valid strategy to bring decks that you may not even want to play, but have really strong champion combinations that your opponent will look at and be like, wow, I've just got to ban this, right? Like, it's annoying enough, like a Twisted Fate Swain deck that you're just like, get it out of here. I don't want to have to deal with it. So even just bringing War Mothers can actually just be a free ban that you can assume. However, playing into some teams, I believe Poland yesterday and Czechia were two teams that didn't ban out the War Mothers list. So that also might just be a ploy that doesn't work out, right? You're like, oh, I do this to draw bans, and the other team's like, it's fine, I'll leave it up. I have a counter to it. So then suddenly you have one less deck to play along with those bans that you didn't bring. So as I said, a lot of nuance to this format.
Absolutely. And I think, honestly, figuring out how to best utilize this pick and ban stage is going to make or break who's going to make it far in the tournament. That's what I'm 100% convinced of. And I would be very surprised if a team is able to just not understand the intricacies of the new pick and ban system and still make it to the playoffs or even to a later stage in the tournament. One thing that I think most of the teams have started with initially, and that might change over time, is that they actually tried to avoid double dipping on any of the champions, to avoid the ban getting additional value. If you look at both lineups on the left and on the right, you actually see that there's not a single overlap between any of the champions, so the ban of the other team could always only target a single champion. One important thing I also want to highlight here is that it's a little bit different from other ban systems and how they could work, is here you actually only ban your opponent's lineups, right? So if, for example, the team from Czechia would ban the Trundle themselves, then it doesn't actually prevent them from utilizing Trundle on their own. So it's actually something where you can very specifically target the lineup of the opponent and secure better matchups for the decks that you have left in your lineup as well.
Yeah, for sure. I was actually really surprised that there was zero crossover, and like in the middle of the Venn diagram, there just isn't any. Because I think when we were talking about this between the casters going into the tournament, we were like, oh, right, like it depends if you want to get value from your ban or whether you want to ban specific decks, right? And then we went into this, and I don't even know if there's a single crossover out of like all the decks, which is actually crazy to me. Also, something I do want to note is as this tournament goes on, if you're not familiar with Legends of Runeterra, patches come in very frequently, every 2 to 3 weeks, and also mid-patch. So because this tournament goes on for 4 weeks, there will be a patch in the middle and players will have to adapt, which also means along with the format, this format will actually benefit teams and players who are good at adapting, right? Like when you have any type of game, you look at teams that are good at adapting and teams that are good at revising and refining. And I think like we kind of hit somewhere of a happy medium, but it is pushing towards the better adapters. And so far we've seen that ring true in the tournament results, that some of the better adapters so far have actually picked up the wins.
Yeah, and I think especially in week 1, the innovators might get a benefit as well. I think coming up with something so unique like the Undying list, even if it just gets you that one single win, you're only playing 6 games across the 3 weeks. Getting 1 or 2 wins in the first week actually may make or break your tournament run here, right? And hence, I think what Pokerek said on Twitter is very much ringing true with me personally, that innovation and preparation can get you really, really far, especially given that the tournament days are usually like 1 week between each other, right? You always have like 2 tournament days, then we have a break of 1 week, then you have 2 tournament days again. So you actually have a lot of time in between to adjust to the patch, to adjust your decks, to adjust to the meta that what the other teams are bringing, and figure out how to best utilize what is at your disposal, because you also need to figure out and factor in how well your team and your players are performing and what kind of decks you are performing best on.
That is such a good point. I mean, you and I, obviously, from the LEC and any professional league, and you at home as well, if you're familiar with basically any competitive format, some of those teams who come in really hot and just pick up 6 wins back to back and then tank the rest of the season could sometimes just sneak into playoffs, right? They pick up a random couple wins later and are just in. And then when you get into the playoff stage and maybe you go into like best of 3s, best of 5s, the format changes a little bit. And you're like, well, great. We don't need to think about groups anymore. We don't need to think about round robin. We just think about this new format. And they may even do better again with that strength in preparation. So by going in super hard and then actually just like coasting for the rest of the season is actually a valid strategy. I cannot tell you the amount of times I've seen this in LPL where a team will just do nothing for like the second half of the split, right? Like after Chinese New Year, it's kind of a meme in the LPL. And then they'll just hit playoffs and they're just like, okay, hello, we're RNG. We're just going to win every single game now.
Yeah, I think pulling it back a little bit to this like card game environment, I think one big benefit that you have, and it probably rings true in other competitions as well, is that if you are in a good position going into the last week of the round robin group stage, you might not have to reveal anything new. You might still have some aces up your sleeves, and you might have some things prepared for the playoffs that can secure additional wins there that you don't have to show because you already locked your spot. So having a strong start here is definitely something that all the teams are looking towards, and starting off 0-2 here, which some teams obviously may face the reality of, is going to be really tricky to actually secure a playoff berth moving down the line.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I actually think like going into this, it's maybe too conservative to go for so many meta decks, right? We've seen a lot of countries, I would say like 4 or even 5 countries went just 9 meta decks, nothing different, nothing deviating, no real changes, maybe a few tech cards here and there, but that's it. And I think that as we've seen from day 1 and now heading into day 2, where we didn't see a ton of revisions, Czechia is one of them. We didn't see a ton coming out from the UK. There's a couple more down the road that I'm not going to spoil and reveal, but there haven't been that many changes. So actually by going for those meta decks, that could really hurt you early on. I will say that going into day 1 and day 2, we have a week break. So going into week 2, there will be a full week where you can prep right there. So plenty of the tournament still to go, but by the end of this weekend, you're always first way through or most of the way through your first set of games. So we'll see how this goes for the teams. We have actually started the picks and bans now, so thank you for your patience and just watching us banter back and forth. We did have a bit of a technical issue behind the scenes in regards to deck submissions, but all that's over now. UK will just immediately ban Trundle. Part of me just wants to meme and say, really, it took you 15 minutes to realize you're going to ban Trundle, but obviously it matters a ton right here to make sure that you ban the right things.
Absolutely. And I'm very curious to see how the team from Czechia will respond to this, because as I said, I don't expect them to actually like ban the Trundle themselves. They might still opt for it, but I would not be surprised if they leave it open, given that they have so many counter decks for Trundle ready. And if I'm on the team of the UK, I would not feel comfortable locking in Trundle even after the ban phase, simply because there's still so many decks open that the team from Czechia has at their disposal that might just counter you directly.
Honestly, if I was in the UK shoes, I probably wouldn't ban Trundle, because I actually don't even think that Czechia would play it. You know, it's just there to absorb a ban, and if that's the case, then it just did that. It just absorbed the ban. I think what Czechia really want to play is they're really like off meta and decks that kind of like don't reveal a lot, right? If you think back to the decks they played yesterday, it was literally the TF deck straight up, and then I believe it was the Thresh deck that they ran second.
I believe they used the least Callista list, but I might have been mistaken.
Least Callista. No, you're totally right. I asked you because your memory is significantly better than mine. So no, it absolutely was, and that was also different from what we were expecting. We thought it was an Endure list, and it was the only one that wasn't. It was the one with the Fearsome list. Yeah, I remember now. Fiora ban coming in from Czechia. Yeah, I mean, makes a ton of sense. We're actually seeing a lot of teams. I feel like in the tournament format, definitely goes up in stock value. So has been banned out here as well.
100%. Oh, quick ban coming in from the UK, also taking the Anivia off the table. I think that makes a lot of sense. As I said, the Anivia list has seen a lot of value and a lot of power across all teams, and a lot of teams have picked it up. So I expect that behind the scenes, the list secures very, very high win rates in the scrims that are going on. I wouldn't be surprised from the Czech team to see a ban for Soraka, Tamkench, TF here, simply because they want to probably take away the alternate win condition, because they have good tools to deal with everything else. They have good decks against aggro, they have good decks against control. What they cannot really deal with is this combo style alternate win condition that Soraka and Tamkench have via Starspring. So unless they have teched very significantly into that matchup with cards like the new Crumble, then I would actually expect them to take this off the board here, just so they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, funnily enough, I'm a little surprised that Czechia didn't run the Darius Draven list that we've seen a couple times now. You may have seen it in ladder. It's starting to get up there. I expect this week and next week we'll see more of it. But we actually did see teams run it yesterday, and it was also run into this Tamkench Soraka list, and it basically just won on turn 5. Like they were able to just remove a big blocker. One of the big problems with this deck is Astral Protection just makes like Tamkench or Soraka so big you can never get through it. But it's not a problem if your unit has Overwhelm and you just kick it back to the board, right? Back to the bench. So that is a good counter. However, they've actually chosen to go a different direction here. It will be an Ash ban, so that'll be taking away the Ash Sejani list, and it also with the Targon Splash. So we're not going to see whatever the heck that was today, at least, but maybe later down the line.
Unfortunate, really, like for our sake. But if you're curious about the list, we are going to publish the list towards the end of the day once every match has been passed. So you can take a look what that Targon Splash actually manifests in this Ash Sejuani list, and we will all find out together. I think in this case, obviously, the Czech team did not feel comfortable dealing with that factor of not knowing. I frankly am still thinking about this in the back of my head, and I haven't figured it out. It might have been a freeze list with just a Pale Cascade Splash, like they did with the Mistwave yesterday, but I'm not 100% sure. You see the direct response also with the Ash from the UK side to also take away the Ash Sejuani Noxus list from the Czech team.
I'm assuming it's a more traditional one, as the second region is Noxus, so probably something along those lines. Then again, I thought it was a conventional matchup yesterday, and it just wasn't. So you can never really tell. Yeah, it makes sense. I think these bans from the UK are pretty stock standard, not trying anything different. However, it has kind of just left up the entire toolbox, I would say, from Czechia to pick whatever they want here. Final ban will be Soraka. Yeah, dead on the money there, Max. Yeah, banning that one away. Want to get rid of this alternate win con. Just these really annoying blockers as well, like potentially strong early game if you curve out correctly. So get that out of here, and potentially these curveball decks coming in could do a lot of damage. So I would like to see what these teams pick up now. If I were to make a prediction, I think it's probably just going to be maybe in the Maokai list. We'll see, because they like to go towards those lists that are super different first, because you kind of have like a buffer, right? Because you can lose the first game theoretically.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they actually end up doing that.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go to a 50-50 down to my prediction, like from the 100%. So I'd say that UK probably locks in the Anivia list here, given I would probably argue it's the strongest list that they have at their disposal right now, and it should do well in the vast majority of matchups that the Czech team might bring. On the Czech team side, though, I'm not really sure. I think it's really hard to predict them. I would not be surprised if they actually just lock on the Trundle here, just to throw the ultimate curveball, and just like, oh, nobody expects them to actually just pick traditionally the strongest, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And I think that would fit the identity of the team very, very well. But I'm probably going to be wrong with both.
Yeah, my limited prediction is going to be the Callista and the Elise list, or it will be the Maokai list. And I could be completely wrong, and I probably am, but you gotta commit, right? You gotta commit to your prediction.
Absolutely. The easy prediction. The easy prediction for the team from Czechia is definitely that's going to be a Shadow Isles list, because that's going to cover like half their lineup. That is not bad.
Yeah, that's true. I think from the UK, I would love to see the Leona Lux list. I don't know how confident they feel just busting it out immediately. They could just play it safe and just do something mid-rangey here. They could maybe go for scouts even and just kind of as the name implies, scout the field and see what Czechia do for the first game, and then they can pivot for a slightly more aggressive option or potentially a more control option, depending on what Czechia do for game one. But also to note, bans only happen for your opponents. So when Max was just talking about them running the Anivia list, that's of course the United Kingdom ban it out for their opponents. And also when these lock-ins come out, they're not when they're locked in, both teams will see it, but they will not see it as they're choosing. So there's no information to be revealed theoretically.
Yeah. So there's a ban order, right, where it goes back and forth, and every team gets about 2 minutes. I think it's 90 seconds exactly to decide which ban they want to lock in next. Obviously, factoring in the previous ban from their opponents. But when it comes to the lock-in phase, both teams do it simultaneously, and then when it reveals for you guys on the broadcast, then obviously the teams behind the scenes will know as well which team the other team will be, which deck, the other team will be piloting.
Yeah. Okay, we have a little bit more time here, so do you want to double down on your prediction, Max, or I'll give you the chance to switch now if you want to?
I think you made a good call that actually the Scouts lists are open for both sides, and Scouts is probably, next to Trundle, also one of the S to A tier decks that are just very high raw power, don't have a lot of really terrible matchups, can hypothetically win every single one. And I think while I understand the logic, I don't expect either side to actually lock in the Scouts here. Although on the Czech side, actually, I might see it. On the Czech side, I might see it simply because they also banned the Fiora, right? The biggest counter right now in the meta against Scouts is probably the Fiora Shen list. And given that they've taken it off the table, I would not actually be super surprised to see the Czech team just start off with Scouts, have a very strong, high-power deck to start with. As you said, able to scout out the competition, see what the UK team starts to bring, and potentially get a glimpse into what that Leona Lux deck looks like. Because while obviously we might guess and we might think, this might be a deck that they just put on there to draw a ban, right? Just like they were able to with the Ash Sejuani Targon list.
I think at the same time, it's a very winnable matchup from Scouts right now in the current meta game, because we saw it yesterday, and actually by playing around different win cons, you can go wide, and potentially with enough tricks, you were able to get around the Fiora win con, and Fiora didn't even have a kill by like turn 7. So it is possible, but yeah, I would say if you were going down that route, you would ban it away. We did actually see the decks come in. We didn't see it on the graphic right there, but we are going into our first matchup of the day. It is the UK versus Czechia. And we are looking at the Thresh list from Czechia, so I was completely wrong. Not any of the decks I went for, but I went for the commitment. Sometimes it didn't pay off. On the opposite side, UK actually just going straight up into discard aggro. I feel like this is quite a ballsy move considering how conservative the bans were.
Absolutely, and I think I'll take half credit for my prediction here because at least I got the Shadow Isles part right. And the Czech team has to feel good about their starting hand here and we've played that matchup a ton off air, right? Where this matchup usually is decided by Withering Whale or whatever mass removal you have at your disposal. That might be an Avalanche if you run Freljord. In this case, it's obviously only the Withering Whale, but it's such a strong card in that matchup. And the Czech team having 2 of them in their opener is going to be crazy hard to deal with for the team from the UK, which wants to go wide and wants to go just crazy in the first couple of turns. It has the vision, it has double Juric ready. And the question is, how is the team from UK able to deal with double Withering Whale when they actually just want to go wide and it's just like 2 damage to the entire board and 6 healing for your Nexus?
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and kill the memes now. If you are just joining us, Czechia are the only team who are all playing from the same building. So as you can see, they're all next to each other. Pokerback taking the lead right there. UK, they're all on comms. So when you see the guy who's piloting talk about anything and you see him talking, he's talking to the rest of his teammates, right? So it's 3 versus 3. It's not a 3 versus 1. Just want to get that out there before everyone freaks out. But yeah, we can talk about the matchup. I completely agree. I think that these sweeps are really difficult to deal with. Getting double whale this early is going to be so punishing because specifically into discard aggro versus all the other beatdown decks we're seeing right now, a lot of your units have 1 HP. So they just get sweeped and you have no way of buffing their health totals. The only spells that you have at burst speed are all going to be attack damage, right? Like you could potentially tech Brothers Bond, maybe a one-of, but majority of the time it's going to be vision. Right, so this could be really punishing going into literally turn 3 and beyond. And the best thing from Czechia's standpoint is they don't need to play it. They could just sit on it this entire time and wait for maximum value.
And honestly, their draws and their hands are just super nice here. Like they might not be super happy having the double deny because there's not many things that you can deny in this matchup. The top priority is probably get excited next to the proc of the augmented experimenter, right, which just refills your hand.
Mhm.
But they're gonna have the tasty Faithfolk here. They have the concussive palm. They have so many defensive tools at their disposal already. So all they need is just like stall the game, wait for the late game.
Yeah.
Thresh is going to be super powerful in this matchup as well, being able to challenge both Jinx and Draven and get a good trade-off, and then just make sure that you slam down a Karma at some point when you feel comfortable and you feel like you've stabilized the board.
I would say the only concern really here for Czechia is trying to keep the board narrow, right? And right now we can see that UK is going in for these 2 health units, potentially setting up so they have a board going in later on. But you're really looking towards turn 4 and beyond, potentially when you have something like Crowd Favorite, because that's the only thing that may be hard to remove if you don't pull something like a Vengeance, which is also a mana trade down. And that's the only thing you really care about, I think, because the longer this game goes on, the better situation you're going to be in. You can do your combo, you can get it in. So I think the UK in general is actually doing a very good job here of making their board awkward to Withering Wail. Like I wouldn't wail this, like I don't think anybody would, right? So they're making themselves resistant to the play. I would also say their hands are a little bit awkward. They're not drawing many of their discard mechanics that they really love. They just managed to get a Pyro Cannon, but if they had a Rummage right now, this would be a fantastic place to be in.
100%. And honestly, I think what you mentioned there was really, really important. A crowd favorite would be something that suddenly alleviates most of the concern that we were raising for the UK team. Unfortunately, they're just drawing the experimenter here. While that might be a saving grace together with Jinx, initially it doesn't really do much. It's something that's called bricked in the hand where you can't really utilize it. And I really like the play from Czechia from the last turn. When you go back, they could have played the Tasty Faithfolk here, but they wanted to play reactive. They want to play it very calm, cool, and want to see what the opponent does because they don't feel the need. They don't see any pressure. They're at 20 health. They're in turn 4 already. They feel like they can just take it easy here. And frankly, I don't think they're wrong.
I think one of the hardest decisions to make in this game sometimes is just deciding when to do nothing, when to just chill, just pass. And often when control decks do this, and this is one of the reasons because of the way this game works with the stack and the mana system, control decks are generally favored in the metagame because you can just pass. You can wait for your opponent to make the first move, and the person who makes the second move is usually the one to come out on top. And you can even see that in matchups like mid-range, where you just want to go slightly slower than your opponent. So right here, as you said, they'll just chill. They'll throw down small spells like this. They'll make it awkward to attack if you're the UK. But apart from that, they just need to get turns under their belt.
Yeah, and the UK is struggling here, right? You see them going to think tank, really like trying to figure out what they can do here, but they don't really have an attack, maybe except for the obviously Daring Power, which can just slide in there and deal 1 damage. But when you're such an aggressive deck against a very control-focused deck, you're not going to be super happy going in for a single point of damage on turn 4 and dropping your opponent to 19. They're going all out here, though. I think that's a really smart move. I think they need to go hard, and this is one of the primary opportunities. There's no Withering Wail available because they just tapped under, and that's just 6 damage to the Nexus.
Yeah, any damage that you can find right now is going to be really important because you do want to be trying to finish off with the Jinx and try and use her as the big engine here. That's what the game plan has turned into. You're 2 turns out from Augmenter, so I think going for the maximum swing you can. Obviously couldn't swing with the Jinx there, but probably would have done if that was a possibility. And also being tapped on the Withering Well, so super free. Now going into this one, though, that was 6 damage, yes. Withering Well will bring you up another 3, and it's never going to go down in stock value, right? Because you're never going to buff that health. You're never going to heal your units. So you can essentially wail whenever you want at will. So we'll see what Czechia do right here. I could see like just potentially a Fey Folk just to pass up right here, or even just a straight up pass.
Yeah, I think they have basically 3 options here. It's Wail, Tasty Faithfolk, or Pass. And all these options have their different merit. Obviously, we see the UK's hand, and the Withering Wail here would be very, very powerful, but I don't actually think that that's what they're going to go for, simply because they want to keep the reactivity and they want to also prevent them from just playing. And they know they have another Daring Power in hand, right? So yeah, the pass comes out, and this is going to be an easy crowd favorite from the side of the UK.
Yeah, I actually think that obviously we see it, but I like Withering Well. I think in most situations you just play right there because the only thing, as we mentioned, that you lose to is just them going wide and then slamming down favorite and you not having an answer. So if you keep their board narrow, then that never becomes an option, and then you're still whittling down the jinx that's on board that's currently their win condition. So yeah, that would have been slightly better there, and I think this is one of the first bigger misplays I've seen out from Czechia because now this is a crowd favorite with maximum value 7-6 that will be insanely difficult to remove here.
Yeah, they will just try to like reduce the board to a minimum and ensure that they don't take too much damage next turn, right? They are still able to secure that they are not going to die next turn. They would obviously like put the team from the UK in a position where they can't develop because the Ruination is threatened with the 9 mana that are available to the team from Czechia. And they just draw a very, very important card here. They draw the Grasp of the Undying. So they have the open attack punish and they have the development punish. This is what we call forking usually, where there is not really a good decision here for the UK. When you open attack, you get punished by the Grasp. If you develop, you get punished by the Ruination. And you just basically have to choose the lesser of the two evils.
Yeah, it's called forking because you're forks in this situation. I'm just kidding. When you listen to us casting, you're going to hear a lot of chess references. So be prepared for that. Yeah, going in for, yeah, that makes sense with the ordering right there. But this is going to be a pretty good grasp. Again, you could also just block the jinx and chill. Yeah, because if UK go for a develop right here, you still have Ruination. And basically, UK have to do something. They can't just not do anything when you're the aggressor in an aggro versus control matchup. So I think, yeah, Czechia could just wait and potentially get maximum value when this augmented is played.
If you're the team of the UK, do you just slam down the vision, or do you actually wait until so you can actually develop the experimenter?
Unfortunately, yeah, I think you just have to. It feels bad, but you really need to eke out as many points of damage as you possibly can, because what you're scared of is the slow option. And lo and behold, the slow option is Ruination. And this is going to be a huge punish right here.
Yeah, I agree, and especially because that was kind of telegraphed due to how the team from Czechia played, making sure that they always had the 3 mana banked, making sure that they go into this into the turn this way, right? I feel like it was fairly clear that this would be happening, so I would have probably actually just called them on the potential bluff. We obviously know that they have grasp, but we couldn't know, and maybe that was hence a misplay. We will have to see how it develops.
Yeah, it's also like neither here nor there, right? It could also be like a 55-45% play because maybe you know the Ruination's happening and you want to redevelop, and that just has to happen, right? Because now we're going into this next turn and UK actually have a 4-card hand and they're cycling through their deck versus potentially developing or playing the vision and getting that extra damage in and just being like, well, I have no hands and I have no board and I've just lost the game. So we'll see how, as you said, we'll see how it develops, because as with all things in card games, it's subjective. You know, very rarely is it just like this is the 100% right choice 100% of the time, especially at the top levels of play.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight that this is a closed decklist format, so both of those sides will have to think about every potential option that the other team might have at their disposal, right? You don't know for sure if they're running certain cards. I've actually seen a lot of decks cut Grasp of the Undying simply because it's considered too slow and it's not super favorable in the current meta. And this is maybe not a card that they actually expected to be run at all in that respective deck. The draw from UK, though, I think I want to highlight is very, very strong here. I think with the double Zonite Urchin, together with the Dravens, able to refill the hand while being able to go through their deck and potentially find the second Jinx to have another big threat on the board. Or with this board already, another crowd favorite would also be a very nice option for them.
It's also worth noting that Discord Aggro is a very high rolly deck, so sometimes you can just go and you can get the perfect draw and you just destroy your opponent. You do like 17 damage on turn 2. That's literally possible. So it's worth noting that's the case. And I think right here, maybe you can argue you didn't want the second Draven, but this is pretty close to like an ideal refill coming off of that Augmenter, because now you have a board that's pretty resistant to like a Withering Whale. You're only really scared of like another Ruination, and maybe you're thinking like your opponent doesn't run more than 2 at maximum. Maybe it's even a 1-up, we'll see. I mean, as we saw yesterday, there were a couple of teams running straight up 3 Ruination, but I think this is really what you want if you're the UK, because your opponent is still at 8 points of life on the Nexus. So with this Faith going down, it'll make it a little bit more difficult. But actually, Whirling Death may even come into play. So these denies will actually somehow go up in value in a turn, either now or later.
Yeah, I think despite being on 8 health, the team from Czechia probably feels pretty good with this open attack if it actually goes through, simply because they have answers in the form of both Notify, the new mini deny that was just introduced in the latest expansion,
Mm.
as well as the whale and the grasp. So they essentially have all the tools at their disposal to deal with potential threats. And then, as you mentioned, the Tasty Faithful to gain another potential 4 health on top of it.
Yeah, I like the gamble here. I really think you do need to develop into this attack.
I
It's
agree.
more likely that they have the fast speed option, so just do this. It's more unlikely they'll have the Ronation, trying to get the maximum of damage possible. Of course, we can see at Czechia just have multiple answers right here, but even cycling there and getting another card, maybe just pull into something useful. Something like a Get Excited even would be extremely good. So you can lay multiple things. We know, of course, there's 2 denies and a Notify in hand, so we'll see how this combat goes.
Yeah. I really think they were hoping for a Mystic Shot or a Get Excited there, and not drawing either of them obviously is painful, but they are able to hypothetically threaten lethal here, so that's probably what they're going to go for.
Yeah, there's there's not a lot of Discard aggro lists that run many Mystic Shots anymore. A lot of decks just cut them completely. I think one of the most popular ones is just all Get Excited, 2 or 3 Get Excited plus the Jinx, and then you have the Jinx Get Excited. Thinking about the attack right here, interesting. Trying to cycle, perhaps? Yeah, I actually don't hate this either, because if you're going to develop, you might as well just develop all the way, right?
Yeah.
Go for another cycle, see what else you get.
You also want to understand what the team from Czechia indirectly communicated. The team from the UK knows that Czechia doesn't have Ruination in hand, because this would have been a Ruination 100%, right? So they have mentally marked that off and just like, okay, they don't have Ruination. So a further development doesn't really change anything from my perspective. I still have 9 mana open, I still have all my options, so I can actually threaten more damage here and make it more likely that this lethal threat goes through, although we obviously know that there are so many answers in the hand of the Czech team.
Yeah, so with 11 mana remaining right here, you can obviously deny 4 damage and then get the heal off there, bring you to 11.
I think it's Withering Whale here. Yeah, there we go.
9, yeah. Whale to start just seems like it makes the most sense, right?
It's strong enough, and you keep all the options open. You have both Deny and Notify backup, because UK only has 2 cards in hand. You are reasonably certain that that ensures that you cover all your bases and you're 100% guaranteed that everything goes through. They might ponder about the grasp, but I think adding the grasp on top of it is actually a misplay. You want to keep the reactivity here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's also thinking about potentially vision. Is it just depending, like, pick your poison, right? Like, are you playing around that? Or are you playing around Get Excited? I think Whale here is probably the safer play. You could go for a really risky play and grasp first, and it'd be like, I think you have exactly vision. Obviously, in this case, they didn't. So it will be Whale to start off. This puts them, I believe, 8 after the combat, including Lifesteal coming in from Feyfolk. And because they pulled Feyfolk, Feyfolk will actually potentially get 2 swings if there isn't a Get Excited to contest. And this is going to be a Draven just straight up destroyed. Will not be cycled into the deck, and this will not go through. Notify is going to find a maximum value here.
Yeah, the team from Czechia is going to be very happy with that line of events, and the UK is going to be not amused, like the Queen.
Not amused. Yeah, 4 mana remaining, so obviously can't use Grass right here, but obviously just use the Notify, keeping as much mana remaining. And then we're back where we started. Congratulations. So after that entire development, which I still think is the right play, they pushed all the damage they necessarily could, and it was a net gain of 0.
Yeah, and that feels really bad if you're a fan of the UK, as I know you're obviously like a slightly little bit biased maybe towards the UK, hypothetically.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'm torn, but yeah.
Honestly, like if you're a fan of the team from Czechia, this is gonna feel great because they are able to stabilize here, and we're going to turn 9 next turn, so that might be a turn where they just develop Karma and have Deny backup. Then Karma is able to level, and even if they're able to kill her, there's the Rekindler already there. So Czechia in a very much commanding position here, and we really need to see some strong top decks from the UK to ensure that they are still in this game.
No, 100%. You're really just digging for something like Jinx right here. You need an engine, essentially, to bring you back into the game. And that is something that the Discard aggro deck can do sometimes. They can actually sneak out wins by refilling halfway through the game, but you are at the whims of actually finding that card, right? Top decking Vision right there on an important turn. Not really
Vision is not it. Not it.
No, vision is not it. But if you had Jinx, for example, and then you just discard your hand, you get the level up, and then you start that engine going, maybe it works, right? But we're now turn 9, and we're like fully in control territory, right? Like the
Yeah.
combo's going to come through. We've had all of the sweeps that we needed, all the fast spells, a ruination at the perfect time. So Czechia going to be feeling pretty good. And as you said, yeah, we're at the whims of the top deck.
Yeah, and honestly, Czechia doing their best Yu-Gi-Oh impression here and just like drawing one of the cards that they really need, just like to secure the win. Essentially, like another Faithful just probably puts them out of the range of any potential hypothetical burn top decks. And unless the UK is able to, as you say, just like chain potential discard and draw in their next turn, that game might be sealed 2 or 3 turns from here.
Yeah, you're feeling so good about this open attack as well. Double deny in hand, and even if you assume that one of those, the card that isn't revealed isn't vision, as in fact get excited, you just deny it and then you get the damage to go through anyway. This might also be UK having to show their hand so that they at least get the spinning axe into vision, so they can use the other spider to trade as well. Obviously, wouldn't like to keep some cards, their one card, close to the chest, but I think that may have to be the play here. I would hate to sacrifice your 4/2 or even Draven.
Yeah, I agree with you. They probably just flat out just cast the vision, given that it's burst and can't be denied.
Yeah.
And they actually are opting to sacrifice the experimenter, though. So that means the team from Czechia goes up to 16 here, and 16 is very damn close to 20, and that's not where you want to be if you're a fan of the UK.
Yeah, you're the numbers guy. And yeah, I can confirm 16 is closer to 20. That is brutal. Going into turn 10 right here, you're the aggro deck and your opposing team has 16 health. It's a near insurmountable task right now from the UK. It's
and look at that top deck. Look at the top deck from the Czech team. It's the second Karma, so that's the easiest Karma slap right here.
So free. That's the Karma level up as well on turn 10. Oh, here's my question, Max. If UK draw Jinx right now, does it save them? Or are they still dead?
It really depends on what the draws after that there are. And it really depends on how the draws develop from the Czech team. I would have to say that it probably still isn't in their favor, but they literally have to draw something really, really powerful just about now and hope that this essentially whiffs. But it doesn't. It's double the box, another Withering Wail, and Passage Unearned. This is crazy. Like, this is at least 3 really strong hits, and even Passage Unearned in this matchup has some hits because of Jury Rig and because of Flame Chompers. It's going to be the Withering Well, and I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see the concede here from the UK team.
Yeah, I just winced in real life. This is a game ender right now. Yeah, double cast as well, and that wipes the board and brings them to max HP. And Czechia is just chilling.
And they have answers to everything as well, right? So you were asking me, okay, what about potential top decks? I don't think there's anything, right? Simply because there's double the box that deals with everything. There are rekindlers to replenish the karma. Not that you need it, because you have double deny to prevent any potential removal anyway.
Is this the worst draw possible? I think it is, right? Like drawing a single rummage? Yeah.
Vision is probably even worse, one could argue, but it's very marginal.
Oof. And into Spider, yeah, this just isn't it. They needed a Jinx, they needed like a crowd favorite in the last 3 turns, and they got neither. Maybe second augmented experimenter as well didn't come in. Yeah, this is brutal. And I really think right now it's just kind of playing out the game. And if you're the UK, you're kind of just looking towards the rest of the set and seeing else what you can bring. You decided to bring your aggro list to start, which, as I said at the start, it's a ballsy play. And I think absolutely it didn't work out here, but it 100% could have, right? If you get a high roll start, you just slam into your opponent's slow deck, and say they don't draw double whale, right? Their opening mulligan was double whale, and then they drew into exactly common when they needed. They drew exactly into the grasp. They basically got everything that they needed. So, as I said, UK were looking towards these future games now. And where do you move? Because we spoke about mid-range lists. We spoke about potentially going the scouts list. They also have a slower deck in the form of Leona and Lux, so we know that they have the versatility there. So they have a lot of different options heading into the rest of the set.
Honestly, I think if the team of the UK, as you just mentioned, you probably spent the last couple of turns of this game while it still has to be played out, thinking about, okay, what can we actually do in our next game? What's our best deck going to be? And how do we go from here, right? The format manifests in a way that obviously the team from Czechia cannot replay that Karma Thresh list again, but they can go to anything else, right? And the same is true for the UK. They don't have to stick to this Jinx-driven discard list, and frankly, they probably won't. They are able to try something else and potentially like try to dent what is otherwise a very, very strong tournament start for the team from Czechia.
I know we're just playing out this game, and obviously this is an important time that the UK can use to strategize, but I'm just having such a Simpsons moment. It's like, please stop. They are already dead. Drawing into getting excited here as well is not what you want to see by itself. And obviously, a little bit of UK bias being from the UK myself, I really want to see just them not getting tortured like this, but there it is. There's the final swing coming from Czechia. Well played. That would be game one coming out here. And again, like this is the dark horse team. I'm torn right here because I have the national pride of the UK, and I also like being right. And in day one, I said that Czechia would be the dark horse of the tournament, and already they won their first game coming into Germany. They won their first game coming into the UK as well. Won the set yesterday, and on track to win this set here as well. And they have so much that is just unrevealed. They have so much that they can still pull out here, and it's so difficult to judge what they're going to bring if you're the team of the UK.
Absolutely. And I personally appreciate that the UK team, despite obviously being in a very unfavorable position, we're still able to be true sportsmen here. You saw the get excited to their own Nexus and the Tom Kent tip of the hat. They've taken it lightly, and they obviously, you can't let that get into your head. The series just started. You can totally bring that back, as we've seen it from the Polish team yesterday. If 1-0 start doesn't mean you're down and out by any means. You start need to focus on the rest of the series.
Yeah, exactly. We are going to take a couple of seconds here. We're going to discuss that first game, and the teams are just setting up for their second game. So we're going to keep it rolling. We're not going to take a break until we get to the end of the set, so stay tuned. And so I'm trying to think from the perspective of the UK now, and I think that you kind of just have to pull something different out. You can't go for like a super standard list. Personally, that is speaking from me wanting to see the Leon Deluxe list because it's the only team running that. I think from the side of Czechia, though, you have so many options. I would love to see the Maokai list, but again, you can save it, right? Like they don't necessarily need to change that from now until next week. Maybe if you want to get that surprise value, it's better to do it now because this is the team that you've only just seen it happen. And if you leave it for a week, people can kind of suss out potentially what that list could be. So it's a possibility heading into the second game.
Well, it's going to get revealed at the end of the day anyway, right? Even if they don't play it, all the deck lists will be revealed towards the end of the day, right? So you might, if you have something special prepared, use it now. It's use it or lose it, essentially, because any surprise factor would most likely be gone for the next week. And honestly, I think it's really difficult from the perspective of the UK, simply because you don't have a lot that you know, right? You see so many decks that you don't 100% understand what they actually are. The Maokai build order list, you can maybe guess that that's a new take on Undying, but it might just be another Galaxy Brain move where they actually just do something completely different. And this might be a mill deck. This might be something that is completely tailored against like aggro, where it's actually more control heavy with Ruination, Vengeance, Grasp, these kind of things. And the same probably holds true for the Elise Callista, although I would probably put that in the Mistwraith column again, as they showed yesterday.
And now heading into the second game, the bans still remain true for this entire set, so they will still be choosing from the decks that are still available. Obviously, we saw the Callista and Elise list yesterday from Czechia, and that was actually the Mistwraith list. However, it could easily pivot immediately to Endure. That being said, second region here is Targon, so I assume it may be the same list as yesterday. Coming in from the UK, though, obviously the Tamkench list is banned coming out here. Maybe would have liked to see that if you're in this position, one game down. Trundle is open, Trundle Tryndamere, if you wanted to just go for that straight up meta deck, but I think it's too risky, to be honest, going into specifically Czechia. So I think that leads me to believe it's either you go like Nightfall aggro, you go aggro again, or you go mid-range, and then you pick either like Shen Fiora and try and just beat the randomness that is Czechia's lineup.
Yeah, honestly, it's a difficult position to be in. You can't go Shen Fiora because Czechia actually banned Fiora. They were actually one step ahead there, and I think
I was talking about mid range, and I said that, and what I meant was the Scouts list. But yes,
the Scout list, okay, yeah,
good.
No, the Scout absolutely viable here, and I think, as we've said initially, Scouts are a deck that basically doesn't have super one-sided matchups, right? There are a lot of decks where they're not super favorable. They're a little bit draw reliant. They want to make sure that you get a good curve. You don't want to miss a Bannerman trigger, otherwise that might completely screw your respective match there. But it's definitely a strong deck. But we actually see the UK just bring it back, just like going again with the Draven Jinx, and they're like, we drew so poorly last game. it's what are the odds of that happening again? What are the
Yeah,
odds?
I mean, I respect it. And, what are the odds that your opponents decide to go for the Fiora Shen list? Surely they're going to go for a curveball weird deck. Well, it's Fiora Shen. So if this was a read here from Czechia, it's feeling pretty good. There's a lot of small units, a lot of 1 health units and small attack units that are easily eaten up by Fiora. So this is going to be a pretty nice matchup here from Czechia once they've all been locked in and we head into game.
Yeah, Fiora can have a field day with Discard aggro. If you draw enough of protection to ensure that she sticks, she's going to be a nightmare. The Fiora win condition is definitely something that is realistic in this respective matchup. I would call it slightly favored for Shen Fiora, but the Discard aggro list, as you mentioned, they are very high rolly, and they can always draw just so well that there is no direct counter, and hardly any deck can keep up with a perfect draw from the Discard aggro list.
100% agree. As I said earlier, like you can sometimes, if you're attacking second, which UK is attacking on evens here, so if you manage to get like an insane develop potentially off of developing from like flame chompers, and you get like a bunch of scuttlers, and you get the beggar, then you can get a huge amount of damage in. And if you're the Fiora list, you basically do nothing from turns 1 to 3. You're like waiting to set up and you stock mana. Actually managed to get Caretaker here off the mulligan is actually huge. And keeping the Jinx from the UK, ooh, interesting. So going for maybe a slightly later game plan, I think is maybe the better choice right here. It's not as high rolly because you're not trying to go super aggro super early on. Double get excited is not what you really want to see either this early on though.
Oh, it's not the great starting hand. I understand where they're coming from when it comes to keeping the Jinx. I understand. I think there's pretty much 2 schools of thought here, right? One of them is you need to embrace the high roll and just need to go for as much of a good curve as you can. Every single draw that you can get on top of that to ensure that you have the perfect few curve outs in the first couple turns is really pivotal. And the other school of thought is, okay, there are odds that I just don't get that. And I want to make sure that I'm still in the game if I don't, right? And Jinx is one of your primary tools to enable that. And you want to ensure that you get the best out of both worlds, right? Ideally, you want to have a bit of a good curve early, but then still have some late game power. And the late game power of Discard aggro is actually something that is very surprising to a lot of newer players. And when you face the deck for the first time on ladder, you might be in a situation where like, okay, I feel like I've weathered the storm. They don't really have any cards in hand anymore. I'm good. And then they just slam the Jinx, followed up by an augmented experimenter. Suddenly they have 5 cards in hand again. Your Nexus just takes a bunch of damage because of Jinx rockets. And you wondering, okay, how did I get here? And this is exactly what the UK is hoping for. That being said, as you mentioned, doubly get excited into the Vision top deck, definitely not what they were hoping for.
Yeah, and at the same time, the way I would describe it is you can stockpile power. If you're Discard aggro, you can do things like just keep the vision for like forever. You get like double vision, and then keep things like Pyro Cannon and 0 cost discard triggers such as like Draven Axe. And then you could be like turn 7, turn 8, you have like a full board and just immediately boost your entire board by 3 attack, and then you swing it. Right, like there's things like that. You can find like weird tempo plays and find your time to strike, which is I think more of like an Ionia type playstyle, but you're playing with different regions. And that's fully a possibility, right? At the same time, it is also on Czechia, and what their draw is. Not pulling the Fiora early is obviously a godsend coming in from the UK as well, and not having like a necessary way to protect it. I don't even know if you would develop a Fiora this early, especially when you have the possibility of Get Excited coming through, and we can see it. So there is definitely still a lot of nuance to go. We're obviously saying it is favored, but I don't think it's impossible for the UK to win here.
Yeah, honestly, I think why we highlighted that the UK doesn't have the best of draws, the same can be definitely said for Czechia. As you mentioned, no Fiora in sight. River Shaper also definitely not a card that you really want in this. It's a big tempo loss, even if it is able to replenish. Question here, do you going to go for a single combat, try to like capitalize? Probably not, given that there's still the risk of Mystic Shot, right? I know that some lists have cut it, or it's sometimes some completely, some reduce it to like a 1 or a 2 off, but it's definitely too risky. You don't want to like open yourself up. You want to keep the reactivity. Definitely in this matchup, the Fiora list is the more reactive deck. It feels a bit more like a control list. And in general, Fiora Shen is a tempo list, I would class it as, where it can actually have both roles. Against the very aggressive list, it can take a bit more of a control route, where it can either go for the Fiora win condition or just outvalue over time. Whereas against control decks, it's also able to play very, very aggressively.
Yeah, 100% true. Attack token right here. Ooh, going for the pass right there. Yeah, I think that makes sense. There's too much mana available, and you kind of want to try and react to what your opponent has. Playing the Jinx, though, on 4 when there's so much mana remaining, like, there's nothing you can do here, right?
Nope.
You're just kind of getting
You
punished.
just press
This is
OK
brutal.
and be sad. That's
Yeah.
the line of play that you can go for here.
Wow. Keeping Jinx in your open hand and then developing exactly on 4 and keeping 2 mana available when you have things like Get Excited in hand and not protecting. I guess there's the argument to say, like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You might as well just play it now and hope that they don't have it. But I think it's way too risky when that's the game plan you've committed to, right?
I would definitely say it's a very aggressive play. It's a very, very aggressive line. And the downside you already mentioned, right? It's very, very susceptible to various interaction paths from the Czech team. And I'm with you that I don't think it's the right call to make there, simply because you put yourself in a position where suddenly you're in top deck land again, right? You don't really have something where you can actually create a board on your own. You're really dependent on now ensuring that you draw something. And I definitely think a more conservative approach here could have done the UK team a much better favor than the line that they opted for.
Or you could just top deck Jinx, that also works.
I mean, honestly, like, please ignore everything that I just said. Obviously, the UK guys knew that they would just be drawing another Jinx, that they just wanted to get the single combat out of there.
Yeah, but obviously, like, I completely agree with your analysis right there, because by playing Jinx later, maybe you can even have a hand where you can discard everything simultaneously, and then you have to level up on the Jinx, and then when you replay the Jinx later, she immediately gets value, she's immediately able to put down rockets, pop things like shield, put pressure onto the enemy board. So I still think that line would have been slightly better. That being said, it's not over for the UK, because literally top decking Jinx has just reset a lot of that, even though they did lose a lot of tempo in terms of not only the turn timer, but also the mana they managed to spend on that play. Fully committing to this dragon right here, I think no matter what is just a good play. Is so difficult to remove if you're on the side of the UK for a discard aggro list, and especially if they haven't gone wide, they're not going to be dropping crowd favorites. So there's not going to be anything big here. The biggest thing they could drop is like a Draven, and you're like, great.
Wow. I'm puzzled. I'm honestly very puzzled. I don't understand. That Jinx is just going to die to the dragon, and I'm wondering why they opted into that.
I was going down a line of, like, maybe they're trying to trade down the board with, like, Get Excited Vision, but there's no way you wouldn't go for this if you're Czechia. With 3 mana remaining, it's literally only Get Excited that you're concerned about.
Yeah, and I think the Czech team took the same pause that I just had and was like, what does this mean? And is there anything that can punish this that we're not thinking about? But there really isn't. And I really think that this is even a more significant misplay than the one before, because if you are delaying this further, then you actually access double Get Excited in your hand, and you have potential there to interact. Where in this case, they're playing incredibly aggressively, and they're always giving the Czech team the reactivity, and they're just getting punished for it every single step on the way. Single combat, just like instant reaction towards the Get Excited, not even allowing the trade towards the dragon, and the Screeching Dragon is going to be a massive problem for the team from the UK.
I mean, even if they didn't have single combat right there, that's still a good trade for Czechia. Even
Absolutely.
if you're really concerned about this big challenger unit. I mean, even like things like Sharp Sight could have been there, right? Like, you don't know. Sharp Sight could have also been there for 2 mana. Yeah, I'm now trying to go down a line of, like, maybe they're looking towards a different win con and you just don't care about the Jinxes. But I'm trying to think what that is if you're not going wide. Because then if you're going wide, obviously you're looking for crowd favorite. If you're trying to go for Jinx, then you're trying to refill, discard, and then use that as an engine. If you're going, well, Draven's not really a win con. So I'm struggling to see what the line is here from the UK.
I struggle as well, honestly. I have to think that Jinx has to be one of the primary win conditions the longer the game goes. And this is now the second Jinx that has just gotten answered so quickly, and that basically the UK opted into being answered from the Czech team very, very quickly. And I don't really see how they stabilize from here. Looking into the hand of the Czech team, they have the counters ready for the Augment Experimenter, so a potential refill is out of the question. They are able to establish a lot of pressure starting next turn with Genevieve, and they're just in a very prime position to take the series 2-0.
I am now looking for ways that Czechia lose this game, because when you're ahead in Legendary Runeterra, any card game for that matter, you look at ways that you potentially lose, right? And you're trying to look at like scare cards. If I'm Czechia, I'm looking at this and I'm like, the biggest scare that could potentially be there is like Augmented Experimenter.
Absolutely.
And Augmented Experimenter does nothing here. So
yeah,
I think
and they
they're
agree
feeling
with
amazing.
you.
Yeah, they're just like, boom, Genevieve. Who cares?
They 100% agree with you, because if they didn't, they would have played the Fleet Feather Tracker and tapped under Deny if they weren't scared of the Augmented Experimenter. But they specifically opted to ensure that they keep that level of reactivity. And I would not be surprised if they actually didn't develop any further unit onto this bird until the end of the game, simply because they want to keep full reactivity, double Deny, plus Concerted Strike, and just ensure that they have all the answers to all the potential questions that the UK deck can answer, and there's not many left. There's only one Jinx left. The Augmented Experimenter we expect to go down right after this combat to potentially snipe the Genevieve, and then it's going to be the Deny, and there's not much going to be left after that.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm even thinking back to those Jinx drops, and remember, as we said, this is 3 versus 3. If you are just joining as Czechia, yes, they're all in the same room, but UK, they're on comms right now talking about their potential plays. Maybe it was just, problems in comms, right? Everyone was just like, oh no, we shouldn't, and it's confusing the patterns. It's like, oh, I'll play it, and then they just played it into Screezy Dragon, right? Like sometimes you just make a whiff like that, and it just happens. So this is a potentially difficult format depending on your group synergy. I think that this is a brutal attack, wiping the board, getting the Deny off of the Experimenter, as we just said, and everything has just gone the way of Czechia. It's just, you've fallen right into my hand.
Yeah, and you look at those hands, and it couldn't be a bigger contrast, right? It's night and day. On the hand of the Czech team, we see River Shaper to be able to refill and play this game for potential another 5 to 10 turns easy, another Genevieve to create pressure, potentially deal with single creatures that are an issue, and then still reactivity in the form of Concerted Strike and Deny. And then you look across the table towards the hand of the UK team, and you see 2 0-2s and an Arena Battlecaster that can make them 1-2s.
Don't forget about the Scuttler. That's a 1-1.
And yeah, and you have a little 1-1 robot on top of that. A sad 1-1 robot.
Yeah, I think everybody's sad, to be honest. Not Czechia, though. They're just building up their boards.
Oh, no, they're feeling great.
Freedom. Great. Yeah, I mean, like, and again, there's no reason for them to tap into 4 right here. Of course, they don't have another play, but they're never going to tap underneath 4, just in case there happens to be some weird play coming in, some strange tech card out from the UK. But
and they want to close it out right here.
Little Genevieve, and yeah, just end it. Just end the game. End the suffering. The swing it.
It's a potential mercy kill here. They could have definitely played it even safer and just kept both Concerted and Deny open, but they're just they want to end it right here. They're going to go for the scout attack almost certainly with double Genevieve, and then the full swing afterwards should seal the deal. And while the UK team might be able to live another turn, and they're actually pretty good at drawing Jinxes 100%. Maybe that's why they are a bit more liberate when it comes to their usage. But I don't think it's going to be enough in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, as everyone knows, every broadcast ever is scripted, so they knew exactly what was going to happen. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Czechia coming in here with the mercy kill. As a British person myself, I don't want to see the suffering go on any longer. But I mean, Czechia have just done so well these last 2 days, man. Really come out of the gate swinging. And this is going to be the straight up pull.
Oh, they don't even go for the scout attack. They're just go straight for it. Unfortunately, there is the jury rig response, the absolute denial of the mercy kill. They're like, not like this. I'm going to make you sit through this one more turn.
2 more turns.
2 more turns even. It's a clear win for the UK here.
All right. Yeah,
it's the moral victory that counts. Sometimes you need to take what you can get, and the moral victory is the only thing that you can get here. Yeah.
I mean, respect for playing it out. Man, going for discard aggro for the 2nd game in a row.
Actually, only one more turn.
You're right. You want 1 more turn. I'll concede that. Yeah, concede coming in from the UK, and as a 2-0 out from Czechia. So the day one results were 2-1, coming into day two, 2-0. Feeling fantastic about that first week of play. But from the UK, it's also worth mentioning, this was a 2-0 team coming out from yesterday. They 2-0'd Norway, right?
Yeah.
We came into this matchup and we were like, oh, maybe this is a team that will be able to challenge Czechia. 0-2'd straight off the board. Go for that discard aggro 2 times in a row, didn't decide to adapt, didn't go mid-range, didn't even go on a high end looking for a control list, which I think may have been superior. I think at the very least, I would have liked to see a mid-range list coming out from the UK, but they committed to the high roll, and sometimes you low roll. That's just it.
Absolutely. And honestly, I'm just very convinced by the play that we've seen from Czechia so far. Very controlled, starting from the draft phase and even earlier in the preparation phase. They bring so many questions that the other teams have to answer. It's like, what do you do with all those curveballs? Do you bend them out? Do you risk it? Do you plan for it? How do you plan to address it? And so far, we have not seen a team properly address these kind of questions that the Czech team was able to ask. And if another team is not able to do that, then I expect the Czech team to go just winning and over and again and just qualify for the playoffs. Although they were, as you mentioned yesterday, one of the dark horses and definitely not a tournament favorite starting yesterday.
Yeah, no, 100%. They came in as the bottom seed and also the bottom seed in their group, obviously. UK coming in the second seed, blasted them, beat top seed. Really, it's just down to if anyone else can beat them. So now they also have another week of preparation. They said that their strength is in their preparation, so I'd also be interested to see what they bring for week 2. That being said, there is also an argument to be made and saying like, "Ooh, how long will the gimmicks work?" Right? Is there a chance that they run out of steam? So
Yeah.
that's also a question for later on. But for now, it's working.
100%. And you couldn't be happier if you're on the side of the Czech team. As we talked about earlier today, they're now 2-0 in the group. And that basically means they're halfway there. Like it's week 1 out of 3, and they're already like halfway there to a basically guaranteed qualification into playoffs. And you couldn't be happier. All your work, all your preparation, they all paid off on both of those days. And fantastic work of the team. And they more than deserved it, honestly.
Yeah, 100% they delivered. This was the series that we were looking towards right at the top of the day, and it was so, so good. So 2-0 over to Czechia. We are going to take a short break, guys, but when we get back, we'll be having Croatia take on Belgium. Stay tuned for that. We'll be back after this.
See the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Ooh, I've been on the flex since flex zone. Neighborhood all in your eardrums. I ain't never scared like Bone Crush. Boy, I got God, don't fear none. My line busy, take no calls. Feels like I don't have no flaws. Snakes in the grass, cut those off. Yo, squad shady, my bros raw. No breaks, we go, 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 go. Throw shade, that's a no, 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 no. Go high, go low, low, low. Like spinning in a 644. Cash money like 504. Ball like AD24. No sleep, need more, more, more. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Ooh, I'm a real one, my day ones. Try speak up, can't say none. Try dig dirt, there ain't none. I make the money that save up. 10, 10, 80, my savings. Take to the top on the base one. New car, race on. Fast lane, pace on. Where the booyah, that's a flex. Not human, I ain't from another planet. I'ma teleport, might vanish. I'ma wake up, do damage. Jordan number 7, he's bored though. Working all night, need more though. I remember nights I was poor though. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. You see the drippy, I'm fitted up. Hop in my car and the giddy up. Secure the bag, yeah, I get the bus. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to LoR Masters Europe. We're coming in for our second game today, and hopefully it will live up to expectations and will be as good as the first game. Once again, I'm Pulse. This is Max. How are you feeling after that first game, Max?
Oh, that was a big series win for the Czech team. I think securing that win was really important. We also just saw that on the other match, Germany was able to beat Norway 2-0, and that actually now puts them in a better position. Nice little birthday gift that Fresh Lobster was able to deliver for himself there with the victory on the day, ensuring that they're still in a good position to secure a potential playoff spot in that group.
Yeah, 100%. Now heading into the second matchup, it is Croatia versus Belgium. So we'll see what both of these players bring to the table. Of course, we haven't seen both these teams just yet because we are broadcasting half of the games on the day because we are having games happen simultaneously. So we'll try and keep you updated of the results on the other side as much as we can. But we can take a look at the Croatia roster right here. We have Anides with the first place finish right here, coming in at 19 on Master. And he's going to be alongside Thunder Uncle, which is one of my favorite names of the tournament. And Ubar comes in as the third member.
Definitely a strong team there. We also just got confirmation from the production team that Anides will be the pilot for this round, and he will be facing Ultraman on the other side if we can switch over to the other team roster. And I think this is going to be a very exciting match because those two teams are probably, like, when you look at pre-tournament expectations, are going to be the ones that are most likely to compete for the second seed when it comes to potential playoffs qualification. And then Spain dropped the ball yesterday, so it's all up in the air in this group, and a win here can definitely put you in a prime position to make sure that you advance.
Absolutely, yeah. Anides, for anybody who followed the league scene, like myself and you, Max, will also know that he was a big league player back in the day, now transitioning to the card game Legends of Runeterra. But he was also a one-trick Ani player, as the name would suggest, but he was high-ranked in Challenger as well. So if anyone's seen him, you'll know the name. Let's take a look at their opposing team, Belgium. We do have their roster with Ultraman, 1996. I believe he'll also be piloting, and he'll be on the cam here for their team.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And it will be ZZ Dude. Actually, funny thing. So we asked him for a pronunciation of his name, and he was like, well, Mogwai said ZZ Dude yesterday, so might as well just be ZZ Dude for the rest of the time. So we're like, okay. And then we have Irvine coming in as the third player.
Yeah, two very strong lineups, and they're both, I think, most renowned for their respective pilots in this respective game. As you can see, they're also the ones with the highest finish, both able to secure a top 20 Masters at the time of the cutoff. And we will see how they are able to make sure that they are in a better position than their opponents. I'm very curious to see the lineups, and we just see them here on the screen now, at least for the Belgian team, and I'm sure the production team will shortly fix the Croatian side as well.
Yeah, exactly. Belgium is also one of the only teams to be bringing Ezreal Karma. You'll see that in the upper right-hand part, and that's leveled up for Ezreal as well, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Ezreal has been nerfed since the last time we really saw him take a competitive stand, so it's interesting seeing the team bring it out here today.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's a bit of a blast from the past, and one of the decks that I definitely expected to have some kind of presence. Anything Karma, honestly, I think is something that will probably pick up in value over the next couple of weeks, simply as a potential counter to the greedier and greedier mid-range to control lists like the Trundle Tryndamere or Aurelion Sol that we've seen sometimes, or Lux and Leona.
100%. On the opposite side, we're actually seeing Lee Sin Karma. So we'll see how that goes. I know the casters were having a discussion about this because Croatia was fielding this yesterday as well. We didn't see the game, and I'm not sure if they've run it yet, but typically you see Lee Sin alongside Zed or Diana. Those are the two popular choices. So to bring Karma in is very different. Again, could be a bait. It could be something entirely different. So we'll have to see if they bust it out. Entirely unsurprised, first ban coming out from Belgium is going to be Trundle.
Yeah, honestly, like, we were talking about it before the start of the tournament, and some were even arguing that they wouldn't be surprised to see a 100% Trundle ban throughout the entire first weekend. That didn't happen, thanks to the Czech team, who were able to just like curveball their way out of that. But I definitely see the Trundle still being one of the major priorities on the ban list. And one thing that I think is very interesting to see if the Croatian team, now after the Ashe ban is on both sides, actually follow up with the Trundle ban themselves and throw the reactivity back to themselves. So Belgium, yeah, there we go. The Trundle ban comes in there as expected. Now Belgium actually has to basically dictate the pace of the pick and ban, because Croatia now has the last say in what actually is taken off the table.
Yeah, so same bans so far. I'd also like to note that Croatia are running the Draven Darius list that we've seen already that was played into Tam Kench yesterday. So there's a good chance that they'll leave up that list here from Belgium because they may want to run that into that specific matchup. See what the final ban here is from Belgium. If they do want to run Tam Kench Soraka, it's likely they may look towards that Draven Darius ban.
Anivia ban. Yeah, I'm not
okay.
super surprised. As I said, like I think it's one of the decks that, while it hasn't seen as much play on stream yet, it seems to perform incredibly well behind the scenes, and we've seen it on the ban block so many times that I just can expect that that will continue to be the case. The Belgium team, however, does not actually run an Anivia deck themselves, so Croatia has a bit of freedom here when it comes to dictating the potential pool that is available for Game 1.
Well, I was about to predict potentially a TF Swain ban. It wasn't. It was the Lee Sin ban coming out here, so a little late on the trigger. So get that out of here. That's okay. So typically, if you're banning Lee Sin, you're looking towards potentially playing a slower deck. So maybe you are looking towards maybe your own Lee Sin and Karma deck, or going for a control deck closer to Tam Kench Soraka and closer to TF Swain. So there is a bit of a tell there. That being said, looking at the Ash ban and Trundle ban as generalist bans, it still could be anything. So it could be a bit of a tell. At the same time, it could be a bit of a bait. So Belgium just needs to figure out which one of it is coming in from Croatia.
Yeah, I would actually not be surprised if we are seeing a Swain TF mirror match here, simply because it's one of the most versatile decks that are still available, and also the least susceptible to a potential counter when it comes to the rest of the lineup. So TF Swain used to rise in popularity back in the day as one of the counters to the various Ezreal decks, and then it just stayed in the meta for a long period of time because it was able to be tuned and tweaked to the respective metas relatively easily, adjusting the amount of early units that you have and the early pressure that you create. And we only see the TF Swain, though, from the Belgium side, and the reaction with the Soraka Tam Kench from Croatia. Very curious to see how that match plays out.
Okay, so you got the half-point prediction from Game 1, Series 1, and now you have the
I'm sticking to 50%. I'm not being called 50% max for no reason.
So we'll call that a 4-point now. Yeah, Tam Kench Soraka, that's what I was alluding to. If you're banning away specifically combo, then maybe you're going towards control, because that is the natural predator there in that matchup. So again, bit of a tell, as I was saying, and then Belgium going straight up for controllers themselves. This will be interesting. Yeah, what's your take on TF Swain versus Tam Kench Soraka?
I think it boils down to a very, very simple question. And the question is, do you run Scorched Earth? If so, how many do you run? And if you run a decent amount, are you able to draw them? Because if you're able to deal with Star Spring, this matchup is actually something that I consider very, very winnable for the Swain TF deck. But Soraka Tam Kench, if there is no Scorched Earth, they're able to very easily establish a win condition that the deck cannot deal with. And usually Swain TF, while it can have a bit of a tempo flavor to it, it usually doesn't have the speed necessary to actually hammer down a Soraka Tam Kench deck without that win condition of Star Spring materializing.
No, 100% agree. We actually had this conversation off air between you, myself, and the other casters, and we were talking about this matchup and how it can go. Scorched Earth has kind of fit seamlessly into this deck list, along with some of those early drop units as well, thinking about Crossy Kodja coming in for the Swain TF list. So there's actually, while they've been negatively affected by things like the Make It Rain nerf, they've been positively affected by some of the new cards coming in at the same time. So I would say, like, not quite net neutral. I would say that now going into the current meta game, it's specific. Oh, there it is. Going into this current meta game and going into things like Tam Kench Soraka, they can be very, very strong. And just like you were talking about Scorched Earth, looking for like a relatively aggressive mulligan, getting it in the opening hand, and now being able to drop that basically whenever you could possibly want is going to be absolutely huge right here. So yeah, this is going to be a spicy matchup.
And I personally really love the player camps. You saw the slight smirk on Ultraman's face there when it's like, oh yeah, I got it. One of the potential lose conditions directly out of the way, an early Star Swing, which actually is not even manifested from the Croatia side, but it feels so good to have that option reliably because it's both sides of that card that are so good in this matchup, right? Both the killing a damaged Tahm Kench or a damaged Soraka side, as well as being able to remove the landmark, are going to be pivotal to a potential Belgian victory here.
I will say that keep your eyes on Anides because he is quite an emotive player. I believe we saw him yesterday with the Rubik's Cube, so expect to see a moderate level BM come out if they start winning, or even if they don't. We'll see how these couple early turns go. Yeah, straight up mirroring with the Kodja makes sense. Going in for Broadback Protector, fantastic in the current metagame into a lot of aggro matchups, but into control maybe slightly less good. We were having conversation a couple of weeks ago between Hunting Fleet and Broadback Protector, and divvying up basically like the distribution between those two cards.
Yeah, and Croatia being very happy here with their Star Spring top deck. Little do they know that the answer is already waiting in the hand of Ultraman and the Belgian team.
Yeah, and I think you can play pretty slowly here if you're Belgium. You're basically just chilling for this entire game. I would say that like if you didn't have Scorched Earth in your opening hand, you're basically trying to be aggressive enough that you put enough pressure on your opponent. But at the same time, just trying to cycle your deck as much as possible, looking for things like salvage, finding spaces where you can do that reliably and without taking a huge hit. But because they have an opening hand, they can play very differently, and they can just kind of do nothing as long as they don't die between now and like turn 8. And just before Star Spring procs for the win, boom, Scorched Earth. What are you going to do? Nothing.
One tiny little mind game that the Belgian team can now actually force Croatia into is just making them think that they don't have it, right? So you might play differently when you have the Star Spring and you're close to the win condition. You might perform some weird attacks. You might perform some weird unit sacrifices or unit damage moves simply because you're thinking, okay, well, I can just win off of this, right? But if you then see the Scorched Earth, and there's no way for the Targon Bilgewater deck to react with the Scorched Earth. They actually remove it instantly. They're just like, no, get that out of here.
Interesting. Ooh. How do you feel about that?
I think it's an aggressive line, I would say, right? There's two schools of thought here, I would say. One is that you want to ensure that you keep the pressure up because the Star Spring heal actually ensures that suddenly you can't really attack anymore on the Belgium side, right? Because there's suddenly, you have a 2-3 there, which you don't want to attack into. This attack, on the other hand, though, now you may force the trade, right? Or you may even get an Astral Protection that he's hovering here, but I would not expect that to be played here. It's too strong of a card, and you really want to keep it for Soraka and Tahm Kench.
Yeah, you can maybe pull resources. I could see a guiding touch maybe instead of touching face touch.
Just cycle through.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Like even looking for like things like Pale Cascade. So even just pulling these cards early on is quite nice if you're Belgian. I agree. It's a much more aggressive line. Looking at their hand right now, they have a bit of cycle. They have not a really aggressive draw. I would say that like I would love to go for the early Scorched Earth if you have like a really early curve and you can just swarm the board and push damage and Star Spring just gets 0 value. That being said, like because they have a slower hand, I personally may have just held on to the Scorched Earth and then played it later, and then be like, well, sucks to be you because your entire game plan happened to be around Star Spring, and now it's gone. So they decided, as you said, for the aggressive route, and we'll see how it plays out.
I definitely can see both sides of the argument, and I would probably tend to side with your line of thinking simply because I also just like enjoy the feeling of the life disappearing from the opponent's eyes when you just like destroy their 25 out of 22 Star Spring and they think they won the game and they just say no. But that being said, I think I understand where they're coming from. As you can see also here with the blocks and the heals, they are trying to take a bit of a conservative route. I think they're feeling relatively fine with how the game has progressed so far. Hired Gun here is amazing, threatens the TF for the next attack. And one thing I want to highlight here is that the Belgian team was actually able to create a lot of pressure initially. And the Soraka Tahm Kench deck, while it has a lot of heal, that heal is usually focused on units. Healing the Nexus is usually not easy for the deck, and beyond 3 guiding touches, there doesn't tend to be options in the deck, except for the Broadback Protector if the deck decides to run it, like in this case. So making sure that you are in a relatively healthy state and are not forced to land like single-digit health totals in the first couple of rounds is a priority for them. So I understand how they want to make it more conservative, and they want to ensure that they stabilize the board while ensuring that they just draw through their deck and build up more control options with Soraka, Tahm Kench, and hopefully second Star Spring for them.
I think that's the really important thing that you alluded to at the end of your sentence, was they're looking for another win con. They need to find their Tahm Kench, need to find their Soraka, find something that they can play around. Because right now it's just kind of playing dudes and cycling and hoping you hit something. That being said, there's a pretty reasonable chance that with the amount of cycle in their hand that they'll find something useful. That being said, looking at Belgium hand, they're starting to pick up basically everything they need for this game. They have cycle in the form of zaps, and you actually have like a good degree of aggression. Pretty difficult for this list here from Croatia to deal with elusives. And those 2 damages, if you get them in early, will mount up in value over time. As you said, there's not a lot of ways of healing the Nexus. It may force a broadback protector being developed early, and then at the same time you can pressure something like the Swain and then look to curve out into like a Leviathan. So I'm actually really liking the curve right here from Belgium.
No, absolutely. I think they definitely want to get some of the late game, but they also have salvage to potentially find it, right? I'm assuming this list, and again, we have to make assumptions here because it's closed deck lists. I want to highlight that, but I'm assuming that this list probably runs 3 Leviathan, and then the classic is currently in the meta, usually 1 or 2 Riptide Rexes on top of them. And you want to find either of those because the elusive units are usually ensuring that you get the planet triggers, and a really well-timed Riptide Rex can be so devastating for the board of Croatia. You see how the health of the units looks like. Every single unit right here, if they were to decide to play the Croaker, would have 1 HP except for the second Fortune Croaker. And the Riptide Rex would just completely annihilate that board. So it's definitely something that the Belgium team wants to find.
Sure. And if you end up going the Riptide route, then you definitely did want to kill the Star Spring early, so those health totals are very low, and you don't just have like a constant engine. Also, not getting the Soraka on early here, not even double drawing the Soraka, so you can very freely get like a Soraka's Wish to make yourself resistant to a Riptide Rex is also not a possibility. So drawing into that would actually be pretty high value this game if that's something they manage to find. Swain comes down relatively safe. There's not a lot of ways for Croatia to interact with this, especially because they haven't drawn into the Tahm Kench. He also needs a turn to get rolling himself. Yes, you have the Astral Protection in hand, but like you're starting to lose out on tempo here if you're the Tahm Kench Soraka deck. So yeah, Belgium pretty happy with that development. And now looking at what they go next, I don't dislike the open. You know, like this board can't really do anything against the Swain right now. They're only necessarily playing around Pale Cascade. And then apart from that, they can also basically, in control matchups, you want to try and pass the initiative to force your opponents to do something. And that's what this attack does right here.
Yeah, so let's play a round of like good news, bad news. Good news is they just top deck the Star Spring on the side of Croatia. So that means they actually have something where they can potentially develop a win condition on their own, which we really wanted them to be able to do. But this Swain attack will hurt, and you don't feel good about using your Bastion here just to block. So you're in for a potential 6 damage, and I think that's exactly what they're currently heavily debating. If the 6 damage are worth ensuring, he's hovering the Guiding Touch, right? You have healing in hand. I actually think it's the right call to just tank that attack, go down to 8, have some healing ready, and then go full on the Star Spring win condition. That's what I would want to see, especially with the Broadback Protector. Yeah, they're tanking the attack. I think that's absolutely the right call to make here.
100%, because what happens right there if you decide to touch face with Guiding Touch and then you draw into Pale Cascade, then, you know, great, because burst speed and you can actually play it. But you then give your opponent potential to play another spell, maybe even level up the Swain. Like further is 6 points on the 12-point total for Swain. And then he levels up and you're like, uh-oh. You know, and then you don't pull Pale Cascade, and then he just swings in, wipes your board, and you're like, well, I guess I just lost the game. So yeah, by tanking that hit, that was a much better play. And now you can touch face.
Yeah, now I'm not 100% sure how far the Swain level up condition is, but given that there are both the Hand of Noxus and the Noxian Fervor in hand ready, I don't expect that it would have been too far off. And given that there's also Crocus on the board as well, I think Belgium feels they're in a good position, but so is Croatia. I think we're going to see basically a race to the finish line here, and that's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, the second Star Spring was so necessary, and it came in a really clutch time where the board is wide and there's a lot of damaged units and things like that. And also they have a hand that can potentially protect as well with the combat tricks coming up from Belgium. So we suddenly went from like a 1-horse race to a 2-horse race very quickly. It would be interesting to see if Belgium, as we were saying at the start of the match, is this a 1 Scorched Earth list? Is this a 2? Is this a 3 even? It's a relatively new card and also a relatively new concept as we move into tournament play specifically. So we'll see if that's also a possibility and something to draw into. Debating the guiding touch here, I'd probably chill. It kind of depends how much Belgium decide to tap here.
I would love the preemptive lock on the Star Child. And they're thinking, okay, is it worth saving? I don't agree. Like, if this is actually the play, I do not think that's worth.
Yeah, I agree. We just saw there Spain versus Romania. We just saw that win come through. So, as I said, if you are just joining us, we do have 2 games happening at the same time, and we just showed that Spain won right there. So we'll try and keep you updated as much as we can. But back onto this game, we do have the Swain coming through, and there's the level up. So feeling pretty good of you, Belgium.
And you also feel like validated in your decision here from the team from Croatia, right? Like, because you're like, okay, they would have had the option to level up the Swain. Definitely feeling happy that I decided to just skip that block and did not leave myself open to anything here.
Okay, so Star Spring condition is still getting up there. It just kind of just needs time, and the fact that it came in like turn 6 and is only now starting to be developed is a little bit late. Really hoping to pull the Tamkent or Sirach as well to try and augment this win condition. Hasn't really found it just yet. Still just have 2 cycle cards in hand though, in the form of Touch and Pale Cascade. So there's still a chance, and now you're at the point in the game where you have a ton of mana to kind of play around. Going off the top, it's okay. But
Boxapus actually. Boxapus is a good draw here. It's one of the few cards in the deck that is actually able to block Fearsome without any additional help from a Bastion or a Pale Cascade. And having a block for Swain is pivotal here, right? Because an attack from Swain that connects wipes your board. You might obviously keep 1 unit alive with your Astral Protection, and maybe another with Guiding Touch and or Bastion Pale Cascade, but that's not what you want to do. You definitely need to make sure that you are able to block. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to start a war between Belgium and Croatia in this card game, where they are trying to fight over the Boxapus and that potential Fearsome blocker. And they're looking good here with Death's Hand on the Belgium side twice, plus another Noxian Fervor to potentially deal with the Fearsome blocker.
Yeah, it's important to note, though, that a lot of the spells coming in from Croatia are burst speed, so they can actually beat out a lot of the fast speed removal spells coming in from Belgium. And I think with 4 mana remaining, or even 6 mana remaining, it's just a little too risky to try and go through that line. So I do actually like that they developed the Zap right here, and actually going for a slightly more conservative play instead of going all out with the spells, or even dropping Sentry, right?
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think the fight will start next turn. I think it will probably start with a sentry from Belgium, like threatening the stun on the challenger, and then it will go from there.
Okay, yeah, pretty solid attack right here. Looking to threaten the Zap, of course. Probably just let this through. Depends how much you really want to like keep that Zap around, but I don't think Zap is really your condition, right? You have a second one. Swain is really what you want to be playing around. As you said, like finding the war over the Fearsome blocker is going to be a big deal. Actually throwing the Swain under, thinking about it. Yeah, I guess they feel pretty safe with the amount of protection they have from the spells right here with 4 mana remaining. Feels okay. And again, if you're Croatia, you just kind of let this happen. Losing a single unit is not that big of a deal. And you may even want to free up board space as well for a potential big drop coming in later.
Yeah. I like the Hydreigon here that basically like adds another avenue to the war that we were alluding to that will start next turn around the potential Swain Connect, because this obviously enables them to just pull the 3-2 challenger with their 2-1 and threaten another favorable trade there in their favor. And Croatia will have to react with either Pale Cascade or Bastion because they cannot let the Swain connect.
Yeah, Kodja, not what you want to see, gotta be honest. Really not off the top. Double Astral Protection, no, and Pale Cascade, so they will be able to, at burst speed, find themselves a Fearsome blocker. And Swain doesn't have Overwhelm, so if they go for the open attack here, even if they drag the 3-2 out of the way, there will be a blocker here. Won't get the value off the draw unless they decide to commit to the Astral Protection first, that being from the side of Croatia. So it's up to them if they want to do that, and they almost snapped it. I was like, okay, onto the box the first.
Yeah, it's a big question here from my perspective. If you just want to play defensively, how do you want to value your respective units? I'm actually not 100% certain how valuable the Boxtopus is here, but I think actually the reason that they're opting for this line is that they want to get as much heal as possible across all their units so they can actually threaten their own win condition as fast as possible.
Yeah, I understand saving those astral protections for so long because you really would like to use it on like the champion you're trying to commit to or the condition you're committing to. Like a big Tam is really dangerous. Even a big Soraka is really annoying to deal with, and also allows you to accelerate your Star Spring win condition. So it's a little unfortunate having to use it there, but another one in hand. I do agree. I actually don't hate dropping it onto the Boxopus right here because it just becomes a challenger that never dies, and then you can always use it. And with that being the vulnerable target, it also kind of nullifies that to a certain extent. So not the worst line. Absolutely, I feel like playing the best with the hand that they've been dealt.
Yeah. And honestly, I did not catch, unfortunately, like how much the Star Spring already had. But there's an argument to be made here to just have the other Astral Protection right here on the Broadback Protector, even if there wasn't the Noxian Fervor. Now it actually makes it easy. So that's 16 already. With the heal coming in, we're looking at 19 starting this turn. So there's the potential threat of the 22 by the end of the next Croatian turn.
Yeah, it was 10 coming into the turn, 2 off the heal on the first Astral Protection, and 4 off the second, making it 16. And it is now further coming through, being threatened. Not committed yet.
Yeah, they're looking for options. I think the Belgian team realized that they need to draw something here. They need to find a way to either get rid of the Broadback Protector, which unfortunately they don't. They were really hoping for another flock here. The way that this manifests, they might be in a really awkward position next turn, unless they obviously draw the second Scorched Earth. If they even play one, we don't know for sure. And they're doing the math, and they're probably arriving at the same conclusion that I arrived at, that next turn is probably going to be the last if they can't interact with the board or the Star Spring.
Yeah, there's the Rex we were talking about. Would have been nice to see it just a turn earlier. Maybe even a play going into this turn. Then again, you're playing into full mana from Croatia, so even then it may not even be the greatest of plays. And now you're low on mana, looking towards these Death's Hands. You already used your attack token. Yeah, this is rough, man. Croatia with that second Star Spring exactly when they needed it. Sooner, no later. It was the perfect time. And again, this is one of those situations where you could potentially argue for using your Scorched Earth later, right? Like your opponent invests so heavily into this condition, and you go, boom, Scorched Earth. And then you have to develop the second one. You can maybe play around that, play the second Star Spring, something like that. So then there's 2 to remove at the same time, but that would have been slowed down. So yeah, again, a lot of different ways this game could have gone. Still not over yet. There's definitely ways that Belgium could navigate this, but Croatia in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, they're deciding to kill the 2/2 here. Very interesting to me that they actually opt for the Ravenous Flock over the Death's Hand here. But this is one of the few ways that they had at their disposal to potentially slow down the timer by 1 turn. We're literally talking about clock here, and it's really important to understand how that the game of Runeterra obviously often revolves around not about the amount of damage that you can deal, but about how many turns will it take you to win the game. And in this case, even a single turn that the Belgian team is able to buy for themselves might actually be incredibly pivotal if they were able to connect with the Swain or potentially threaten the board with the Riptide Rex or draw the Scorched Earth.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a big shakedown here as well.
Shakedown, an incredible draw from the Croatian team.
Ooh, maybe not even thinking about the open attack. In and out. Yeah, do you need to be thinking about potential Rex here? Death's Hands into Rexes is a potential. And you do want your board to be tanky enough to be able to take the hit. It's 2 damage off of each one of those cannonballs. So off of this attack, there is the potential to kind of just get high rolled. Okay.
Honestly, I think the Belgian team needs to think about this right now. They need to understand that if they actually Death Hand the box supporter, that there's a chance. Obviously, they don't know that there's the Bastion in hand, that they both get rid of the Boxtopus, as well as obviously the Riptide Rex then annihilating their entire board. And even if there is no Astral Protection, no Bastion, no reaction from Croatia, then and they were still able to maintain the box on board, the Riptide Rex is able in a position where they can actually clear up the entire board and potentially negate the Starswing win condition for this turn, and maybe even for the next.
Yeah, so here comes the Dead Hands. This is really just looking with two reasons. This will be able to get the trade here off of the Swain, which obviously don't want the Swain to die, but if it is going to die, then at least you can take the Boxopus with it, which has already had a big investment gone into it. At the same time, for your opponent Bastions, it's not a 2 effect, it's an and effect, I believe. So the damage to the face will still happen, even if they are playing around a Bastion. So either way, I feel like this is just a solid Death Hand coming in from Belgium.
Absolutely. And while I actually think that Croatia probably should go for the Bastion here, I still think that Belgium sits comfortable with the Riptide Rex in hand.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, saving.
So they're saying at 19 out of 22.
19 out of 22. Okay, so essentially they want to go into this end of turn by... Okay, it's basically just on this roll. I like how I was mapping out, and it's it doesn't matter. It's literally just about this roll and how this works out. So 3, I believe, are hitting the broadback. So Bastion would end up saving it because then it would give it an extra 1 health, and it would take 2 hits and put it down to 2. So there would be 1 away from their condition, I believe, and then the rest are hitting Kodja. So you just Bastion the broadbacks, I believe.
We might have actually seen 4 there, but I'm not 100% positive.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to see sometimes.
Yeah, 2 of the lines were a little bit over each other, but I think you're right. It was only 3, so they could have theoretically kept the Broadback Protector alive, decided against it, though.
Yeah, obviously you have to play the unit there because you've got to be scared of the open. Ooh, Pale. Bastion into Pale's not bad.
Yeah, I consider that a misplay, though, right? Because they could be at 20 right now, and any heal this turn could have been enough to actually secure the Starswing win condition. And now they're just hoping to drop something. Hush is not good enough. That should be lethal here.
It should be, yeah, I believe. If you were going to use Hush, I'm not sure what other targets you'd be really looking for outside of the Swain here. And in which case you just kind of throw it in immediately, or you're trying to bluff the card that you managed to get, which would potentially save you. But if it was a unit, you would have played it as well. So I think if you're Belgium, you're looking at this and you're 100% I just develop, and then I go in for the final swing. Yeah,
just the GG coming out. In the end, the misplay at the end didn't end up mattering.
Yeah, 100%. I really like how Belgium looked at that, and they just saw that draw come in, and it was just okay, based on how they played it and how they snapped back, easy develop, easy swing, and then they just won the game. But there were so many times in that game that we spoke about it, and we were like, oh, this is potentially going either way. There was definitely a point in that game where we were like, oh, maybe this is actually just the Tam Soraka win, even with the early Scorch Death coming in. And then we were not criticizing, but looking at the different line that could have happened if you didn't use the Scorched Earth so early, and then managed to just kind of draw into what they needed. The Riptide Rex that we mentioned at the very start of the game ended up coming in huge right there, being able to wipe out the board. I think it's maybe debatable right there coming in from the opposing side right there, using the Bastion, or rather not using the Bastion and saving the board, and then, as you said, potentially finding the heal, keeping the broadback to life, having the second unit, and then being able to maybe block the push coming through, because that makes it slightly more awkward. But again, it's a high pressure situation, and it could have gone either way. As with everything, as we said in card games, it can go either way, and it's percentage values of which is better.
Yeah, I would have to look at it again. From my gut feeling, it feels like you're opting into a worse line, like almost strictly worse line, by not using the Bastion there, because you're removing some outs from your respective perspective. But I would have to go into it again, and obviously they might be thinking about cards that we don't have on screen, that they might not be even on the deck, so that might have informed their decision. But just looking at it at face value, it felt like a misplay, but the misplay actually didn't end up mattering because they didn't draw heal anyway.
Yeah, exactly, right. But it's allowing yourselves those options if you do draw into it, right? Trying to maximize your value and maximize the amount of ways you can win the game. That said, we're going back into our third and final game of this matchup with Croatia that did even it up, I believe. So we'll see what decks they decide to go into this final game. Of course, if you do manage to find a win with a deck, then it's locked out essentially for the rest of the set. And if you lose with your deck, you can either decide to stay the same or swap it up.
Yeah, I would not be super surprised to see a potential Tam Soraka mirror match here. I don't think there's many really amazing options that Belgium still has left to answer Soraka Tam. And there we go. I'm getting better. upping my 50% prediction rate from here.
It's getting there. So we're going to have the mirror. Interesting. Okay. I mean, it is possible to tech into a mirror, so sometimes you can even have that in your back pocket and just be like, okay, if this ever does happen and I think my opponent's going to play it, you can tech in like Divergent Pass, for example, being able to like potentially disrupt your opponent's game plan, and especially in a tournament setting, and especially when you have so many decks available to you, it suddenly becomes a thing that you have to be thinking about.
I'm going to tell you a story about this mirror match, and
Sure.
I frankly believe that this is one of the most interesting mirror matches that I've ever seen, honestly, in any card game. So how this very much manifests is that whoever goes first in this matchup and draws Tahm Kench has a significant advantage because you can slam down the Tahm Kench on turn 4, then you have priority on turn 5, and you can always threaten the opposing Tahm Kench from there on out. You're never actually going to play the Devourer, but you actually are in a position where you always threaten it and essentially put Belgium under a threat where they are kind of locked. And that kind of lock can only be broken super late into the game on turn 9, turn 10-ish, and that's even only when like they're drawing double Tahm Kench or they have a lot of protection in between those turns. And winning the coin flip here and starting off first as the Croatian team must feel good for them, given that they're down 0-1 in the series.
So I just heard that players started early right there, so we missed the first minute of the game. But considering it's a Tahm Kench Soraka mirror,
we saw a lot of passes, which we just imagine us like making some very like eloquent and articulate comments on what they did.
They're matching the spacebar. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
not super complicated in the first couple turns in this one, but Tahm Kench being dropped, and as you said, you basically sacrifice 2 mana, right? It's like locking away two of your mana crystals to basically hold your opponent hostage and never be able to play Tahm Kench. So, or even anything big for that matter, even Soraka. So, unless you're developing like 2 threats in 1 turn, getting that first Tahm Kench makes such a huge deal. And Belgium doesn't even have Tahm Kench right now, and is actually moving towards the Star Spring, as that's the condition they've managed to pick up.
Yeah, and honestly, like this is a bit of a discussed topic, I would say, among the highly low players in Masters at the moment when it comes to, is Star Spring actually a potential answer to this lock, yes or no? And there are a lot of players who feel very strongly that Star Spring is one of the worst cards in the mirror, simply because it doesn't really help you break the lock, right? Where the other camp is advocating for, well, it gives you a potential win condition that is not reliant directly on the lock, and you would just play around that lock in a way, right? Because even if you play other units that are not Tahm Kench, if you have enough mana to threaten Tahm Kench, the other player would not play the Devourer, right? Because they want to keep that lock intact, right? They want to ensure that you can't play the Tahm Kench. So all the other units kind of get a free pass and wouldn't get devoured by the Tahm Kench. And that's kind of the 2 schools of thoughts. And it's very much of a, if I know that he knows that I know kind of situation, which might not be very, very intriguing when you look at the board, but might be very, very interesting when you think about it when it comes to what's going on in the minds of the players.
It's such a bizarre mirror. It's so different from many other mirror matchups in the game, because sometimes it just becomes like, did I get this card, yes or no? And that's kind of just like, did I win, yes or no, right? And then sometimes you do get matchups where it's like really down to skill, and then playing around and maybe playing slower, we've been playing faster, and I think each one is very specific. But this one's just so different, right? Because you have that different win con, and there is such a stark difference between playing Tahm Kench. And right now, there we go. Yeah, you just keep the mana, you wait, and the second Tahm Kench has been found here by Belgium, but it's so difficult to play.
Yeah, and you saw exactly what I mentioned earlier, right? The Acquired Taste did not get used by the Croatian team because there was a 4 mana available for the team from Belgium, and they could have threatened the Tahm Kench. And if you ever break that lock, suddenly the lock reverses, right? If he did go for the Devourer there, obviously the Belgian team would have accepted that. They would have slammed their own Tahm Kench, and suddenly the lock reverses, and they are the ones who can threaten the Tahm Kench with their own Devourer. And that kind of mind game and that kind of play around mechanism is essentially what makes and breaks this mirror match, and which is probably going to be what decides the outcome of this game.
There's so many decisions to make here. There's so many discussions, I imagine, that are happening in comms right now for this 3 versus 3 matchup. Just to remind everyone, it's Ultraman and Anides that we have on cameras for Belgium and Croatia respectively. But they are in comms right now with the rest of their team. So These are the pilots that we see on screen. We are just looking at potential next play coming out from Croatia with a lot of spells. I will say that much: a lot of cycle and a lot of spells.
Yeah, and honestly, this is probably one of the hardest matches to play when it comes to understanding what you can and what you can't, what you can and what you can't do, and what kind of things you should be comfortable with and what you shouldn't be. This acquired taste, for example, I think is a very, very big misplay.
Yeah, they're deciding which target to go for, and then at the end they may not even use it. We'll see what it ends up being. The time is running down, so they got to pick at some point.
For the hope of the Croatian fans, I definitely hope they decide against using it, because otherwise, again, as I said, they would open themselves up for just getting locked in themselves.
Yeah, because 4 mana remaining, right? Like, this is another turn where Tahm Kench can come down from Belgium, and almost certainly will after this is being used. I think if you're Belgium, you're looking at this and you're like, yeah, I'll allow this. You may have my star chart.
So what we see next turn is a big war when it comes to the Tahm Kench. We will likely see the Belgian team now slamming down the Tahm Kench, then both sides getting the acquired taste. Croatia will have priority in the next turn, so they might be the ones starting to create the first threat by using the acquired taste on the other Tahm Kench, but the Bastion is waiting for the team from Belgium, and then we essentially will see a war when it comes to, okay, who is able to keep their Tahm Kench alive.
Yeah, it's 100% an arms race, basically, between the amount of spells that you have, and basically you would go for this play and you commit to this when you feel confident enough you have the spells to be able to counter what your opponent has, you know? And it becomes a percentage play of, like, what cards do they have, what do I expect them to have, size of hand, what have they played so far, how have they played, and all of these calculations go into, do I play the Licky Tongue spell or not? Do I gobble their unit or no? You know?
Very interesting.
Oh, okay.
So they see a different line here. They want to just kill the Tahm Kench. And very, very interesting to pursue this. And the Astral Protection, though, will negate that plan. And suddenly, they go unpunished. I would have considered that a potential really, really big misplay from the Croatian team. But the Belgian team going for the high-risk, high-reward route of trying to just kill the Tahm Kench straight up without having to go through that potential spell war is getting hard punished by the Astral Protection here.
Wow, I think with the information at hand, we can see everything, but I think with the information at hand, there's no way you can go for that play, because if your opponent is just like, okay, we have the lock, we go for the acquired taste, then it's like saying we had everything that we need to back up this play, right? We're so confident this is going to work, you know. And if you're looking at it from another angle, there's no reason to bluff. There's literally no reason. You have the lock in place. You don't need to bluff. You don't need to do anything risky. So if you're at the side of Belgium, you look towards that play and you're like, okay, what I can do is surprise next turn, right? You have initiative, maybe you try and eat my Tahm Kench, and then boom, as you said, Bastion comes down, and then maybe you beat them out that way. And I think that's a much stronger line in general. And I would rather take that like 70-80% of the time than what happened. And as you said, that was a huge punish coming through, and the Tahm Kench doesn't get played at all.
Strong pass here from Croatia. The reason they're passing here is because they're playing around the double Tahm Kench line. I tried to outline it at the start, right? What happens here is they play Tahm Kench, it's going to get eaten, that's going to be either fine or trying to get bastioned, and then they will follow up with a second Tahm Kench, and they will get priority in the next turn. So turn 5 and turn 9 are essentially the most crucial turns in this meta. As you see, they just accept it. They just say, okay, you can eat it, I'll have my second one, and you don't have a response, and next turn I'm going to lock you.
And this is only a play that can specifically happen with finding a double draw on the Tahm Kench. So, as we said, there's a lot of nuance to this matchup. There's a lot of ways it can go. There's a lot of very specific situations.
The Bayou Brunch, almost the wrong way around. You see any death reaction on cams. Very much getting called off by both his teammates, which I'm assuming they are screaming in his ears, like, no, not that order.
The other way, yeah. You know, I sure. So many times on ladder when this first came out, people would just do it the wrong way around, and they would lose the Tahm Kench.
Instant concede.
Yeah,
exactly. Instant concede, just like the Bayou Brunch to the instant concede because of doing it the wrong way. This will obviously be the level up here for the Tahm Kench, and next turn we'll see the fight. It's going to be the Devour started from the side of Belgium, and then we will start seeing that spell war that we were talking about. But there's no Bastion on the side of Croatia.
Let's see how this goes down. Yeah, I think you'll probably just going for the shakedown.
Yeah, they're trying to do as much damage to the Tam Kench here as possible.
Mm.
They might even try to kill it. They are actually in a position. There's only 1 mana left. They're in a good position. They can just Pale Cascade and kill the Tam Kench.
Yeah, I mean, what could they have, right, in these two regions?
Nothing for 1 mana. This will go through, and yeah, you see Ultraman slightly shakes his head. It's like, nah, that was exactly the combination of cards that they weren't supposed to have.
Yeah, that's brutal. Okay, well, we'll see how this turns out now, but that's 2 Tam Kenches down, so...
Yeah, Croatia will feel good about this.
Really rough spot, yeah. I mean, with Starspring running, Tam Kench is down, and still having the Tam Kench rolling, it's a super rough spot to be in.
Yeah, and you see now, like, Ultraman and his team from Belgium, they're going to the think tank. They need to think about, okay, how can we actually win this game? And the only way that they can, from my understanding, is that they either draw the 3rd Tam Kench, which is obviously very low percentage chance. We're looking at like 4%-ish per draw here. And on the other hand, the other win condition is Starspring, but they don't have a good hand to actually support a Starspring win condition, right? They only have the Boxtopus, and just healing for 2 or 3 every single turn is just not good enough.
We've just been notified, by the way, thank you, production, that Romania managed to take that next game versus Spain. So it's now 1-1. And once again, we'll update you once that series completes. But yeah, we'll see how that one goes. Obviously, as you said, Spain really looking to bounce back after yesterday's painful performance, getting completely wiped in our first game of the day. So we'll check back in a little bit. But back onto the Tam Kench war with only 1 Tam Kench in the game. Feeling pretty good.
Absolutely are. Like, as you see, and I think the face cam reactions from the Belgian teams say it all here. The Boxtopus was one of the only ways that you could reliably trigger your Starspring every single turn and ensure that you have a potential win condition here. And the Tam Kench is just going to get gigantic. And they don't have a way to deal with it at all. And I honestly feel like Croatia is in a really, really good position here, and they might be able to secure the victory.
You know, I'm surprised that Anides hasn't started BMing yet. Usually that's like the telltale, you know, getting the second swallow of the Tam Kench, like I was like, guarantee he's bringing out the Rubik's Cube. Didn't happen though. Maybe there's still time though. Yeah, I don't know. I look at this matchup in general and I'm just like, how much time do you commit to learning it? Because as you've been talking about, like I've been learning in this cast with you how many different scenarios there are and many schools of thought and how it can potentially go and the combination of cards that you have at a certain time and the way that you draw them and the different conditions that you have. It's like such a complex matchup that unless you're like super confident in going for it, it's just like, maybe I just don't even play this matchup in the first place. It's too frustrating. So yeah, I mean, obviously that's a super easy win coming from Croatia. They were just completely locked out of being able to do anything there from Belgium. So Croatia coming in with a pretty strong win.
Very important for them, right, to bounce back here with the Tam Kench Soraka lock in again, understanding that the only matchup that they could be facing there, and that's why it was also so easy for me to call that, could be the Tam Kench mirror match, and apparently they felt very comfortable in it. There were some questionable decision points, I would argue, but they were still able to snatch it in the end. Simply the team from Belgium was not able to find the necessary answers they needed, and one could argue when they dropped the double Tam Kench, that might have been a bit of an overcommit, given that they didn't have additional mana to secure that win condition, and they could have waited a bit longer to actually ensure that they have more mana to protect it, right? Another 2 turns wouldn't have actually hurt them because there is no direct pressure. As you see, the game really doesn't move a lot, right? You see a lot of like mind games, you see a lot of control exerted, but you don't really see that exerted in the form of threatening to win the game right now pressure. So I really would have liked to see from the Belgian team to actually like take it a bit slower and then use the double Tam Kench 2 turns from there on to ensure that you have more mana to protect that potential win condition of yours to break that lock.
And without a doubt, it's one of those matches that you go into, and we're talking about the complexity of the matchup. You probably go back, and if you want to play it again, you watch it like 5 times, right? You think about like all the potential ways that can go. Yeah, it's super rough. As we go into our third game here, now 1-1.
I think mentally it's really important for the Belgian team to not have these kind of thoughts now. Like not to go back and just like, oh damn, we could have won that game, we could have played that differently, maybe we could have pulled it off, right? I think it's really important to just focus on that third game now, take it 1 game at a time. You need to just win this game now. If you win this game now, it almost doesn't matter that you lost the previous one, right? What matters here is that you secure the series win in the best of 3, and you need to put your mind to doing just that. And they still have Soraka Tam at their disposal here.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
We might see
decks
Soraka
that
Tam with a Twisted Fate Swain the other way around now.
There's a good chance. Oh wow, super different coming through.
Wow.
This is the Lee Sin Karma deck we were talking about earlier that was being questioned by the caster team. And then on the opposite side, we see a very standard Fiora Shen list coming through. We can get to the matchup in a second, but I would like to talk about Lee Sin Karma for a second, because this is not really a deck that you see at all. I know a lot of the casters were saying, like, I personally have seen it in low masters being experimented with, but never in a competitive sense, right? I never saw anyone climbing with it 2 masters. I never saw it in like mid masters. I only ever saw it like, I have nothing to lose. I'm going to see how this goes. So it's such an odd deck that I didn't expect to see in the tournament environment.
Yeah, I've only seen it a very limited amount of time, and how I would frame it is that the core of this deck will always be Lee Sin, right? And there's essentially 3 kind of routes that you can go. Well, maybe it's 4 actually, 4 kind of routes that you can go. One is the Diana route, which is essentially a cheap early removal, so it's the best against aggro. Then Zed is kind of the best against aggro and mid-range. Then only Lee Sin is another alternative, which is probably the best against mid-range and also good against control. And then the 4th avenue is just going for the Karma, which improves your control mirror by a lot, but actually reduces your aggro mirror by basically the same margin, right? So you need to opt into which kind of these 4 paths you go for when you build your Lee Sin deck. This is obviously assuming that this is a Lee Sin-centered focused deck, which we cannot say for certain, but that I think is the best sophisticated guess that we can come up with, given that we don't have the full deck list yet.
Right, so going for like a much slower route, and then into the opposing matchups right here, actually not terrible. I could definitely see why you would pick that up in this situation, because right now we'll be obviously moving much slower than the Fiora list. And looking at this matchup, how's this one going to go? So obviously if this was a much more aggressive matchup, I think I would really not want to have like a Diana or definitely not a Zed and maybe a Diana. Because at least with the Diana, you can cycle. With the Zed, you swing in, and you're like, oh, it's riposte, I guess I lose. But on the opposing side, when you have a much slower deck, you can potentially just stall the board out, essentially. The ways that you deal with the early game, if Belgium decides to go wide, can be difficult because you have things like Goat and I, which just get gobbled up by Fiora. And it's very easy just to chunk that board down. But that being said, no Fiora on the side of Belgium. Probably going to go for a much more Vivid Shaper-centric early game here. So we'll see how this one goes.
Free thing with the Mountain Goat feels great. Like the free gem that you just get for free there is fantastic. Helps you so much with your spell count for the Lee Sin. Make sure that you are able to potentially like secure some units to not be in potential challenger or kill ranges. And having another one never hurts here. And River Shaper also a solid draw from Belgium. I think both sides, I would say, are fairly happy with their draws. Although I would definitely argue that the deck from Croatia should be favored in the respective matchup here. Lee Sin draw is huge. So the attack here, pretty straightforward, I would say. You obviously want to ensure that you, again, get as many gems as possible. It makes it very easy for the spell count for the Lee Sin. And on the side of Belgium, they're now thinking, okay, is it worth the sharp side? Is this worth actually interacting with? Is it worth fighting the fight? And given that there's still 6 mana available for the team from Croatia, and there's so many options that potentially win that trade here, from Hush to Pale Cascade to even a potential like Sonic Wave just to kill the River Shaper, I don't really think it's a strong play. They still decide to go for it to just like get the trade done, and Croatia's more than happy to hush that and actually deny the card draw from the Belgian team.
That's interesting. That is very interesting. Yeah, because they only one Hush in hand, so it's not necessarily like a throwaway card. And I think there's a lot of situations in which you may want Hush in this matchup, like if the Fiora gets big and there's a bunch of buffs on the Fiora, if she's been heavily invested into. Also, like certain turns, especially if like you're looking towards like a big judgment swing later on, and you have like a big dragon, and then you Hush the dragon, and then they just die to combat. Like I think there's a lot of ways in Hush where Hush can actually be huge value, but at the same time, like that's also pretty good if your opponent is trying to play around River Shaper early. And it was kind of obvious that they were doing so by putting that in so early and then investing into it. Then by killing that, it's kind of like saying that they didn't have the Fiora, so I can happily use the Hush now, gain value, gain tempo, and then stall the game out, right? Because really just looking for time. You want time if you're Lee Sin. Lee Sin's always going to be the win condition. And it's also been pushed back a turn, right? Like the Lee Sin nerf came through, so you're dropping it like turn 5 and onwards instead of like just a straight up turn 4 drop.
No, absolutely. And I think, honestly, the team from Croatia feels good here because they are in a position where they have the Lee Sin and they are able to just have the presence there. But I also want to quickly comment on the screen that we just saw there. Spain was actually able to secure that like last final game against Romania. So they won the series 2-1. Very, very important for both our Spanish co-casters, obviously, who I imagine are cheering at their screens right now. And obviously also for every fan of the Spanish team who were one of the favorites coming into this tournament. Starting 0-2 would have been super detrimental, so they're going to be very happy that they were able to bounce back and actually like are now 1-1 in series scores.
All right, back into this game. Triple gem in hands. These goats have really just been putting in the work in this early game. Not gonna lie. Lee Sin has been developed now. Early Lee Sin develop. That's probably fine. I think that there's so many defensive spells in this deck that. No, now that I've said it out loud, I hate it. I think developing the Lee Sin so early, especially when you have things like Screeching Dragon that can come down and so many things that can challenge, and it's more likely your opponent has things like Riposte. I think it is quite difficult. Yes, you do have the burst spells in the short term, and yes, those burst spells are cycle cards. But it's going to be a while until this Lee Sin levels up anyway. Yes, you have all these gems in hand, but it's a much more aggressive route where I think you maybe could have just waited like an extra 1 to 2 turns before developing this and waiting perhaps to see if you have more burst spells to potentially protect the Lee Sin that isn't just his innate barrier. This will just be the double gem into the attack, which I don't dislike. It's just kind of vulnerable to things like having multiple single combats or going into like a concerted strike or then comboing both of them, right? Like barriers are very vulnerable to that type of play.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, like when you're looking at, I'm gonna like we talked about this like off air a little bit, right? Like we usually are 80 to 90% aligned on most of the lines of play, and on the other 10 to 20%, we're just completely misaligned. From my perspective, this was a genius play from Croatia. They read Belgium like a book. They had the Sonic Wave ready to do exactly what they did. Trade off the Goat with a Shen, which is insane because Shen is one of the biggest and best cards in that matchup, and also just have the Lee Sin ready. Like even in this scenario here, right? If you're looking at double single combat, what does it actually achieve? Double single combat just ensures that you do 4 damage to Lee Sin. That's not good enough. Not when you have 2 gems and a Guiding Touch in hand, and then potential reaction in the form of Will of Ionia for the next turn, right? So I think actually Croatia very much like played exactly as they needed to and maneuvered themselves in a position where they're now in a commanding lead and are most likely able to exert so much pressure with the Lee Sin that the Belgian team just cannot keep up with it unless they actually find a good way to play around the utility that Lee Sin provides every single turn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always happy to say when I'm wrong, and I think now that I've seen this play out and I saw the actual line that happened, and with the open attack of the Lee Sin with the burst speed on the gems, I 100% agree. Yeah, like I was looking at a different line where there was time for Belgium to develop, and they had 2 units on board, and then they were able to use like something like a concerted strike or a combination of spells to punch through, and maybe even like River Shape or something like that, having extra unit. But the combination by having the extra health off of the quote unquote nerf onto Lee Sin was also huge there because obviously Screeching Dragon couldn't trade into it. So it ended up just being this straight up superior play.
Yeah, Twitch is probably going crazy over the quote-unquote nerf to Lee Sin here right now. Understandable.
Yeah, they're probably doing 2 things. One is flaming me for being an Iron Caster, and the second thing is talking about the Lee Sin nerf. So
guys, 2 things. 1, I'm the only one who's allowed to flame Pulse, and 2, he's Platinum. He's not Iron.
Yeah. Platinum this season. I've managed to get masters in
Oh
every
yeah, I
season.
forgot. I somehow forgot to add that. Sorry, my
Yeah, I
bad.
forgot to add the 4 times masters right there. Sure. Okay, so additional back over to Belgium here. Yeah, this Lee Sin's getting huge right now, and man, like as I said, like those goats put in so much work early, managing so many gems, accelerating the Lee Sin win condition, and then going into those open attacks as well was such a big deal here. And Belgium just kind of not drawing a lot of what they want. Like Feifolk's not doing a ton. And especially with the way that Lee Sin operates and how it's usually just hitting you in the face for all of your HP, lifesteal is not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to like make it very, very simple, units bad, spells good for the side of Belgium.
Yes.
Every single unit that you play will just get eaten up by the Lee Sin, and you hardly have any way to really interact with that if you don't have the spells. And the 2 spells you currently have in the form of Concerted Strike and Judgment are so expensive that you can't really chain them up until turn 10, right? So that really makes it difficult for the Belgian team here. They might try to actually go for the Fiora win condition. Little do they know there's so many answers on the side of Croatia, from Will of Ionia to Notify to Crash and Strike, 2 potential solutions to be found with the 2-mana burst spell that actually gets you a Celestial card.
I think with how this game has gone, I'm respecting the early hush more and more from Croatia, understanding that you want more spells from the side of Belgium, and if they're locked with too many units, they just kind of lose the game. So by removing that early River Shaper and stopping it from getting multiple swings and multiple procs, you're basically just strengthening your board, and because you're getting those early gems, you can guarantee that you basically are able to outspell your opponents. And that's kind of how it's worked out. The Fiora is dropping here, and the trade comes through. River Shape is dead on the swing, and then Lee Sin's going to be feeling pretty good going into this next turn, into this next initiative.
100%. And I would class the Hush on the River Shaper as like a high risk, high reward play, right? Because there might have been a situation where you wanted to get the Hush again, but that didn't occur. They were not even in a remote situation where they were in need for Hush. And I think it's worth highlighting that when you make these kind of decisions, you always need to think, okay, what's the value I'm getting now versus what's my expected value and what's the potential value, right? And in that situation, they were essentially able to make sure that the far side didn't actually matter, plus able to deny a draw, right? So essentially getting rid of 2 cards in that specific situation with your Hush, so a 1 for 2. So making it better than a 1 for 2 later down the line, while possible, not super likely. So I completely agree with their assessment here. And here are a lot of great choices. Very great.
Yeah. I would go Comet here. What did they pick? I didn't see it because the Lisa.
It almost looked to me like they chose Cosmic Insight, which I consider a mistake. No, they went to Comet. Yeah, I would have gone Comet as well, okay. And I think the Crash and Strike would have been a very justifiable second choice as well.
Yeah, I mean, you already have one, so you would be basically just like going for that second one, which I don't think is awful, but Comet is just getting a diversity of plays in your hand is very useful. And then basically the way that Belgium's winning this game from here on out is investing big into, singular units, and the board is very narrow. So you're really only caring about deny, and if they ever tap, then you're like, boom, Comet. So yeah, I like the Comet pickup here a lot. Now going in for a pretty obvious open attack coming in from the Lee Sin, bunch of burst spells, bunch of fast spells in hand, feeling pretty great about this, threatening the Fiora.
And you can see here what I mentioned earlier, how getting these gems is so incredibly powerful for the Lee Sin deck, right? What they can do here is just threaten the Fiora with a single gem, right? And suddenly that gem has the value of a Fiora, right? Which is insane for a 1-mana burst card. And now they're obviously trying to fight this fight with a potential single combat. Little do they know there are options available for the Croatian deck. They actually have the what is their oyster, right? They have the Notify. They can just use the shield even here and just pass. And they still have full reactivity, Notify ready, Will of Ionia ready. And frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if just Belgium goes for some kind of Hail Mary play here and just tries to do something against Lee Sin.
I
And
like
that would be
how conservative. Yes, no, I know exactly what you're going to say, right?
Yeah, no
I
worries.
like how conservative that Croatia went in here, and then maybe they have to go for the Hail Mary conservative strike, right? And then actually like force to play something because they're 100% on the back foot. They're like, this can't keep happening. So at a certain point, you need to commit to a play, and Croatia knows that, right? So instead of committing like Wood of Ionia, instead of committing their big spells, they'd say, okay, well here's a barrier. You need to do something, and then now I can follow up when you're tapped. Now being at 4 mana though, there's a bit of a debate here, but like you have so much mana available to you here from Croatia, you just have the pick of the litter of what you want to do.
I also really like that they're going with the least expensive option here. Again, one thing that is really important in these kind of stalemates where you're trying to like exert control over the board is mana is super important. And having more mana at your disposal threatens your opponent so much because they need to think about more options, about more things that they have to be worried about, they need to play around. And just going from 8 to 6, as opposed to using the will here and going from 8 to 3, makes a big difference and also just threatens more damage, which I think is something that is definitely important to the team here.
Yeah, I like that. Consider Strike coming through, obviously getting a lifesteal, but I mean, that isn't a concern here from Croatia because essentially they've committed to putting Belgium on a 2-turn clock anyway. So it's like, okay, yeah, you may have this lifesteal. Next turn is when we're going to swing in and win the game anyways.
Wow.
Now it goes back over to Belgium to look for something. But with a life total being at 20 here from Croatia, it's probably just not going to be fast enough. And getting Star Shaping off the top is also pretty fantastic. Secures a late game option. So Croatia is sitting here with just all the spells.
Yeah, Star Shaping is actually a fantastic draw here, and you might undervalue it. Like looking at the 20 Nexus tiles and thinking, oh, you don't need Star Shaping at their heal. But one, it's something that you can use to heal up your Lee Sin to like prevent them potentially dying in combat. And secondarily, even more importantly, it's another burst speed spell that they can just use at the start, use it on their Lee Sin, challenge a potential unit, and just like use that engine of Lee Sin to just like wither them down. And then Karma might actually come down as well this turn, depending on how the combat goes. And then a double Star Shaping, double Invoke. There will just be so many resources at the disposal of Croatia that this really puts Belgium on the clock. They need to make sure that they close out this game. But currently they're on the back foot. They really need to stabilize. But it seems that they don't find a way how.
Yeah, the core mechanic that a lot of players need to understand about this matchup is Lee Sin, everything pivots around him. He is the linchpin for not only you, the person playing the Lee Sin, but the opposing team as well. So that means that basically all of the spells are going to go through Lee Sin, and you need to be able to counteract those. Your face doesn't matter anymore. It's Lee Sin's face. Lee Sin is the face. So things like Star Shaping and being able to burst speed, heal up is a good way of being able to counter. You can preempt like Croatia is doing now, and then being able to react to an opposing spell in a very efficient way. And that's what we're seeing right here. Cosmic Inspiration, we saw that last time around, but now getting it again, obviously 2 Celestials in hand. We said that everything is essentially viable in the last draw, and they're saying, well, great, we might as well just get one of each. They're all great.
Yep. And honestly, as we've said, like there's so many options here for Croatia. It's really hard to put themselves in a unfavorable spot. They might even consider just tanking those 8 damage here. But I'm actually not sure if I love that. Nope, they still go for it. They're like, okay, I'm fine with like making this game longer because in the end, I'm going to outvalue you regardless.
Oh, I think it's very easy to... Ooh, yeah, exactly what you want to see. I think it's very easy to get caught out in the game of chicken there and being like, oh, but we just put you on a 2-turn clock and now it's a 4-turn clock, and that's really annoying. But remember, this is the Karma variant. Remember, we were talking about like Diana, we were talking about Zed, and those are much faster variants of this deck, and we were potentially criticizing this deck for being just like either unrefined or too slow. But in this matchup, it's turned into exactly what they needed, because now they hit turn 10. As you said, Max, they're just like, okay, yeah, we can go later. We don't care. We literally have Karma in hand.
Yeah, and honestly, it's essentially 2 ways you can look at it. One is that you say, oh, this is the most greedy version of the Sin, right? Where you just like, you try to get all the value, all the spells, and all the utility. And then you can take the other route and say, well, it's actually the smartest version of Lee Sin because you only embrace the matchups that you want that Lee Sin in anyway. And I think they're really making a case for this deck being viable here, at least in the current meta, at least in the current lineups that we're seeing, simply because it does so well against the mid-range matchups. And we already know that Lee Sin is fantastic against control lists. So if you are able to just like make sure that you ban out the aggro decks, or you're actually in a position where you just let those aggro decks through, or they just secure their one win that is still left, and then you just pull out this deck when there's not really a counter anymore that actually threatens you, then suddenly this Karma variant actually is the best that you can hope for in that scenario.
Exactly, yeah. The deck has gone up in value because of how they played out the big and bans and the decks they've seen so far and what they were playing into with their opponents. So honestly, I can only praise the decision to run this deck in the first place, because as I said, everyone looked at this and was just like, ooh, a little bit risky. I don't know about this. This may be a deck that will never see play. And now, yes, they haven't won the game yet. I'm fully aware, but just in the way that it's being played so far, and I'm seeing the potential, even if they don't end up winning this game by some miracle from Belgium, I understand why they're running it, and I only have to praise them for the way they prepared for this tournament so far.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And Belgium is now really in a difficult position. They need to play aggressive here. They probably need to do something with their double relentless pursuits. But looking at just the stat lines from the Croatian team's champions of Karma and Lee Sin, that's not looking pretty. I mean, what are you going to do here?
It's not great. I'll say that much. Yeah, pull the Karma. And then you kind of threaten, like, oh, maybe I have something in hand with my 9 mana. But Croatia then straight up snap the Lee Sin straight into the Shen. It's like, okay, no matter what you have, we have something to counter. We're not worried. And you're right. I think Belgium has to do something here, whether it's relentless pursuits or just throwing in.
That's the Hail Mary play.
Yeah, you have to. You literally have to.
Yeah, Croatia and Anides are smiling and knowing that they have the counter. They're even arguing, do we need to do something here? Can we just like let this go through? Because essentially this doesn't kill the Lee Sin. You could just follow up with the Zenith Blade and then kill him next turn. You don't really care about your karma. You don't have to care about your karma. It's really a matter of preference here, and they're probably debating, okay, which winning line are we going for? Because they obviously don't know that there's only 2 relentless pursuits in Belgium's hand, and they want to make sure that they are not falling into any traps in a game that is currently 90%, probably 99% plus favored.
No, 100%. So thinking about this, and you're right, there's also, for a moment, they also consider just doing nothing, right? Like, is there some random scare card? Is there some random play that they can run down? Is there a reason why they went for this? Maybe it isn't a Hail Mary. Maybe this is a setup. But
GG comes out from
Croatia
Belgium
just
here.
throwing up the beauty. Yeah, well played. A 1-1 set turning into a 2-1 win from Croatia.
And the elation from Croatia. I love seeing the webcams. It's so good to see. The players reacting. Like, obviously they knew they were in a super favorable position, but then securing the win and actually like getting the W for their country is so important. We stressed it. These teams only play 6 best of 3s over these 3 weeks, and this one best of 3 now can actually catapult them in a very favorable position to actually secure top 2 in the group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think like what we've seen so far from Croatia, like they've been pretty clean. Like I think there's maybe 1 or 2 times we had questionable lines, but there's also been times where I've been like, damn, that's a play that like I criticized and then turned out to be the winning line through 5 turns later that they managed to see. So there's, yeah, I can, as I said that during the game, but I think that you can only really praise the preparation from Croatia. And I think that you can only really praise the lines that they've been going for, because even if it doesn't work out, they're definitely seeing something that like a lot of other people don't see. And it pays off. They get the 2-1 win and they take the series.
Yeah, and if memory serves, they were also the ones taking down Spain yesterday. So that actually catapults them to a 2-0 now in their group, right? They should be leading that group. And that is just exactly where you want to be, right? We had the same conversation already in a previous match when we talked about Czechia. And just making sure that you have this good of a start right at the beginning just takes a lot of the pressure off, and also allows you to play a bit more loose in the upcoming weeks, right? Experiment maybe a little bit more, because you don't have that pressure of, okay, I need every single one of those wins, because suddenly like a 50% win rate is enough to secure top 2.
No, 100%. Just also to comment on the other match, we said it during the game, but I'll say it again now. Spain came out of the win exactly what they needed. As you just mentioned, Croatia, the team that just won right now was the one who beat Spain, and then Spain now getting the win today is perfect. Obviously, they would have liked the 2-0, but at least getting a game in here, especially as a team who came in as such a high seed is really important for them to have managed to get under their belt. That being said, we are going to go to a quick break. That was it for game 2. We are going to go on to our third series, and it will be Latvia versus Portugal coming up. So stay tuned for that one.
Don't go anywhere.
Life is what you make it. I feel like a man's I can't see a way out. I've been stacking face down off canvases I painted. I just spent the rain day on drip I can't afford, but that's the price I pay for the memories I'm making. I've been going places, I've been shaking hands for a chance to really make it. This life is so abrasive, so I almost gave it. All this that I'm laying, it's only the foundation. I've been going crazy, just trying to find a way. I was in the basement, trying to turn the page. I was going through the phase. See my face, I was chasing at the paper, been all it for the waiters, but everything again, ain't nothing left to lose. I've been breaking rules, I've been making moves, with everything to prove. Now it's going how I see it through my lens, but it's stuck in my head. I can't seem to get away from it. I went out of my way, I'm trying to feel the eye again. I've lost somewhere in my head, I've been out here all on my own. Looking in the mirror for the self-diagnosis. Feel like they really nice me for they ever get to know me. They tell me that you need me, but your action didn't show it. Knowing that you play the angles, and I'm seeing through your motives. But the weight down on my shoulder, found a way to hold it. I can't keep my focus, barely keep composure. Hard when I've been coping with all the pressure that I fed. Make it hard to hold my head, make it hard to get to sleep. Like I'm slipping from the edge, struggling to get a breath. Right the wrongs with the lead, life is not a guarantee. Just dying by the clip, self-prescribed a dealer mess. Now the way to flee the scene, I've been trying to get a grip onto something out of reach. Life is speeding to a beat, it's how I realize that I'm not the man I wanna be. I've been running for myself, we all afraid to die alone. Scared that's all I ever be. I've been scrolling down a feed, afraid we never get to see the type of liberation that we really need to set us all free. I went out of my way, I'm trying to feel the eye again. I'm lost somewhere in my head, but now they're all on my own. I'm holding tight to the pledge, I'm somewhere near the edge of wishing we never met. I'm scared of being without you, afraid no one ever know me. I'm out near the edge, and I can't get inside of my head yet. No, I really can't complain. Wave, everything been straight. Wave, I'm in it for keepsake. In the field with the cleat lace. Beat freak with the bare face and a slick tongue, that's what she say. She look good, she a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back, she bring that my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stats. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010 young LeBron James off the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his fade, then you ask for it. Cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show needed passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit, got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Spoke how I live it into existence. Might be ahead of myself, but the bank account did jump up a couple figures. Feel like nobody could with us. I'm a flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill. The space station couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything been straight. I've been on the wave. Where everything I say turn into the real thing. I tell her run it up, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums, with words on the page. Everything been straight. I've been on the wave. Where everything we say turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face as I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Lost in imagination. She only want me when she fake. She quick to tell me I'm a favorite. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every week, and I hate to
Hey guys, welcome back to LoR Masters Europe. Hope you're all refreshed. You had a good 5-minute break. I certainly did. Max and I are ready for this next one. Portugal versus Latvia for a third series of the day. This is going to be a spicy one. We haven't seen both of these teams just yet, so excited to get some airtime for these guys.
Absolutely. Honestly, like with these teams that we did not see yesterday, I'm curious to actually understand what they use from all the knowledge that they gained from the cast games on the broadcast, right? And all the decks that showed and all the deck lists that have been published after the day to still modify their lineups and come into day 2 super hot and hopefully make sure that they secure those wins.
Yeah, small correction as I correct myself straight up. We did see Latvia in day 1. They faced Poland. I think we all remember that matchup.
True,
so it's actually Portugal. Portugal is the one that we didn't see. But yeah, I mean, everything still applies. So excited to see how this one shakes out. Hopefully we can get to rosters very soon because we actually do have some background information courtesy of Impetuous Panda. So we'll talk a little bit about this one. So Portugal coming in here with Pepsi Cola, Amanitas, and Cyber Dragon. Pepsi Cola, fun fact about his name, back in the day when he was first making it, he was like, I want to be Pepsi Cola, like Pepsi Cola. And his cousin just typed it in wrong, who was at the PC, and just missed out the I. So now he's just Pepsi Cola for the rest of time. So his name is a typo. I know a lot of people like that.
Did not prevent him from reaching top 10 in Masters. Incredible achievement, especially in that super high contested time frame, right? And almost 600 LP that you can see here. And across the board, like everybody in the top 50 with at least 400 LP. Very, very strong players and very, very proficient in the game.
For sure. And Cyber Dragon as well is also just apparently good at everything. He has a history in League of Legends, Overwatch, TFT. This guy is kind of just amazing at every game he picks up. So excited to see how he does in this one as well. He comes in at the at 44, though his peak rank was 40. Let's go ahead and take a look at Latvia. We did see them yesterday, of course, as we just mentioned. They took on Poland, and we'll see if they can bounce back today. So we do have Akari, Pastias, and Zvid. And also, Zvid is also an FPS player. So if somehow this goes into a draw 3 times, we can play an FPS game, and then we can have Cyber Dragon and Zvid just snipe it out with orbs.
Yeah, honestly, like if I were in like the position of those teams, I probably have always like the FPS players just actually be the pilot for my team because they can eke out those like couple extra seconds to actually think about it. Because I can trust that they actually have the mechanics to ensure that they still make the right move at the end of time once our team has agreed on a specific line of play.
I remember there was a Draven meme deck back in beta where you had to basically play as fast as possible when it came down to your APM, and that's exactly when you need it. Generally, though, you don't really need those skills in a card game unless you are running a board like the KDA board and you really just want to tap a bunch of times. I'm so guilty of that. It really just keeps me in the game because I just have something to click because I get restless. Anyway, we are going into picks and bans for our third matchup here. It's going to be Portugal versus Latvia. As we said, Latvia 0-1 yesterday. You can see on the top of your screen, and Portugal also 0-1. So both of these two teams really trying to get their first win in groups. In terms of decks, anything jumping out to you here, Max?
Honestly, the only 2 things I would highlight are both on the side of Portugal, which is one in the center of your screen. You can see the Leona Lux Aurelian Soul list, something that we've not seen for a very, very long time. And I say very long in the sense of like since the launch of the Targon expansion. And the other deck being the Deep deck, which we've also not seen a lot throughout the competition so far. But it's always a deck that, since the addition of Bilgewater, has been something that is absolutely playable and that has its own unique matchup tables and strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, we've seen a couple teams field Maokai and Nautilus, but no one's actually played it yet. It's just been in their roster and just not being played. So we'll see if that changes this time around. Again, scouts on both sides. I mean, get used to that one. It's always just a mainstay. And when you're in doubt, you just go mid-range scouts. So pretty standard way to start off this one. It's going to be Trundleban into Lee Sin. Makes sense. Fiora, just get that out of here. Can be annoying into very specific matchups, especially if you're trying to swarm. Also, to note that you can see Latvia running Draven Jinx, so it could be a tell that they'd like to move towards a more aggro list, maybe even Nightfall. Aurelian Soul, yeah, get that weird deck out of here. Don't want to deal with that one at all.
Yeah, these ones are always very interesting. I'm always wondering in these kind of situations whether that's a safety ban in the sense of I don't know exactly what that is. I don't know the matchup tables. I haven't practiced against it. I just want it out of here. Or if that's an actual, I understand what the deck is and I understand the matchup tables, and this is something that specifically counters my deck, right? And whether or not the ban was targeted at either of those can actually inform the decision making for both sides moving down the line.
Yeah, super true. Final ban would just be the Soraka, removing the Soraka Time Kench deck. Yeah, makes a ton of sense. We've seen a lot of Ash bans today as well to remove Ash Sejuani. We even saw that paired with Targon once before, and that would just made sense to ban that one out. So get that one out of here. This one is the more traditional list with Noxus. So yeah, now we have all the decks still remaining. We have a pretty solid mix for Latvia. Yeah, okay. So there's a chance to go that there. There's a lot of variety coming from Latvia. They have mid-range, they have aggro, they even have Weimar. And we do have the lock-ins. It is Ash Sejuani. We'll get to see our first one of that. Between us at least, and we'll have Fiora and Shen coming in from Latvia.
Yeah, honestly, that's going to be an interesting matchup. Looking at it on paper, and I haven't played it a bunch myself, but I would assume that this is heavily Ash and Noxus favored, simply because the freezes mess with a lot of what the Fiora Shen deck wants to do, right? They negate all their tricks, whether that's a barrier or that's like a riposte or all these kind of things, right? A flash freeze or a harsh winds or brittle steel even, they're able to very easily negate it. And then you also have the big threat of a potential reckoning, of a culling strike, and I'm not sure how many denies Fiora Shen lists are running these days. I've seen variants from 0 to 3 at all times, and while I would assume that in the current meta there's probably more denies given the predominant trundle lists of like War Mother's Call where you want to have answers, I think it's going to boil down to, are the answers going to be drawn from the Shen Fiora list in the appropriate time, or is the Ash Sejuani list just going to be able to beef up a very, very big board that the Shen Fiora list just can't get through?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Mulligan's going to be really important as we head into this game as well, to look for very specific things that you need to counter out the Fiora Shen. That being said, because we've had all this talk about freezes, I would generally favor the Ash Sejuani list right here, because I feel like if you just draw into one freeze, you're just like, great, I've won the game. Because any type of big play that the Fiora deck tries to make, it's like, oh, you wanted the Concert Strike? Freeze. You wanted the Judgment? Freeze. You wanted the single combat? Freeze. And it's impossible to play around those scenarios, right? And then even if like Fiora's 3 out of 4 on potentially getting the alternate win con, you're like, freeze. So it's so easy just to pull into like the perfect draw coming in from Portugal. And you're right, I feel like Latvia is really at the whims of getting exactly what they need. I wouldn't be surprised if they even like somewhat aggressively mulligan for like River Shaper and try and just stack up on spells and try and just outspell your opponent, because you can maybe come in with like a late riposte and still increase attack totals that way, even though it's a really expensive way of counteracting the freeze. But that might be your only option in this matchup that you're locked into.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think mentioning the River Shaper there is really important. It's one of those engines that if they go unanswered, they can single-handedly like secure the match for you. It's going to be difficult keeping it alive, because I'm assuming the deck will run probably like 2 or 3 Sculling Strikes, the potential of like additional reckonings, and knowing exactly what you want to do in that matchup and how to protect the River Shaper will be difficult, but it's definitely an avenue that they can pursue, and it might be one of the few ways that's actually semi-reliable.
No, I totally agree. Coming into this, we do not have the opposing cards right here coming in from ESS, so hold it with us for just 1 second while we try and solve this technical difficulty, but we can definitely comment on what's already been played. So we have the Omen Hawk coming through as a very just simple 1-drop. You're always happy when you see Hawk on 1, and when you play into these decks, it always feels like your opponent has it. It's like when you play into Teemo decks and you're like, how do they have it 100% of the time? Every single time, even if it's a one-of, right? Like I've seen like discard aggro decks with one-of Teemo, and they always have it in their mulligan.
Yeah, depending on how you mulligan, the odds are actually probably closer to like 60 to 70%. But it's I 100% know your feeling, and I experience it all the same time. It's like it's always there, especially in important matches when it's like your game to hit Masters or your game to make it to Diamond or whatever it is. You can totally expect to be the perfect curve from your opponent every single time. Obviously, there's biased.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So I think it's very interesting because this time around, we're actually going to just see the game from only one perspective. We're still working on it with the production to see if we can get the side from the Portuguese stream as well. But looking at only the Latvian side, it's very, very interesting to try to play with them, right? Like, try to understand, okay, you don't actually have visibility on their cards, and you need to think about, okay, what can I play around? What do I expect? I think Ash Sejuani, for mostly a very standard list that I think most players are very familiar with, but there are some nuances that you can tweak one way or another that might catch your opponent off guard. For example, the amount of reckonings is something that I've seen experiment with. Anywhere between like 0 to 2 is something that I would call reasonable.
Okay, so obviously it's not ideal that we can't see the opposing cards. However, I think this is a golden opportunity because now, when chat's just like, oh, why are you doing this? Because they clearly have this card. Now you can't see it. Now this is a bit like the Purge. You can turn on each other and you can see who's iron in chat and you can completely disregard their opinions for the rest of time. So feel free to put your opinions out there. Tell us how terrible the play was coming in from this feed. And then when we reveal the cards coming from Minisas, you'll realize that you're potentially wrong. So be careful, guys, because everybody will be judging you. Looking at this right here in the early game, I think this is obviously you want to curving it out a little bit better, but it's not horrible. You could even look at developing the second green glade right here and feel pretty okay about it. You also have the barrier to follow up, and you have a combat maneuver as well to follow. Yeah, it seems pretty easy to me.
Yeah, it's a question of like how aggressive do we want to go, and I totally agree with the line that Sweet is taking here. I think, oh, there we go. Thank you, production. And we're actually switching POV, so let's get your guesses in regard to what actually happened here. I actually see like Portugal actually didn't have any options here, and they literally just passed because there was no play except for the Avarosan Trapper.
Yeah. They only had one option right here. And that's why I think like going for the aggro route is preferable if you're Latvia and you have the opportunity to, which is why I think like going for a pretty aggressive mulligan to try and find these early drops and get a really strong early curve is super beneficial. Like how many times do you really see like getting double green glade straight into protector and you're like, and now I have a 9 attack board. And there's so few plays a lot of the time from an Ash Sejuani deck that can really counter this, right? Like if you have Trapper, great. But sometimes you don't even have Trapper, right? Sometimes you don't have a 3-drop and you're really looking to your 4-drop. You're like, oh, damn. And that's just like a straight up swing when you're attacking on odds that can really put in the hurt early on because you don't have a lot of good ways of keeping your Nexus healed outside of Tavern Keeper if you're even running it.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's important to highlight is, as I mentioned, all these like optional cards, right, when it comes to the Ash Sejuani list. And I would want to highlight 3 additional ones on top of the Reckoning that I mentioned earlier. It's the ones that are in the hands: Avarosan Hearthguard, Babbling Björk, and the Trifarian Assessor. All these cards are tailored towards a more beefy mid to late game and ensuring basically like a certain level of inevitability. And that's a form that only Freljord has in that way, in the sense of, okay, I'm just going to get my unit super big. It's not an ultimate inevitability, but it's something that will make sure that you create more and more pressure as the game goes on. So I definitely see the team from Latvia here in the quote-unquote aggro role where they need to close out the game before the units just become so big that they cannot deal with them anymore.
Yeah, I agree. Going for like this beat-down strategy, I think makes the most sense, and that also means that you're almost certainly developing every single time it goes over to your turn. There's very few scenarios where you would just try and open attack. Sometimes, if your opponent has like absolutely no board, and you feel like going into the opposing mana pool that maybe they can't hit you with like a harsh winds, that it simply works out. But more often than not, you'll try and develop to your maximum, and then maybe keep some mana open for a combat trick like Riposte, like single combat. And right now, look at this. This is great coming in from Latvia. They completely cleared the board out from Portugal, and now the onus is on them to develop. If they don't develop, they don't have a board, and they get swung at.
Yeah, and I really like that Portugal is playing this very patiently. They keep the Brittle Steel. They're thinking, okay, the value I can get from this is probably better than the 3/3, because essentially that is what it would have boiled down to, right? They would have had the opportunity to use their Brittle Steel and get a 3/3 off of it, right? But they didn't go for it, and I think it's the right play because you will get better value down the line. And also, it's currently your only trick, right? Your only trick that you currently have in hand is incredibly valuable because it's your only way to interact. If you get rid of it, then suddenly you're at your opponent's mercy, even if obviously the opponent doesn't know about it.
Yeah, I think this was a very easy trapper, by the way. I don't think there were many other options. They were toying with the idea of maybe playing Ashe, but I think into a board this wide, especially with so many combat tricks potentially available with 6 mana, including single combat, it's just simply not worth it. You could get blown out by some hand that's able to just eliminate your Ashe, right? Sitting on 6 mana, that's potentially like a riposte into single combat that you could potentially deal with Brittle Steel, but it's just kind of not worth trading down when you have so few spells in hand. So I just going Trapper here and then setting up for your mid-game game plan makes the most sense. Interesting swing. I think it's probably safe.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with both the play and the swing. I think the only alternative there could have been the Babbling Björk, but that would actually be the very greedy route, I would say, where you say, okay, I want to like have all the options right now. I want to ensure that I draw my options and have everything at my disposal potentially. One benefit of playing the Björk there is that you potentially draw the second Ashe that can manifest into another Flash Freeze and like a second option when it comes to Frostbite. But I think the 4/4 here is a incredibly strong stat line because it is able to threaten the Shen over multiple rounds. It's able to ensure that you have favorable traits against the 3/2 and the 3/1, which also dissuades a potential attack. And as we mentioned earlier, Portugal is kind of the control deck in this sense, although obviously Ashe Sejuani in itself is a mid-range deck, but they are the ones who are able to outlast, who are able to outperform in the mid to late game. At least on paper, that should be the expectation. And that's why they're very comfortable just taking a slow route and ensuring that there is no super aggressive plan going on.
Yeah, really unfortunate last 2 draws coming in from Latvia. Finding both of their formations just off of the top is just not ideal when you're going for that early game beatdown and looking towards that early and mid game. So it's a little bit brutal. Like obviously it will be good later and potentially is a way, like Double Bright still, like if you go to the super late game, is a way of potentially dealing with your opponent because your board is just so gigantic. It's difficult to deal with. Even as you said, with that slow inevitability and getting stronger and stronger, Bright Steel is just a big unit. That being said, it's still not a horrible open. You still have a combat trick and you could potentially go for the double swing.
Yeah, now you're wondering, okay, is my Brittle Steel worth more than 5 health on my Nexus? I still think the answer is still yes, given that you have a lot of board that you can develop after the attack. But you need to slowly start thinking because suddenly you're down to 8, and usually the Ashe Sejuani list doesn't run any heal. There's usually not Candy Tavern Keeper is usually not in the list, doesn't make the cut, and that means you're suddenly dropped down to 8, and there might be the option of actually like facing potential lethals next turn if there are a lot of combat tricks, which you again have limited interactability with because you only have Brittle Steel. That's your only trick right now.
Exactly. And this was also a good open attack as well for the potential of Yeti coming off the top, right? Like, there's Yetis in the top portion of your opponent's deck. So development could be really annoying to play into. And yeah, therefore the open attack looks good. There is potential to Brittle Steel. You kind of have to ask the question, like, is my Brittle Steel getting more value than saving me 5 health? Sometimes, yeah, possibly. When you're so low on potential tricks here. As you said, Björk potentially pulling you another Ashe, also going into the Sejuani turn, also a possibility. Dropping down to 8 here obviously isn't ideal. Thinking about...
I think Hearthguard is too greedy. I think Hearthguard is too greedy.
I completely agree.
Yeah, I think you need to go Yeti and then one of the other 4 drops. That's very bold. Like, given that he's only at 8 HP and the team only has the Brittle Steel in hand, right? It's very, very risky, given that also the opponent still has 5 mana to develop. You need to expect that there's the potential for, cards like Single Combat, cards like Relentless Pursuit, and you don't know what they will come. Obviously, they have the answer here with the Brittle Steel, but in the end, you're just trading tricks here, right? There's no big gain either way.
It just feels too slow, right? Like, you had the option to go Yeti and maybe Ashe, maybe go for Babbling Björk, and then you get like either second Ashe or you go into your Sejuani turn. Just going for Half-God there, like, could obviously pay off dividends. Don't get me wrong. Like, we could be 5 turns from now and being like, 100%, that was definitely the right play, and now you've kind of just out-beefed your opponent. The problem is your opponent has a lot of beef on board that you need to deal with. It's not going to go away overnight. So Yeah, there will be a big development here. There's another 5/5 on top of your 5/5, and potentially 6/6 coming off of that half guard. So there is a good development here either way from Portugal, and now it's a beef off.
Yeah, as we said, essentially this matchup really comes down to like who gets the beefier board in a reasonable time, because neither of those two sides really has the opportunity to push through damage, right? They're really in a position where they face off against these like big combats, and the combats need to be resolved. There is no huge overwhelm. There is no opportunity to just like over the top somebody with like an atrocity or something like that, right? These decks really have to go through combat to win the game, and Ash is essentially the only kind of off one out, I would say, for the Noxus Freljord list, simply because suddenly you might invalidate a lot of the board that the opponent has.
It's a funny matchup because Demacia is obviously we fight on board, we fight fair. And to a certain extent, Asher Johnny does the same thing. We fight on board, we fight fair, we have to get through you. Yes, there is some overwhelming Freljord. Yes, there's freeze effects and the Ash win condition. But for the most part, like in this mid game, it's just big dudes hitting each other. It's like a top lane, slap fight. Like it's just got to happen for a good amount of time. And now, like, take a look at this. Like the development on that fifth turn right there with Halfguard doesn't seem that bad. You have a really big board, opposing side looking for the Relentless Pursuit looking for their own combat. And now you're forcing your opponent to potentially go later. Yes, there's an answer in the form of Bright Steel Formation, but that's 3 turns from that, right? Like you're looking at a much longer game, and then you're suddenly favoring the control-y side of the mid-range list coming in from Portugal.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, like at this point, I'm not even sure if you want to attack anymore, right? Because suddenly you kind of throw away your Shen here, and yes, you're gonna get basically like you're gonna trade with your 1/2 twice because the opponent has to block on 8 HP because they need to respect that there's potential for tricks. But I'm not sure this is the position you want to be in, especially that you're still 3 turns away from your Bright Steel Formation.
I think right now you need to be thinking about tempo, right? And the fact that like the tempo play right there was a 1-cost Yeti coming through, and that's the trade that you got essentially over that. And the counter swing's still coming through. And now it's down to Latvia. It's like, what do we trade out? I fully agree. I think you probably just, even though you've played the Relentless Pursuit, it's sunk cost fallacy. You don't need to swing.
Yep.
And by swinging that, now you're taking either a gigantic hit from Portugal, or you're sacrificing a unit that you really need.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, like in this situation, I fully understand why they're swinging, because Portugal is absolutely fine with trading down the board here, right? As we mentioned, the later this game goes, the better it is for them. The only case you can argue for is that given that they have Trifarian Assessor in hand, they might just wait, right? Because this is a potential 2 cards that they're losing out on here, but they still have Björk, they still have Ash, they have a potential to refill and also ensure that they will have 5 power units on board 1 or 2 turns from now. So totally understand where they're coming from, and exerting a little bit of pressure makes sense to me.
Oh, for sure. I think this is the easiest attack of all time because you absolutely want to trade down the board. You're into a list, and this is almost a universal truth for all Demacia decks, but they need a board. By keeping them narrow, you're just in great shape. If they go wide, then you're in trouble town because they have things like Bright Steel Formation. They have things like Bannerman. They have things that really, like even Resolve, that can really benefit a wide board. But when they're narrow and they don't have a lot of things they can buff, all of their plays become low value. This being the open attack off of the develop is okay. You're still whittling down your opponent, but now suddenly I'm starting to favor Portugal.
No, absolutely. I think Portugal is should be considered favorite ever since the Relentless Pursuit play. And in this case, I actually think Latvia with the River Shaper, that's one of the best things that they could have hoped for, because it gives them the tricks that they potentially need to come back. And the only way that I think they win this is stalling it now actually out a little bit, and then potentially gets them over the top, quote unquote, with the Bright Steel Formation, because you want to ensure that you just get more trades. And essentially, it's kind of a value engine, right? Like, given that the opposing deck cannot deal with the Bright Steel Formation very well, it makes sure that you're able to trade favorably, and basically have a tax every single turn.
We are still 2 turns out from that play, though, and it's just time that they really can't commit, because now Portugal is starting to build up their board again. Those half guards are starting to pay off value that we saw come in very early from them. The 7th, yes, he comes out. Probably did develop on Challenger here as well. And yeah, there we go. Glory Seeker, boom. And we're setting up for a pretty big pull and a pretty big refresh. And that's going to happen between now and the Bright Steel formation turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of the best that they could hope for, though, I think, from this side of Latvia. If the Portugal team would not play in this way and would not actually like try to also refill their hand, then they might actually be in trouble before they can actually land the Bright Steel formation, right? So I think it's kind of the best they can get in a really bad situation. So they actually have a potential chance to get to turn 9, and they're also in the fortunate situation where they can actually attack on turn 9. So they have the opportunity to strike directly when they play the formation on 9.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Portugal just has such an amazing turn coming up, though. We have 8 mana available to them. So it's almost certainly going to be a set. It depends what you get off the top, of course, coming in from Portugal.
Yeah.
But we'll see how this one goes out. Okay, it was Reckoning. All right, that's potentially super threatening here. You could develop the Ash and then go for like a greedy Assessor the next turn, or you could just play it safe and Assessor now and get the 2.
In general, I think the double Assessor is too good here. Although with obviously us having perfect knowledge, the Ash into Reckoning play is also incredibly juicy. And now, though, you can see why this was the way better line, is because you give your Reckoning potentially more value, right? This is one of the few ways that you can actually deal with something like a Bright Steel formation by making sure that it's frozen and then just Reckoning the 0/9 that it will be, right? And the Harsh Winds, together with the potential Ash attack, also sets up for a very, very big lethal turn, potentially even in the next attack already.
Exactly. They'll have exactly 12 mana to be able to play both of those cards next turn into the Bright Steel develop. So even if it's like the swing immediately, like Harsh Ones will come down, nullify that, then it'll be followed up by the Reckoning. And unless Latvia pull exactly deny, they're in a real rough spot. Yes, they have the second Bright Steel, but then another 2 turns out from the next swing. And the wall is only going to get bigger here from Portugal.
Yeah, it's gonna get worse from here. When you're a fan for the Latvia team, you are gonna be in for a rough ride. And okay, there was a bit of a desync there. I was wondering why they didn't play the Cytherea, but that's actually the card that they drew on turn 9. So obviously there was no opportunity to play that last turn.
Yeah. That would have been nice, but unfortunately,
would have been nice, absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like Bright Steel has gone down. Yep, there we go. I'm a prophet. And now, if you're
how did you
Portugal,
know?
You're pretty good. I may or may not have seen it on the desync. Harsh Winds is right here, looking really good. You could just pass and just be basically chilling. Maybe you do have to be. I don't know. I think you pass.
I think you go for Reckoning here, because like, what is it that they could have with 3 mana, right? There is no potential deny. There is not even a potential for a riposte. What is the potential card that you're scared of? There's Sharp Side that could save like the 3/2, but I mean, fine. That's probably something that you're absolutely comfortable with, and this is frankly even potentially concedable for the Latvia team, simply because there's not much they will be able to do, and look at the outcome.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. I'm always just so skittish when it's a closed deck list, but if you're looking at those 2 regions and you're thinking about combat tricks, there's literally nothing, right? Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. You either save a unit or you just die. And by going for it early, you don't need to trade down your board. There's no threat of Relentless Pursuits. And now it's, once again, less than a narrow board. It doesn't exist. There isn't a board.
The deny taunting from the top of the deck, just the turn after, that feels brutal, honestly.
Sometimes the cards are with you, sometimes they're not. You know, that's just the ebb and flow of card games, unfortunately, and you have to deal with it. But yeah, that's so rough, because that's exactly what you needed. Those 2 Bright Steels coming in exactly when they didn't need them was also rough. And now I think like you kind of have to pick the litter in terms of what you want to do here from Portugal.
And honestly, I think they might have lethal here because you can use the second flash freeze in hand that is the transformed Ash to ensure that you have 5 procs. Because I think, if my math is right, Ash should be at 3 out of 5 here. And together with her attack proc, which is 4 out of 5, and then the Ash flash freeze, it's 5 out of 5, ensuring that whatever the Latvian team would play cannot block here. And then it's just like straight up lethal together with the Averos and Trapper.
Yeah. Yeah, Latvia would need to have multiple units, but unfortunately they just don't. They need to have more than 2, and that's just not going to happen. Yeah, exactly. You should be able to just swing out here, stop that block, and get the win. And
they might obviously ponder, because suddenly sharp side might be a trick, right? Yeah. That being said, I still think you can go for it, because reasonably speaking, it's probably something that they would have played last round.
Yeah, I mean, take all the time you need, right? Like, just in case there is a trick right here, you don't want to just fumble in a tournament setting like this. Sometimes you can just have a weird brain fart and just play into something wrong. So, take all the time that you need to make the right play. But yeah, they found it. They found the line.
Even sharpside doesn't really do much, right? Like, essentially, it's just like, it's only going to be like a 2-11 then, right? So they get the block. Well, congratulations. You still taking a bunch of damage, and none of the units are dying anyway. Okay,
well, here's the swing. Portugal, strong start from them. I think that they navigated it very well. I think that we called 2 plays early on into this game where we were like, ooh, I don't know about that one. That's a little bit risky. The half guard, I think, back to. But hey, it worked out, right? So, right, that's like the value, because we called it at the time. We said that there is also a possible scenario where getting it down early, and yes, it's risky, can pay off dividends, and then you get a win like that where your units are just so big you can't push through it. It was also down to unfortunate draws at the same time coming in from the Latvian side, because obviously, once I did deny earlier, I didn't want the double bright still when they came in. So yes, it was a bit down to draws, but also well navigated.
Absolutely, 100%. And it's sometimes something you could just combine with like the assessment of the respective situation together with, obviously, like, to a certain degree, the luck of the draw. We mentioned it, like, Cytherea a turn earlier would have been great. Deny a turn earlier would have been great. But given that you didn't have any of these options, right, that means that you need to do the best with what you were dealt with the card game, right? And that's what's going to differentiate the good and the great players, right? The great players are able to pull off wins even when the cards might not be in their favor. They're able to bluff certain spots. They're able to play around certain unfortunate situations the deck puts them in, right? And that's going to be the whole difference between a bronze player and a masters player.
Yeah, that's ultimately it. And we also have the minds of 3 Masters players per team right here as well. So there's a lot of discussion to be had, a lot of different thoughts and ideas and lines that potentially players can go down. And I'm going to go back all the way to that conversation we had at the start of the day and yesterday, where you were saying that you combine all these heads together, and then what you're hoping for is the best of both worlds, essentially. But what can often happen that we've seen, maybe not in this tournament, but we have a couple times and in other tournaments, is when you have so many players and it's too many cooks for the broth, right? Yeah. Like, you have too many minds, too many opinions, and then you kind of get blocked in the play that you didn't really want to make, and it can become a problem. And I think in that case, I think there's a very meta discussion to have about, like, sometimes you just need a pilot who's like, this is the play, we're going for this play. You know, you have to have a bit of an ego there to be like, I know what's best, and just do it. We saw, like, Alan ZQ yesterday, like, do a lot of those plays, like a lot of snap plays. And sometimes you need to do that. It's also a card game. You're talking about bluffing. You need to be fast sometimes if you're going to bluff. And that's not a discussion you can have. You can't be like, should I burst pick this right now? Because otherwise it's not a burst pick.
True. And honestly, I think it's one of the things that I consider the probably most challenging aspects of this this tournament format, right? Like, finding the right balance between those, right? Between full autonomy of the pilot, where they're just relying on their own skill, their own experience, and finding the perfect mix of, like, getting information that's valuable from your respective team, whether that's scouting, whether that's just looking at the card pool and it's like, okay, these are cards that we potentially have to play around, whether that's looking at previous deck lists and like, okay, these were cards they were playing yesterday, or that's input just in regard to, hey, I've played this matchup a bunch, this is how it usually comes down to, watch out for XYZ, and fitting this all into what you said, just like the trade-off between I'm giving my opponent information by waiting, and I'm giving my opponent no information by just snap pulling a potential play, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I agree, and I think that's also really a really cool way to go about it. If you're just like, okay, I'm going to be pilot here, we designate roles to different people. It's like imagine being able to play like a 1v1 game, like a card game, and then being able to designate parts of your brain to do certain tasks. Wouldn't that be amazing? What if
Yep.
we used 100% of the brain, right? And that's what you can do in this tournament. You can be like, okay, you're going to look at deck lists, you're going to do this, and you're going to look at potential plays and counters, and you're going to inform me. And if I hear nothing, then I make the play. And you can be very efficient in that. And I'm sure there's going to be teams who are either doing that already or going to adapt to that over time. And then we were also having this conversation, like there's going to be teams who are putting a lot of the focus on preparation. That could also be a way to approach this tournament. So there's so many different ways to approach this that we will have to explore and have seen and will see more of over time. Just to note, guys, we are just setting up for our second game, so we're just talking amongst ourselves and just having a conversation, but we will be heading into our second game very shortly, so stick with us, or just go and grab a snack and we'll probably still be here talking.
Yeah, I think it's important to maybe think a little bit about what actually happened here in the first game when it comes to the availability of decks, right? Because there were so many options still available on both sides that while I feel like both sides went with the easy, okay, I'm going with the tempo mid-rangey deck, they didn't really tell much, right? They both have their options still available, and now we actually see it on the screen, just perfectly nice, right? I think one thing that stood out to me is that both sides have Heimer Vi plus Targon available, one of the decks that was actually populated by one of the German players who reached number one with that respective deck. And they still have both the Scouts list available to them, which is also considered super strong. Portugal also still has the Trundle list, which should do fairly well, honestly, against almost all of these decks, minus maybe the Heimer Vi, and maybe more like a 50-50 against the Elise Calista deck.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the risk might be a little too high for me to play it, but not for Portugal. They're just going to lock it in. So it is Trundle and Trinimir coming through, and it's going to be the Euroshen once again coming in from Latvia. Interesting. Yeah. Ooh. How do I feel about keeping that? What are you trying to play into?
I think actually that the Portugal team has a very interesting lineup selection still open to them, right? They don't have something that is like hyper aggressive, but they have a lot of like mid-rangey options, and they have a lot of control as well, right? And I think the deep deck here is actually really smart because it like dissuades certain like mid-rangey deck choices, because you might just auto lose against the deep matchup if it's tagged for that mid-range matchup with like maybe a lot of ruinations, some vengeances as well. And this one, I think, is still going to be favored for the team from Portugal here, simply because the Trundle list is going to be incredibly powerful, and the Latvian team, once again, essentially finds themselves in the role of the aggressor, trying to race down and just make sure that this game doesn't go late, because if you go late against a turn 9 War Mother's Call, then you're not going to have a lot of fun in that game.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty hard spot to choose a deck into, honestly. Like Portugal, you're right, there's a lot of variety there. I think by going mid-range, sometimes it's just going to be the most consistent choice. You'd want to play into 3 of those 5 matchups, I think. Potentially, you could have gone Weimar and potentially had a better matchup into 2 of the control decks. It's neither here nor there. I think analyzing a little bit, I'm fine with repeating this the Fiora Shen lineup. Looking at the mulligan right there, obviously keeping the Trundle, looking for some ramp tools to get that perfect Trundle. Howling Biss, yeah, we will see this more and more in especially tournament lineups. I think it definitely has its place. And yeah, we have a really easy developer one.
Yeah, and another tech that you see here that's become more and more popular is the Alpha Wild Claw in the hand of the Portuguese team. And this is something that basically has replaced the Everosen Hearthguard that a lot of decks still have been running. Again, like I want to stress, this is mostly due to the KDA cards currently not being allowed. They will be allowed next week, but currently most of the decks resorted to going back to the War Mother's Call lists with usually a 1-off or a 2-off of Howling Abyss sometimes. And then it's usually either the Everosen Hearthguard, which is a bit of the like faster option, which can also like be beneficial because you can slam it down turn 4 with ramp instead of a Trundle if you don't have Trundle, and the Alpha Wildclaw being the more threatening option for a potential mid to late game scenario because of the superior stat line and the fact that it has Overwhelm.
Yeah, it's just straight up value that you can just slap down. I was running a spicy variant of Ash Sejuani that actually ran Alpha Wildclaw, and it's just such a random card to come across. It's, as you say, it's becoming more popularized now, and especially in these like tournament lineups where you can be much more specific, especially when you have so many decks, right? You can just like, oh, it didn't work out, and our tech didn't work. Fine, we don't need to pick it. It's fine. We have so many more decks to choose from. Decent Avalanche. You struggle to find a good amount of value from your Avalanche into Scout lists, or even Demacia in general, because they just have bigger health lines that are difficult to play around. And then, especially if they're running things like Resolve and cheap combat tricks and things that completely nullify it. So, a lot of the skill is just being like, when can I just play this Avalanche so I can get it out of my hand and find a modicum of value?
Yeah, I want to stress one important point because I just saw it on the screen of the Latvian webcam, right? I think it's the second piece of fruit that they now chose for this game. For game one, they opted for the orange. That didn't pan out, so they transitioned over to the banana here for game two, hoping that this will actually get them the necessary vitamins to make sure that they pull out the win here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a much easier fruit to consume quickly, right?
Yeah,
It's one of the
smart choice,
chosen foods of like, yeah, like if you're trying to exercise, it's super easy to eat in like a couple seconds. But the peeling factor of the orange and then also having to divide it and potentially even having pips, I think really dissuades a lot of people from finding a lot of usage out of it. So yeah, I definitely like the swap up here. We'll see if it works out in the second game. Now looking at Portugal, no fruit on their side, but they're kind of running down the timer. They're looking towards the next turns, obviously. Would have really liked a Raptor, right? Like,
they're thinking about the Wild Feast here.
And then straight into Trundle afterwards.
Yeah, they're deciding against it, right? They were thinking about, okay, if I Wild Feast here, do I want to like pull out the trick now? Do I just wait, given that they already had the Withering Whale in hand? They were comfortable just passing. And the Latvian team, obviously, like, they don't have anything, but they might want to use the time to obviously like bluff a potential spot, although I actually don't think there's something that you can reasonably bluff here. And secondarily, obviously, they want to ensure that they have time to eat the fruit and also discuss the upcoming turns.
Yeah, I think you were a little scared of Sharp Sight because that not only counters but also heals the Fiora and putting it out of range of things like Withering Whale. I think you're also maybe even concerned about like a weird resolve. So I think it's much safer just to hold on to the mana. You're not really that concerned, and you really do enjoy having extra mana in those situations as a control deck. So it's fine.
Yeah.
I think that was ended up being the right choice. And yeah, just straight up going for the pass right here from Manitas, I think is also just makes sense, right? Like there's no onus on them to do anything. The onus is on the beatdown deck that is the Fiora Shen deck in this situation.
Absolutely, and that excused us. There was like a little hiccup there, and we had to transition out because there was a slight breakdown, I think, in signal from the Latvian guys. But we're back on the Latvian side, and we see it from their perspective, with obviously the cards from the team of Portugal at the top of our table and top of our screen. Oh, that's interesting. So they go for the Withering Whale now, despite the same options theoretically being available and potentially more from the Latvian side. But now essentially it's a dead giveaway that there's no Sharp Sight in hand, because it would have been obviously a prime point to play it there.
Yeah, I think they can be pretty liberal with their usage of Withering Whale here. We're having the second one in hand, and then also potentially having the follow-up of the Vile Feast as well, if it is something like Sharp Sight. So yeah, I feel pretty good about that play, and I feel like Portugal would as well. And then it's back over to Latvia, who kind of a rough spot. I feel like you're kind of just forced to develop.
Yeah, you have to. And the question is, do you want to go for the Shen here, or do you want to go for the Screeching Dragon? And I think between both options, I think what pulls the Shen over the edge here for me is that you still keep the Riposte open and you actually have another trick at your disposal. But I'm curious to see how they evaluate the situation.
Yeah, I agree. I think it almost has to be the Shen, right? Like, even if you didn't have Riposte in hand, I think it has to be the Shen, because you have to bluff that you have like some type of trick. And I think Portugal can be pretty confident that you don't have like things like Sharp Sight in hand or things like Resolve, because they absolutely would have been used earlier. So in that case, it can only really be Riposte. Yeah, this is a tough turn. Like, you can see Latvia running down the timer, and it's just like it really matters a lot. And yeah, they end up going with our line in the sense that they just play the Shen. I think it makes the most sense. And yeah, Portugal can kind of just chill here.
Yeah, and while we have a little bit of a stalemate here, we can update you on the other series that's happening parallel to this. Poland actually just secured the win over Russia in a 2-0.
Nice. Wow. Very strong performance. Again, Poland won their series yesterday against Latvia that we're seeing now. So Poland's in the commanding position, being 2-0. So we'll play to them. We'll discuss that after this match a little bit more in detail, of course. And I guess we have a bit of time now because Portugal are just looking at their control options. They have a couple different decisions right here. You could just slap the Trundle, but I think like the fact that 4 mana is open is a little risky because that obviously you're thinking about that riposte. So you can end up going for maybe just like a ping option at 6
I think
mana.
Avalanche is good here. Yeah, they're going for Avalanche here because then you have the option to actually like respond with Wild Feast, even if they have a trick to respond to.
100%. I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier, right? Is like you really just need to find and pick your times for Avalanche and finding value with this card. And I think right now it hits kind of the ceiling for value, so it's a good time to play it.
Yeah, this is
this
painful. Yeah. Ooh. Why are they putting it back? Okay.
You play it 100% time, right?
Yeah, I was worried for a second because obviously, like, if you let the Avalanche through here and you pass priority, that means that the Shen actually gets to attack together with the River Shaper, and that renews the barrier, right? So that's why it's absolutely crucial to play the Wild Feast there, even if obviously your own Avalanche will kill the Spiderling.
Yeah, this is what we've referred to in the business as free real estate. Absolutely go for that one 100% of the time. Super easy. And the Shen gets across 3 damage. Doesn't feel fantastic. You know your opponent has at least a good amount of healing. When you're playing into specifically Shadow Owl's control, you're like, okay, yes, they have 20 life, but in reality, they probably have more like 25, 30, 35 with the amount of healing they have in hand. So yeah, it's some damage. Yes, they are getting closer to the finish line. Yes, their objective is to kill the Nexus, but they are so far away, and that goalpost is constantly moving.
Yeah, and honestly, like, the world is your oyster. If you're a fan of the Portuguese team, you have so many options here. You can play the Wild Claw, you can play the Trundle. Honestly, you can even just pass, and there we go. It's a very, very conservative, very control-oriented pass. Just do something. Like, if you're just passing here, do you want to attack me open next turn for 3 again? Be my guest. And now they're obviously like forced into development on the side of Latvia. They put down the Screeching Dragon, which is essentially their only option that they had at their disposal. And now Portugal can make the best call for the respective situation, and that's obviously going to be the Trundle.
Yeah, it's the number 1 play in the Swim playbook. You pass and you chill. And that's all you need to do. That's all you need to do in this matchup. Pass, and then obviously a development has to come in because Latvia cannot pass back. They need to develop, and they're like, great, drop the Trundle. And now I'm on my attack token. If you want to open attack next turn, be my guest. But I've just told you that I have multiple options in hand to be able to do so by developing my Trundle. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation from Latvia. Goes up for the swing out here as well. 1 mana remaining. I mean, this is just kind of free.
Yeah, the only light at the end of the tunnel here is that next turn, as far as I can see, the team from Portugal will not have enough mana for Ruination. They will be just 1 shy of being able to cast that. So this is the turn where Latvia really needs to create a lot of pressure. But looking at the head of Portugal, there are options available. They have the Vengeance ready to counteract potential strong plays here from Latvia, whether that's the Screeching Dragon plus another rally or the potential sharp side, depending on how they decide to play it.
It's important, though. Yeah, it's really nice that we know that Ruination isn't coming down here, so at least it's not going to be the full board wipe. Mainly have to be thinking about things like Vengeance. So it's probably just Screeching, I guess.
Yeah, you have to develop it because you know that there can't be Ruination. You're more scared of the fast speed options, so you want to ensure that the fast speed options are getting devalued by ensuring that you spend your mana into cards that you actually like that impact the game, right? Because if you just attack there, your tricks are not going to really do anything against Vengeance. So the only correct play here is to ensure that you push more damage when the Vengeance comes down and ensure that you threaten potentially the Trundle, depending on the choices of the Portuguese team.
Yeah, now looking at this, you could develop, you could wait. Vengeance doesn't go down in value, punches through barrier. And also there's 100% no deny coming in from Latvia either, having tapped underneath 4 mana. Nope, if I wouldn't do it either. You could probably Wild Claw relatively safely here.
I think personally, I would probably prefer keeping the optionality open. Given that you're at 16 HP, you're not super scared of anything, right? And now essentially you're out of options, right? You're at your opponent's mercy with the Relentless Pursuit still being an option. So while obviously, again, it's going to be still an uphill battle for Latvia, they're in a position where they can actually like kill one of the opponent's units, at least in this turn, which is at least something. Trundle is a really, really important threat to deal with, and they now have the option to do so, and they just need to think how they want to do it.
Yeah, they can relatively safely swing with these double challenges. The only thing they need to necessarily think about is a single damage ping off of Vile Feast. Portugal doesn't have it, of course, but it is something that they need to consider. Shen gets to punch in with relative safety, and they get to swing out. So
it's going to be the Relentless Pursuit. I think it pretty much gives it away. Otherwise, you would have used the sharp side proactively, directly. They want to go for the Relentless Pursuit here. This is going to also make them realize that there is no Vile Feast, because this would have been the turn where you play it immediately, obviously. And there we go. You're going to trade down. You're actually not going to trade at all. You're just going to destroy both the units. So like that's part of the reason that I mentioned that I would want to keep the optionality of having the Vengeance, because suddenly you're in a position where Latvia actually can come back into this. Obviously, the Ruination next turn will be super scary, and Latvia is kind of at the mercy of top decks if that's the route that the Portuguese team goes for. But they're not out of it. And honestly, frankly, with the draw that the Portuguese team had for this matchup, they probably should be.
Hey, I'm just saying, Deny screwed them last game, so now it's time that Deny really just turns up for this game, right?
Yeah.
Like, off the top, 100% of the time, what have we got? It's got to be Deny.
Oh, it's the baby boy.
It's the baby. Yeah, it's baby Deny. Well, we were half right.
Oh, and you see the pain on the face.
With a half cast the duo.
Yeah.
Half right.
Yeah.
Oh,
you see
so
the pain on the face of Sweet there. It's almost right, but it's just like so far of being correct. And obviously the pillar comes down first. They're thinking about, okay, why do they play this? And I'm also like a little bit puzzled. Obviously they're trying to bait somebody in. It's like, okay, maybe you can get them to play your play an additional unit. They actually don't ruinate here, which is really interesting. So they're very scared. Essentially what that tells me is they're very scared that in hand the team from Latvia has enough units to potentially create more threats down the line, and they feel safer with the Tryndamere route, where the Tryndamere can now obviously like semi-challenge the vulnerable dragon and try to push some damage while obviously threatening the kill. But the team from Latvia has the answer with Riposte to ensure that their dragon stays alive. And they know that there's no Wild Feast from the hands of Portugal.
Right. They would literally have to just straight up top deck it. So, yeah, no, I mean, this looks pretty good. I think the threat of Deny obviously has to be there. Yes, it was unfortunate what ended up being the Nova fight, but the threat is still there if you have the mana, right?
Of course.
Open Ruination is so risky. As you said, there's the Riposte. We get the Shen level up, a rare Shen level up. And also, this puts Tryndamere within Ruination range, right? Like, you can't just freely ruinate over the Tryndamere anymore.
Exactly. And I think if my math is right, this should also actually... I'm not sure if the Fury triggers. I guess it doesn't. But if it triggered, actually, it would have put the dragon actually in kill range of the Tryndamere. Or rather the other way around, the Tryndamere in kill range of the dragon. But given that it's a replacement effect and Tryndamere levels up instead of dying, obviously Fury does not trigger for the dragon. He will go down to 5 power at the end of the turn again, and it will be just short of actually being able to getting killed by the dragon.
Yeah, which I think makes sense thematically, right? Like, everybody knows the pain of being dove by a Tryndamere who's just at 0 HP and he's just slapping you in the face. I'm like, well, this is fun. This is just a great experience. So yeah, I mean, that feels pretty good. And this feels like pretty free single combat.
Yeah, and I think the reason here is twice, right? Again, I mentioned before, they were just one short of actually having enough power to kill the Tryndamere. Now they got it. With the single combat, they actually ensure that when the Riposte runs out at the end of the turn, the dragon will have 6 power still. Together with the Shen buff, who's leveled, they will get 3 additional power, putting them up to 9 and threatening the Tryndamere with the open attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to feel pretty good. I was thinking, like, is there an upper bound for value in single combat? And I feel like that's probably pretty up there in terms of value. And he just drew another one. Just draw it off the top, easy. So, yeah, I could probably just look at the open attack here. That being said, because Portugal was so skittish over not ruinating right there, and I think you can assume with reasonable certainty that they have one, that Latvia... I mean, there's nothing to develop here. So.
I was about to say, like, there's no choice here, really.
I was looking at the shop site and I was like, oh, it's that unit with the rally. And it's like, no, it clearly just spells. So, I mean, there's only really one option.
Yeah. Obviously, you don't want to give the opponent that information, right? So I think it's really smart that they've taken their time here and just making the opponent think, okay, they actually have options. They could develop, right? This is the wrong order. This is good, sir. Oh, they want to threaten lethal. That's why they're going this route. Very interesting.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, they have sharp sight in hand and they have single combat, so it's a pretty good line.
I'm not a fan, honestly, because any heal just puts them out of that range, right? And like suddenly you're kind of forsaking that potentially free kill on the Tryndamere, right? That's why I personally am not a fan, because any kind of heal like Withering Wail, Grasp of the Undying, just puts them out of your range, and you don't have anything to interact with that, right? So that's why I don't think this is the correct line to play. But they might have figured out for themselves, okay, this is the only chance we got, and maybe they just don't have anything.
So that's my thinking. I actually think that Latvia are looking at this and it's just like, well, we have to pressure in some way, right? Because if they do have Ruination and they do have things like the fast speed Vengeance, that's still going to exist 2 turns from now. And yes, we can maybe curve out into the perfect draw. But even then, like, you know, we're still at the winds of that happening. So by at least putting some pressure onto Portugal and then them using options like you were mentioning, like Withering Wail, like potential healing right there, at least it forces out that mana and forces it now. So I could definitely see it. I mean, obviously it ends up getting nullified because we know Portugal's hand, but I don't dislike the play. I think that your line may have been slightly better in general. But I'm still calling it like a 60-40. I totally understand Latvia's fine there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's always, you want to play to win, right? Oh, there's the deny. This is huge. This is actually gigantic because Portugal might feel forced to go for the Ruination here. And oh my god, they just actually go for it, and deny is there the answer. They're going to be so happy that they just like drew that from the top of the deck. You see the smile on his face. It's like, okay, this should be looking good. And while this is not 100% done and dusted, it pretty much looks like it. There's only a few draws from Portugal that save him here. Vengeance obviously being one of them. Usually these decks tend to run 2. Some I've even seen opt for 3 Vengeances. So that's definitely outs as well for Portugal still.
So it needs to be off the top. What is it? It's Ledros. That's not good enough. They have 6 healing in hand, and this is a 13 damage attack. And they can't kill either of the units. Hey, I mean, this has been the narrative of the series. Sometimes the cards betray you, and sometimes the cards are right there with you. Sometimes you just gotta believe. Wow. Literally off that top deck, Latvia. I mean, you were forced into that situation with the Ruinate, and they go for it, and it was just off the top. I mean, sometimes it would just happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, like, when you look at the hand, it's actually relatively close, right? They have Catalyst in hand and Whale, which is another 6 points of healing. So they could have put themselves up to 12, which is like just shy of the 13 damage that the Shandra Screeching Dragon were dealing.
Wow, crazy game. There were so many times where we were just like, well, I guess this is just over for the Fiora Shen deck. They need Deny right now, Port Notify. And then I feel like there was kind of just a bit of mind gaming themselves right there from Portugal, where they were just like, man, they're keeping mana open, so we can't just openly Ruinate. We just lose the game if we do. We knew that if they did, they'd probably just win the game. But you got to play around these things, right? Like when you're especially in like a relatively commanding position, and then just getting, you know, curveballed by like a deny off the top is something that you can't always play around. Like, obviously you do need to think about it, but like you've got to play the odds. That the best way to play card games in general is to play the odds, you know. Not taking these like random chance plays. And I think Portugal still did that. Yes, they ended up losing the game, and that's just how it goes. And that's, I think, what's exciting about card games.
100%. And honestly, like, while there were some, I would say, early game for the specific matchup that I might have decided differently compared to the Portuguese team, I still think towards the end, they definitely played it right? I definitely think it's reasonable to play around Deny. This might even be a potential keep in an opening hand for Latvia. So you have to assume they're at like an 80% plus at that respective time, because we're relatively late in the game, to have drawn a deny. So given that you felt relatively comfortable in that position, it made sense to play around it. And then in the end, when they saw, okay, we don't actually have any options here, we have to go for it, then they actually do the deny. And that was obviously just very, very well played from both sides still, at least in the mid to late game. Although, again, I think there was some potential room for improvement for the Portuguese early game.
This is something I'm going to find out after we're done casting here today, but I think the amount of times that we've seen Trinimir just get dunked on this tournament is quite high, just from what we've seen on stream. I'm just saying. I think that will change in week 2 when Feel the Rush is enabled, but so far, I think it's been a bit of a bait.
Honestly, I think that you mentioned something very reasonable. I think it's a bit of a bias that comes towards, okay, Trundle Trinimir is just insanely strong, because it is insanely strong currently on the ladder. But what's currently so insanely strong is Feel the Rush, because Feel the Rush actually combats, and we're probably going to talk about it next week a lot in our pre-match segments, right? Because then the KDA cards will be unlocked. But maybe a bit of a teaser. Feel the Rush is essentially a better version in a lot of matchups than War Mother's Call, right? War Mother's Call is better when it comes to outlasting, potentially in the mirror, where you want to ensure that you just have a constant flow of units and you have this as like a resource engine, right? But in a lot of scenarios, you actually want to have the upfront power of Feel the Rush, and that's what is currently in everybody's head, right? When you think Trundle Trinimir, you think, okay, this is Feel the Rush, this is insane power one turn, but that's actually not how it looks like, right? Currently, these lists are very different from that, and they're still strong decks, but they're not as strong as they are probably currently perceived still by all players.
I really like actually this from Latvia. They were committed to the mid-game plan because they looked at the opposing decks coming from Portugal, and it was the percentage right play, right? Like, I would prefer to play mid-range into probably 60% of these decks. So therefore, just go mid-range again. It worked last game, do it again. It's unlikely that Portugal are going to go Trinimir and Trundle once again because of this conversation we're having right now. So it's likely going to go something else. They end up going for Weimar. So once again, we have a very similar matchup where we have mid-range into a more controlling deck.
Yeah, and honestly, like, while I have not played a ton of Heimerweih myself, at least in this current iteration with Tragon, I expect this to be relatively favorable for scouts, at least definitely winnable, simply because usually how these PNZ versus Demacia matchups, and that's how I would call that, right, manifest is that the PNZ list tries to find the exact removal for the respective cards in the Demacian list. They can't ever allow the Demacian list to go wide and develop something like a Bannerman. A Bannerman is something that is so detrimental in this matchup simply because of the amount of value it can potentially generate, right? It's not unheard of that when the Bannerman drops down, that's suddenly like a 6 power and a 6 toughness, or even 7 power, 7 toughness added to the board on turn 4. That is something that is really hard for the PNZ list to deal with, simply because all their removal is based on damage points, and all these health points might just push them slightly out of removal range, whether that's the respective timed Thermo Beam, it's a Get Excited, it's a potential Mystic Shot, and I think I'm really curious to see how it will look like, but I generally would favor the Scout list, or at least put it at a 50-50 at worst.
I agree. I actually completely think that scouts are favored in this matchup because when you a lot of the spells coming from Demacia go significantly up in stock value, right? Like, you're looking at things that increase health, and then when you're playing into a control list, you can almost completely invalidate a lot of the control options, right? Like, you Mystic Shot into like a Range of Resolve, you Mystic Shot into Sharp Sight on an attack swing. So not only have you just nullified that, and maybe you're tapped at that point, you took 2 more damage, right? So getting the right spells at the right time for the scout list could be absolutely huge, and it's more likely in dedicated, we call it the Girl Scouts deck, it's more likely to see things like Range of Resolve, right? So I think that for that reason, like, you can kind of, not necessarily high roll, but you can find these cards that get exponential value off of playing them at the right times.
Yeah, and one very interesting tech that we see here and the potential Latvian starting hand is a Blinding Assault. That's one card that I have seen rather recently been added to a lot of the scout lists to ensure that you have additional early drop and that you don't feel as bad about banking spell mana. And it also allows you to actually have a kind of sort of removal together with Misfortune, as well as make it easier to level up both Misfortune and the Quinn as well. So I really like the tech choice, and I think, though, in this matchup, the card that you usually tend to remove is actually Rangers Rudolph, or it might be single combat. And both of these cards are not bad in this matchup either. So I'm not sure if it's the perfect tech choice for this matchup, while I like it in general.
I've seen a combination of all three. To talk about a little bit of the history of this deck, Blinding Assault was there kind of at the start, then dropped off for a little bit, and then has now come back again. So, and then we've also seen variations along the way. You're right, Ranger Resolve sometimes is cut down to a 1 of a 0 of. It's less likely to see that than single combat because Blinding Assault often does a very similar thing for you. So it's a good potential that we will see Ranger Resolve in this matchup. Sharp Sight has also come in as an S tier card for this deck. It's basically just like better transfusion, but in Demacia, so they get to grab it for free. You got to be feeling pretty good right here.
Absolutely. Honestly, the draw is not bad. You obviously would have preferred to draw a little bit more in curve. You would have preferred to have the Fleet Feather Tracker turn 1 and not turn 3. But Misfortune is good here, and the team from Portugal now needs to decide, okay, is this worth a 6-mana Thermo Beam? Because if you don't go for that route, then suddenly you might run into Sharp Sight, which we know Latvia actually has ready.
Yeah, just before everyone screams at us, it is actually Demacia Bilgewater, not Demacia Noxus. So it's just a small mistake on the graphics. So you can stop screaming now, as I'm sure is happening in chat. But yeah, developing the Misfortune makes a ton of sense. And then probably 4 mana remaining right here. I think probably going for the Blinding is it's difficult. It's difficult because you're completely tapped at that point.
I don't think you do it. Like I wouldn't because
yeah, I agree with you.
Because I think Misfortune is such a valuable card in this matchup, and now you essentially like you've given Portugal, and you see the smile on the Portuguese face, right? It's like that's why it's the bad play, because like suddenly you're opening yourselves up for that Thermal Beam, and even if they had Rangers Resolve, it wouldn't be good enough, and you ensure that you deal with probably arguably the most important card in this matchup is now being dealt with, and this has to be feeling good for Portugal. On top of the not ideal start from Latvia when it comes to curve, they are now in a really good position to potentially stabilize the board with Vi on turn 5 for turn 6.
Like, I personally hate it when casters are just like, and the game's over, and it's like 2 minutes into the game, but
it's not. It's not.
It's not over. No. I wasn't criticizing you, but I was criticizing the statement I was about to make, which was that losing the Misfortune right there is such a big deal, as you already correctly pointed out. Like, it's something that you really want to be leveling up, and then having a strong swing come into like the mid game, and by losing that and having just nothing on board by turn 4 for Scout is massive. Yes, it's still winnable. Yes, you can still rebuild the board, but it's now on either a misplay or a weak hand from Portugal, and you've like your turn 4 and unable to like swing out on turn 5 with something amazing.
Yeah, and think about how we tried to position this early in the game about the win conditions, right? The win condition for the Latvian team is that they need to go wise, right? They need to ensure that they put on pressure and ensure that Portugal does not get to play their late game engines, right? There is no way that the Latvian deck can keep up with the value that a Heimerdinger can generate, right? So you need to make sure that you, one, create so much pressure that they can't really play Heimerdinger because it's a huge tempo loss, or that you, two, have a good way to remove him. Both of which basically have now been negated because Misfortune is gone, which is together with a Challenger enough to kill Heimerdinger, and 2, you didn't really put pressure on them. So if they were to draw Heimerdinger next turn, they have the word as their oyster with both Heimerdinger and Vi available. They also have the removal in the form of the Comet.
Yeah, for sure. The Comet being the choice right there, as we just saw. I think it cannot be understated how important it was that Portugal didn't have an immediate answer to the Grizzled Ranger, because so often as a Scouts deck, you want to be swinging out immediately for your open attack, and then you can develop, and then you look for your second swing depending on how it's looking. Sometimes you will develop before that. But by being able to swing out here, the Priestess kind of puts a wrench in the works. It's kind of like a soft counter there, but it makes it like less enticing, right?
Quick question here: if there is like an open attack here, how do you think about a potential instant hush on the Grizzled Ranger to prevent the 3/4 from coming out?
Ooh, it's a strong play. I think that again, like you've managed to keep your opponent's board so narrow at this point in the game, but by keeping it narrow, you're only playing towards your own game plan, which is amazing. I think Hush potentially does have a higher ceiling for value in this matchup because you can drop things things like Quinn, even like a renewed develop on the Misfortune. So there are times in which you can completely invalidate that swing later on that could be game changing. But I also don't hate playing it now because for the aforementioned reasons. But I would lean towards holding it.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially given that you probably have to think about cards like Sharpsight, right, which like put him out of removal range, and then the Hush obviously is only lasting for a single turn. On top of this, I also think just Vi is a very, very strong play here, and you might not want to lock yourself out of that option.
Pass is actually not a bad play. Because your opponent is going to swing out anyways.
Yeah. So, same question again. Do you Hush here? Or is this something where you potentially like Mystic Shot or even Pale Cascade?
Yeah, now your opponent's so tapped. I mean, you still have to think about resolve. You always need to play around it. Like, I think the way that you play this Weimar deck is you play to brick your opponent's spells, right? Like, you always play around a range of resolve and these high value, like, as we said at the start, like exponential plays that you can get in terms of value, and you just invalidate them by playing around them at all times. Yep. So I think you actually just have the opportunity to play so slow here because of the blunder with the Misfortune. And I mean, as I'm saying this, they actually go for the complete opposite play and they go for the more aggressive play. Again, we already spoke about it. I think that like either is acceptable, and it just depends what game plan you're going for. But personally, would have gone slightly slower because you just have the opportunity to.
Yeah, if they actually just Mystic Shot the Grizzled Ranger here as well, that feels very, very aggressive here. Given that the Sharpsight is still an option, and they actually don't have any reactivity on the side of Portugal here, right? So I think it totally justifiable to potentially Mystic Shot the bird, so they actually maintain reactivity, because then if there is a reaction like the Sharpsight that we see come out now from the Latvian team, then you could react with the Hush still, but committing both your spells and completely removing any reactivity except for the Pale Cascade on the Solari Priestess here from yourself doesn't feel good, especially because you're essentially only trading 1-for-1 in that exchange anyway. And that's going to be 10 damage to your face.
Yep, 100%. And we have no way to stop that. Yeah, it's 10 damage straight up. And again, like, that's also what we spoke about. Like, these spells go up in exponential value. I think we literally used this example in Pick and Ban where we're like, what happens if you Mystic Shot and then you get Sharpsight and you get hit in the face for a ton of damage? That literally just happened. So you can brick your opponent's cards like that, or you can play into them and potentially get punished. Imagine if you didn't have Sharpsight, though. That unit went down, you get a huge value, and you played so many cards that your Vi has just gotten huge, which, yes, did happen anyway. So it was a potential to play that they set to go for, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, very interesting. Thinking from Latvia here, how they want to pursue this turn, right? I still think it's fine to feed the Cythria or the tracker here towards the Vi. I think passing is too abusable. If you pass here, then almost certainly the Portuguese team would just pass back on you, and you're not in a fantastic position for next turn. I think you need to feed something to the Vi so you can actually develop the Quinn in the turn after. And you need to think, okay, is it more valuable to feed the tracker, or is it more valuable to have the Cythria?
Yeah, I think.
Wow.
We would have played Cythria, I think.
I agree with you, and this is a really strong pass from Portugal from my perspective, because now actually you're in a really tricky position because you kind of really wanted to play your Quinn, but you don't want to feed the Quinn to the Vi necessarily, right? They're still going for it though, simply because they feel like they have enough pressure next turn to invalidate the presence of Vi, right? And the thinking here is that with the 7 mana they will have next turn, they could play Cythria and Genevieve, and they have a really strong scout attack with 3 scouts still, even if the Vi kills Quinn here. And then the second follow-up attack, that's going to be a potential game winner here for Latvia, and Portugal needs to think about, okay, how can they invalidate that? And they think they can level up Vi here, but essentially doesn't really do anything. I think they need to bank their mana, and they need to bank on top decks, and they need to ensure that they just stay alive one more turn, because if they stay alive next turn, they probably win the game in the long run.
Yeah, I think it initially looks very spicy, but I think in the end, as you mentioned, it makes sense because yes, you're kind of sacking the Queen, but you are going wide. I know a lot of like scout lists started moving away from the Queen for a while and started going for the Lucian, but it's just the power that Quinn actually brings in the mid game sometimes is you do actually get to go wide, you get the scout, it means your open attack is even stronger. There's a possibility that we even see a development here from Latvia on top of that. You do have to be thinking about those slow speed options from Vima decks. Obviously, we see the comment in hand. They could also be a tri-beam. Like, there's a lot of things that could put a huge wrench in the works. So I could see either way. Ooh, another Quinn off the top.
Another Quinn. That's huge.
Do you open here? Would you open here, Max?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not against PNZ plus Tarragon, because like, what kind of gigantic punish do they have for my development, right? You always need to think, if I open, what do I play around, right? And I don't even have tricks if I'm on the side now on the Latvian player, right, on the Latvian team, and make that decision, right? Like, I don't have any tricks, so open attack always just doesn't favor me because I expect a lot of fast speed or burst speed answers even from the Portuguese team, and I want to ensure that my mana is being used this turn, right? So I would start with a Cytherea here, and then depending on the reaction from Portugal, I'll follow up with a Quinn or Genevieve. That would be my line.
Yeah, I think the only concern for me would be like the fattest tri-beam of all time that's just been sitting in hand since the start of the game, and then you're like, oh, and then you just summon like a gigantic unit and remove one at the same time, depending on tricks.
But there was only one other 3-mana card played so far, no? There was only the Solari Priestess played.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, I actually think like almost 100% of the time, like I think this is probably like a 95% play. Yeah, you go for the develop.
Oh, this is super exciting. Like, because it's very, very justifiable on both sides. Like, there's so many avenues here. You want to either potentially develop the Priestess to get an additional option, because getting let's see what they get here from the Invoke. Oh, Meteor Shower is huge. Meteor Shower. I was about to say, like, I didn't remember the name of the card, but like, Meteor Shower is one of the big answers here because it actually can deal with both Genevieve and deal some damage to one of the Challenger units. But I'm not sure if it's good enough.
Yeah, that's true. It's pushed everything out of range of getting a second kill. You will be able to get the Genevieve guarantee because it's 0 mana now from Latvia. But is it good enough? I mean, whatever your plays, I think you're kind of locked into.
So essentially, how it boils down is you would leave the Ranger attack through twice. And you can block it the second time. Yeah, I think it's not good enough. You need to go for the Guiding Touch here. I think that makes sense. Get Excited is a big, big draw here.
Yeah, I think you're kind of dead if you just Meteor Shower, right? Yeah, so they go for the extra health and the draw. Get Excited is pretty huge. Ooh, going for the preemptive Mystic Shot hit on the before the swing. I can also see that, yeah. And now we need to map it out. Are they still dead?
Honestly, like, let's just see how they play. It's going to be very straightforward. Obviously, this is going to be not what? This shouldn't be a block. This can't be a block. Okay, we're good. So we're going out to 8, and then in the next attack, it's going to get challenged again. No, it's 1. I think Latvia has got this here.
Yeah, Latvia know it, and Portugal.
Yeah, you see it in the reaction from the Portuguese team as well.
That's really rough.
Yeah, but well played from the Latvian team. We discussed quickly like the differences between open swinging here and developing, and they made exactly the right call 2 turns in a row, and that's what got them the win. Really strong.
Wow, what a game! What a series! Because remember at the start we were criticizing the Misfortune blunder, and I still think that was a pretty big blunder. But then I think the Vima deck just played right into sharp side, right?
Yeah.
Like you don't need to do anything, just do nothing, and I think you're good, right? And the only way you lose is making a proactive play like that and then getting punished and taking 10 damage in a single turn from a ranger, from a grizzled ranger, and then not killing it. That was brutal. And then that was just enough tempo for the scouts deck to come back and win. That's crazy. Yeah, that was a reverse sweep coming in from Latvia. And that feels so bad for Portugal. But for Latvia, that's great. Obviously, lost their first series into Poland yesterday and are now feeling great out 1-1. So same with Spain, as we heard earlier on today, that Spain managed to get their win. So yeah, these teams really starting to bounce back in their groups.
Yeah, if you want to look at it from a very positive perspective, you say that it was really well played at the end from the Latvian team, right, where they exactly made the 100% right choices, although it was difficult to decide when to path and when to actually like sacrifice the queen even in that turn before, right? So that's the positive perspective. If you take a bit more of like a negative perspective, say it's been a game of catch, right? It's like I throw with the MF and then you just throw harder with your play of the Grizzled Ranger, and then I'll take the win. But it's obviously very easy for us to look at these things. These players are under a lot of pressure, and they have a lot of options that they need to think about, especially Heimer Weiss list that is not super popular yet. It's been something that's been basically rising up into the ranks just this week. So I think a lot of people don't understand all the matchups 100% correctly. There's also like a lot of nuances in the list, and understanding what you can do and what you can't do, the good matchups and the bad matchups, and also then obviously like ensuring that you don't misplay into the second shop side is something that's really important. And I still think that the Portuguese team can obviously bounce back next week.
Yeah, and as we said, it's always a game of percentages, right? And that was like, I would say that's an under 50% play right there. You can kind of guess that they would have some trick there to kind of mess you up. So I would say it's maybe like a 30% play. But again, like you go for it, and imagine if they didn't have a trick, and it would have gone a completely different way. You would have doubled down on the kill, on the misfortune, and then you would have just swung out one, right? Yep. So there's many ways it could have gone. We've seen it today. That as I said, the story of that matchup right there was just, what do you draw? You're at the whims of fate and at the whims of the cards. And Deny was the first two games, and then coming into the third one, it was obviously based off of just the combat tricks that you had. So either way, fun matchup, super good to see. I love games going to the maximum, going to that full 3 games to best 3. And we're going to take a quick break. Go for Max.
Maybe before we head to the break, some quick math for you at home. Like the math usually, like when you look at the second out, because they already played a sharp set before, right? You actually right on the money. It's usually roughly 30% that you need to think about, right? So they basically didn't value the 30% or high enough, and it's understandable. It's totally a justifiable line, and didn't pan out this time, but might in the other 70%.
Max, you can also just commit to being party pooper. You don't need to justify everything. It's okay. Anyway, guys, we are going to take a short break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay with us.
Life is what you make it. I feel like I'm lazy. I can't see a way out. I've been stacking face down off canvases I painted. I just spent the rain day on drip I can't afford, but that's the price I pay for the memories I'm making. I've been going places. I've been shaking hands for a chance to really make it. This life is so abrasive, so I almost gave it. All this that I'm laying, it's only the foundation. I've been going crazy, just trying to find a way. I was in the basement, trying to turn the page. I was going through the phase. Nobody see my face. I was chasing at the paper, been all it for the ways, but everything again, ain't nothing left to lose. I've been breaking rules, I've been making moves, with everything to prove. Now it's going how I see it through my lens, but it's stuck in my head. I can't seem to get away from it. I went out of my way. I'm trying to feel the eye again. I've lost somewhere in my head. I've been out here all on my own. All I ever wanted. Never like me when you're sober, only like you when I'm lonely. Got me looking in the mirror for the self-diagnosis. Feel like they villainize me for they ever get to know me. They tell me that you need me, the action didn't show it. Knowing that you play the angles, and I'm seeing through your motives. With the weight down on my shoulder, found a way to hold it. I can't keep my focus, barely keep composure. Hard when I've been coping with all the pressure that I fed. Make it hard to hold my head, make it hard to get to sleep. Like I'm slipping from the edge, struggling to get a breath. Right the wrongs with the lead, life is not a guarantee. Just down by the cliff, self-prescribed a dealer mess. Now the way to flee the scene, I've been trying to get a grip onto something out of reach. Life is speeding to a peak, it's how I realize that I'm not the man I wanna be. I've been running for myself, we all afraid to die alone. Scared that's all I ever be. I've been scrolling down a feed, afraid we'll never get to see the type of liberation that we really need to
In it for keepsake, in the field with the cleat lace. Beat freak with the bare face and a slick tongue, that's what she say. She look good, she a big tease when she bite lip with the wink face. Hella bad when she throwing it back, she bring that my way for the team play. For Pete's sake, I'm above average, I padded my stats. I gotta matter what he say. I'm the 2010 young LeBron James off the backboard, type of bad boy. Hold it down for the task force. If I run his fade, then you ask for it. Cross need to laugh more. I keep it 100 on dashboard. The live show needed passport, cause the beat bounced to the cap torn. Feel like I live it fast forward, but I asked for it. Misfit, got a quick lit on a crash course from the tattered garment to the tabloid. Fuck how I live it into existence. I'd be ahead of myself, but the bank account did jump up a couple figures. Feel like nobody could with us. I'm a flight risk. I play among the stars in the Hollywood Hill, the space station couldn't even get in touch with me. Praise faith that I stuck with it. Wave. No, I really can't complain. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave where everything I say turn into the real thing. I tell her on here, cause you know it ain't a thing. We made it out the slums, the words on the page. Everything is straight. I've been on a wave where everything I'm saying turn into the real thing. I've been living like I'm famous. Like I don't show my face as I'm jumping on the stage. Like I'm living in a daydream. Lost in imagination. She only want me when she fake. She quick to tell me I'm a fake. She ain't told no lie, she love it when I catch my cadence. She gone off the deep end, pull up every weekend. I hate to let her down, but I'm in a fast life, so you never slowing me down. Hard rain, jumping like you don't sleep well. How you switch up, you always help me down. Wonder why I turn into a cold of me now. It could be worse, right?
Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 of LoR Masters Europe. I'm Pulse, this is Max. We're coming in for our final game of the day. Man, that last match, that was... I didn't think it was going to go 3 games, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, really awesome to see the team pull it back from Latvia, and that's what we basically discussed earlier, right? You can't like think about and dwell on like potential misplays, potential different path that you should have chosen in the prior game. You need to just focus on the game ahead of you, and they were able to pull out ahead. And obviously, like some luck of the draw there in the second game, especially with the denied just at the very moment that you need it. But that's what we're here for. That's why we enjoy card games, as you mentioned earlier. And it was great to see them capitalizing on the potential like good draws that they got, but I actually not throwing it away in game 3 either.
Absolutely, and we also saw what happens when you go for those low value plays, and sometimes they don't work out, or more often than not, they don't work out. So it doesn't work out. Anyways, final matchup here. Let's get into this one. It's going to be Austria here taking on Bulgaria. We'll start off with the Austrian roster. We have GM Ying, so we're just going to refer to him as Ying. He's going to be leading the team right here. Spoogie and Charmin are going to be his teammates.
Yeah, strong team from Austria, and honestly, also despite only like being number 15 in the list here in the seeding, I think one of the also dark horses of the tournament, maybe together with Czechia.
No, 100%. Let's take a look at their opponents coming in here for a final matchup of the day. Going to be, of course, Bulgaria coming in at 6th seed. Bratchet Kata, we're just going to call him Kata. Kalmashin and just Trino will be rounding out that roster.
Yeah, and we just heard from production that Brachikata will actually be the pilot that you will be seeing on screen, and he will be leading the team and the maneuvers in-game for this match today.
Yeah, and I know this team, Bulgaria specifically, really likes their control decks. I think that Kata is the only person who would actually prefer sometimes to do combo, but we could definitely expect them to trend towards those more controlled matchups. For this one, let's go into pick some bans. We'll see if their bans actually betray their playstyle, and see if they actually go in here and do start to ban out some of those more aggro matchups, so they can, end up going aggro themselves or control.
Yeah, one thing I would want to highlight right off the bat is Austria, I think, one of the most creative teams together with Czechia that we've seen today already and yesterday. You see now on the left side, they play Hecarim Thresh with Ionia, as well as a champless Freljord Shadow Isles list. And you kind of are left guessing, right? Like when you're on the side of Bulgaria here, you kind of don't know, right? This Freljord Shadow Isles, this could be a Ledger's control list, this could be an Undying list with a certain like Freljord splash, right? And you don't really know. And you need to factor in, okay, do I just ban champless decks? And the way this works, maybe to highlight also the rules part of this, as it's kind of my job here, is that you are able to ban champless decks by just saying, okay, I'm banning all the champless decks at once, right? So if there are multiple champless decks, you can decide to dedicate a ban towards that, and that would ensure that that deck still gets eliminated. It's not ban immune, it's just a different kind of ban. So kind of champless is essentially the intense different champion.
And we did also see Austria yesterday. If you guys were tuning in, they played in France, and this is also the Yu-Gi-Oh team. So just keep that in mind. There may or may not be references, so be prepared for that one.
So how the cards was not with them yesterday?
No, and it certainly wasn't with the Furious Shen deck in the last one. We don't have bans coming through yet. We are just waiting for those to come through. But as you said, yeah, a lot of innovation right here. A lot of different things we can see. Excited to potentially see another Draven Darius. I think that was a very specific situation where it was just like it was very obvious that your opponents could potentially be playing Soraka Tam, and that's more often than not a very good matchup. So maybe not seeing it in this series, but I mean, it's a deck close to my heart. I played it a ton. So we'll see if we see it. We'll see if we see it. There you go.
Yeah,
English.
and maybe to also look at the bit of the lineup of Bulgaria here. I think very interesting, again, and we've seen it earlier today. I'm not 100% sure which team brought it, but there's again a Lux Aurelion Soul list. So this list might be seeing a little bit of a resurgence. On top of this very interesting lineup constellation on the side of Bulgaria, because they both have Draven Darius as well as Draven Jinx, really incentivizing a potential Draven ban here from the side of Austria, to get the 2-for-1 ban.
Yeah, some more correction just so I don't bait you. Austria aren't actually running Draven Darius today. It's just Bulgaria. So it's going to be the other way around. So reverse my analysis. We also see this Anivia deck once again. We've actually seen Anivia, as you've been mentioning, potentially as a high threat deck, and we've seen a lot of bans today actually through that Anivia list. Pretty common across the board. And it looks like Zed Lee Sin. Okay, so obviously we saw the Lee Sin Karma list, and I think that was the only team running it. As we said, it was a very question marky deck, and then I think they proved a lot of people wrong by bringing it up. But this is a more traditional list if you're looking at the decks you see on ladder.
No, 100%. And then you obviously see the stock standard Trundle Trinity here on both sides. You see scouts on both sides. And one thing, I didn't even notice this up till now. Okay, it just gets banned immediately. There's an Elise Karma list, which is something that I've also seen recently become more popular on ladder. This is mostly revolving around the new Go Hard card from the KDA side, but I'm curious to see if they found a way to still make that deck work without that card. But we're not going to see it today.
Well, yeah, there we go. Unfortunate. Next week, we probably will be seeing more of these decks. When the KDA cards are enabled, they are banned for week 1. So, we'll see. Karma obviously getting off the table. We'll see if they aim towards more control decks. As I said, this team is actually Bulgaria banning them. So, Bulgaria are potentially looking to be a more control-y lineup. So, we'll see if they try and ban out those other decks and force the opponent into aggro matchups they may not want to play.
Yeah, another deck I want to put a focus on for Bulgaria is the Elise Noxus list. That's also something that I've seen, and I've actually built such a deck for my girlfriend, just to get a bit into the game. It's a relatively straightforward deck where you just try to make sure that you just go hard and go face as fast as you can. And it's a very potent deck from my experience. It obviously struggles in a lot of matchups where there's a lot of healing. And we might see something along those lines, given that they are trying to remove what it looks like the Shadow Isles pool.
Yeah, I believe there's a very popular swim list that did the rounds very early on to the season. Of course, aggro does very well in the early parts of most seasons. People are still figuring out the meta, and it was kind of slapping people. That was more last season though than this season, so it's interesting to see it make a resurgence now. But as you said, it's a relatively easy deck to play. It's basically just play your units out and play your burn later. Congratulations, you've learned how to play the deck. It really rewards really basic fundamentals. So sometimes it can be a very annoying deck to play into. I'm really interested to see its competitive viability, though, because I would say it's right on ladder. You grind out games, you smash people, you go next, or you lose really fast and you go next. Into a tournament format where it has a lower skill expression compared to a lot of control decks in mid-range. Typically, it's not seen, and especially coming from Bulgaria, who like their skill expression decks, I think it's an interesting one. But we'll see.
I definitely feel like the Bulgarian team is trying to really remove the control pool here, right? They banned the Thresh, so taking away the option from Bulgaria, while Bulgaria banned the Trundle, removing one other, I would say, like more traditional control list. I wouldn't be surprised if the last ban from Bulgaria here would be the Anivia, so all the traditional control lists are kind of off the table. That still leaves 3 different Shadow Isles lists, despite 3 being banned on the side of Austria, with the Hecarim Thresh. But that is probably going to be not as much of a control list, is my guess. The Callista list was probably going to be closer to They Who Endure, simply because they have the Freljord Splash. And then the big question mark, actually, the Champless deck, which we have no idea what it could be, as potential options. And I would be very excited to see what kind of deck they brought there with their Freljord Shadow Isles list.
So I think there's a potential for Bulgaria to ban out Zedley Sin right here as a combo deck that can be very targeted into control, and then they'll end up picking something like Lux Aurelian Soul, or they can go for their Trundle Trinimir, whichever isn't banned, and then they're playing into exclusively maybe Endure, but mostly aggro lists. I do agree that like Anivia is also a threat there, but if they're planning on playing a control deck, then you want to get rid of the combo deck.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I think it's definitely, if you want to go that route, it's definitely between those 2 lists. You don't expect the Thresh Hecarim list to be super problematic for a control deck, even if they run Ionia, and you're right on the money. There's the Z ban, and they're probably going to end up still facing some of these Shadow Isles lists there, which is an easy guess, obviously, it's given that there's still 4 out of 6 left.
Yeah, lowest ranked caster, by the way, on the broadcast, just saying. And Austria coming in for their final ban. Yeah, what was your ban right here? I think you're probably targeting one of the control lists. I think if I were them, they're going for Fiora Shen. I was going to say that they would ban out the Lux Aurelian Soul list, and then they would try to play the game plan they've been forced into. But by banning out the Fiora, that's interesting. I guess that says that one of their decks, at least if it's not the no champ list, is relatively swarmy, and they may be looking towards playing that. So that's actually a big tell right here for Bulgaria. This is cool. That was a really unexpected final ban.
Yeah, I agree. I would have actually expected the Draven ban potentially for the 2-for-1, and also just simply because you don't want to get high roll. I'm assuming that they feel probably pretty comfortable though in the discard matchup, simply because they still have, as I said, 4 Shadow Isles lists, 4 Shadow Isles lists left, which probably also all run Withering Wail, and they just feel like, okay, the only ban that I would actually be getting out of the Draven ban is the Draven Darius list, and they probably feel reasonably comfortable even in that matchup with all these decks. So I definitely agree with your assessment. I would have definitely liked to see a Trundle or an Aurelian Soul ban here over the Shen or Fiora. I think the reason that they do this, though, is because they want to play Scouts. And Scouts is something that's super, super strong as a deck. We've just seen it in action, what it can do, even in an unfavorable matchup with a really questionable start and a misplay at the start. You can just eke out wins very, very comfortably, given the sheer strength and power of the deck. And banning Shen Fiora suddenly opens up that opportunity.
Yeah, I know that between Max and I, we have a small debate of like whether it's 60-40 one way or another, and we're in 2 different camps there. I believe you could probably leave it up and then potentially win out that matchup, but it really is a big contested matchup either way. Like we can meet in the middle and say it's like near a 50-50. So I think by banning that one away, I agree. I think that could potentially lean towards that. Not going to be this case though. It's going to be the Thresh list coming through. It's Thresh Hecarim, by the way. So we were talking about the potential for them to be going for a more swarmy deck that they really don't want to be playing into Fiora, and that's probably what we're going to see right here with closest to Ephemerals. And on the opposite side, did nail the prediction net on the Bulgaria list, and they are going for the Lux Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, very excited to see this match, honestly, because it's not 2 decks that we've seen a ton of. I think Lux Aurelian Soul is something that we've seen very much at the early stages of the Targon expansion a couple of months ago, but up until now, the deck kind of has like faded away a little bit. It used to, and obviously this is assuming that this is the same kind of list, but it used to be something that has been popularized by BBG, I believe, from North America back in the day, where it would run the pre-nerf Radiant Guardian, and it would basically run the single combats, concerted strikes, and just ensure that this is kind of your anti-aggro mechanism, and otherwise be a very, very greedy list, I would say, with star shaping, with the Lux and Aurelion Soul engines just generating value and value over and over again. So actually being able to put a lot of pressure on in these control matchups and actually just outvaluing your opponent and outlasting them even in control matchups, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah, for me, when I first saw it, it's very on the line to being like a Timmy deck, right? We were just like, I get to get maximum value, I get to play my Aurelion Soul, look at all these things I'm doing, but more often than not, you just get absolutely stomped by much faster decks or even mid-range scouts even, and in ladder it's just so inconsistent. However, you bring that into something like tournament play, you've got new cards coming in, obviously we're just talking about like a much older list, so it suddenly becomes a deck that's totally viable. And we've seen a couple countries now run Aurelion Soul along with things like Lux, along with things like Leona, which is more common. So I'm super interested to see what they bring out here.
I'm going to start this matchup strong. Like, did you see if that was actually a Hecarim keep? Because that would be very questionable to me, given that you're not even attacking on 6. Keeping the Hecarim in the initial starting hand feels like a very committal line to me.
It's spicy, I'll say that much.
Yeah.
I guess.
But maybe that was just like a graphics glitch, right? Like, let's not go too deep into it, because maybe we just like tuned in late and it's actually something that he just got into the hand.
Yeah, I think there's lines in which you could keep it necessarily, especially when you're playing a much slower matchup. And if you're looking for a very specific single swing, looking for a very specific tempo play, it could be a vital part of your game plan, right? Like, I think you can get betrayed in being like, this is a beatdown aggro list. They're going to go fast all the time. When in reality, sometimes it can be like we're trying to find our combo pieces, that the combo is going to happen over 1 to 2 turns. And then you come in with this big swing that's able to overwhelm the value engine that is the Lux Aurelion Soul deck. So I think there's lines either way. And I think this is a matchup I have not seen before. So we're learning. We're all learning here.
Absolutely. And I'm actually like very interested to see what the splash is. I'm assuming it would be Deny. It might be something like Concussive Palm as well. Maybe Will of Ionia. Those would be like the top 3 cards I would consider for a splash in a Shadow Isles list that only splashes Ionia, which is pretty apparent given that they run the Wraith Caller here, right? And I'm very interested also to see which kind of cards the Bulgarian deck is playing. And I think, honestly, this will also be very refreshing for the players piloting these decks and the teams looking over their shoulders, simply because it's suddenly not very cut and dry and okay, these are exactly the cards that I have to be expecting from my opponent, as we've had in our previous matches, right? I wouldn't be actually super surprised if the Mistwraith here was not planned to actually be seen from the Bulgarian side, and this is actually something that they didn't account for.
Oh, for sure. Just keep everyone updated. We do have a bit of lag coming in from the Bulgarian side. So until that's fixed, we won't be showing the Bulgarian hand because it will literally be 2 minutes old. So it will actually be causing more harm than it will be helping us. So once that's fixed, we will bring up the hand. So we'll just cast this from the perspective here of Austria and think about the plays that Bulgaria can be coming with. And yeah, I agree. I think that it's definitely possible that you weren't expecting a Mistwraith deck. And we were having this conversation yesterday when we saw that Mistwraith deck coming from, I believe, Czechia, and we're saying it's interesting how a lot of times it doesn't run out of value. Like it just kind of doesn't run out of steam. You'll hit like a late game, and then your Mistwraith is like a 9/2, and you can atrocity over the top, and you still have plays into these really big value engine decks and these really super late game decks because you can just go over them, which is really fascinating because I would still see it as like a beatdown list that has longevity in these matchups.
Yeah, actually, it's really surprising how much value and staying power that kind of deck has, right? It might even top off something like a Harrowing, where you just try to ensure that you just throw so much force at your opponent that if they don't have Ruination to deal with your Harrowing, that they just might straight up lose, because those might be 2 or 3 Hecarim's, and leveled up Hecarim's generate a lot of power on pretty much nothing of a board that you had before. So out of nothing, essentially, they can manufacture a board in this way. And I wouldn't be surprised, given that we already see Hecarim the Rekindler, and also with the potential keep that we saw on the Hecarim, despite that being a 6-mana card in a while starting on attacking on odds. I would actually not be surprised to see exactly that. And we see the concussive palm for the Ionia splash here.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. I could definitely see it. And again, we're looking towards more of like a combo piece deck where you're trying to get those exact cards out so you can, like, you need to play the Hecarim, have it removed, then you can follow it with the Rekindler, and there's a very specific line right there. So I think, like, playing in that way, you are trying to pick those pieces up where you can, and if it's in your opening hand, then you can afford the tempo loss. You're still playing like Mythcore on 2, you can protect against any early plays, which, let's be honest, isn't going to happen from a Leona already in Soul deck, so you're feeling pretty good. And then you can follow up with Wraithcaller on 4, and this feels pretty good as well. Congratulations, you've managed to do both. You have your combo pieces, you can go late, and you've also have a semi-aggressive draw.
Yeah, I'm honestly very curious to see how this will develop, because I expect there to be some training going on, but there are a lot of combat tricks. At least I expect a lot of combat tricks on the Bulgarian side, because obviously with Targon, they have easy access to Pale Cascade. We expect single combats, and there might also be the Concerted Strike available to them at 5 mana here. So I'm very, very interested to see if they would actually consider a swing here, or if they just play it safe. I think the 3/6 attacking is a very safe option here. It's probably just going to be a skip here from the Austrian side.
Yeah. It's kind of just like a pass with extra steps, and I think it like has a little bit more value here, so I think it's fine.
Taking the opportunity to reorder the board.
Yeah. Sometimes that can matter. Maybe not in this matchup, but sometimes it can matter. It really can. When we talk about the APM, sometimes you just want to press buttons. You just want to do something, even when the correct players just pass. Yeah, there we go.
Ooh, Thresh a really strong top deck here. I would be surprised if they just get snapped on the board.
Yeah, I honestly, I would look at this. If that had just popped in my hand, I'd be like, I'd just play it. I think it's probably smarter just to wait a couple seconds and just be like, oh, what are the other options? And more for your opponents to be, thinking about it. But I think realistically, it's probably just going to be Thresh here. There's a world where you could go for a pass, but I think it's maybe a little bit too spicy.
Yeah, I agree. And I think maybe one interesting interaction that I also want to highlight, I think which would probably be super relevant in this matchup, is that Targon has access to a lot of obliterate effects. And when I'm saying a lot, it's not crazy amounts, but namely they have Comet and they have Supernova, right? Where you can obliterate 1 or 2 different threats from the opposing board. And that can actually become really, really important, because suddenly a card like Rekindler might lose a lot of value if you're actually able to deal with the Hecarim multiple times in a row, right? And the access that you usually get in this list is either via the 2-mana burst card that invokes, or via the Solari Priestess, obviously, which also synergizes well with Leona.
You're right. There will need to be multiple answers to multiple Hecarims. Like, there's a good chance that we just see more than 3 Hecarims go down this game. That's fully a possibility. Yeah. Or you're playing towards getting to super late game, and you go like super value engine. I have a Aurelion Soul up. I have a Lux going. I have infinite value, and it's just a light show, right? Like, very reminiscent of Lux Karma, where it's just like you just shoot lasers everywhere, and congratulations, you won the game. So yeah, they definitely need ways to answer that Hecarim, and it's funny. More damage and just out of range of killing the Hecarim. So yeah, it's a small interaction, but may actually turn into a thing later on. And here comes the Lux.
Yeah, that also means that Austria can pretty confidently just slap down the Hecarim and know that they will get the open attack without there being a potential reaction from Bulgaria. And I would be surprised if there's anything else happening here, except maybe for a potential vengeance on the Lux.
I think vengeance is also a possibility here, just because like 3 mana currently from Bulgaria, and expecting them to have something on the next turn to level up the Lux. It's either this is a 2 Lux hand, or this is a very easy develop on the next turn. Yeah. I do find it very hard not to just play the Hecarim, though. You have 2 Hecarims in hand, core plan. In terms of tempo, like, I think you have to play it here, even though it is so juicy to go for just the cheeky vengeance here onto the Lux. But if it is a to absolutely go Hecarim. Go for it.
Yeah, the reason I think that Vengeance here is the inferior play is that at 3 mana you still expect single combat, right? And suddenly you're not really trading a 1-for-1 anymore because the Lux still gets additional value because it can take down either the Wraithcaller or the Mist Wraith still into the grave, right? So I think Hecarim is definitely the superior play here. It also ensures that you move some steps towards the potential Thresh level up, and in general, you want to take that opportunity whenever you can because you expect so many combat tricks from Bulgaria. And given it's a Demacia list, I think what I would do definitely is even run cards like Judgment, and then you definitely want to have your Vengeance ready.
Yeah, absolutely. To avoid one of those big blowout turns, and maybe even you can punch through the spell shield of Asol, and maybe that's something that happens in super late game. It's a valuable tool to hold on to. I think there was a consideration there just a Saka unit because you have so many units on board and Hecarim's making his own his riders, and you do need attacks with Hecarim's ephemeral at some point. But I mean, it's also totally fine just copying the damage. It's probably the superior play in the long run.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at an open attack here, and the only question I think that needs to be asked is, oh yeah, exactly. I was about to say, like, which unit is left behind, and the only 3 options I think you have for that is obviously Mist Wraith, Wraithcaller, or Thresh. And the Austrian team here are making sure that they keep the Thresh behind because that's essentially their backup Hecarim, right? And I really like that line of like being very defensive around the Thresh and trying to ensure that it stays as safe as possible, while obviously like putting as much pressure onto the Bulgarian team as possible.
There's just no reason to risk it. There's literally just no reason to risk it. Maybe Bulgaria just has like a big spell in hand that can just kill the Thresh right out. And you're right, it's your pocket Hecarim. You have another pocket Hecarim in the form of Rekindler, but keep all the options. You have 2 pockets, like keep
actually, like the Austrian team has 3 pockets because they have another Hecarim in hand, just like straight up.
Yeah, they have just a real Hecarim. And yeah, obviously you want the Spirit Riders on the board, the Spectral Riders, just so you can get those extra procs on Thresh, and looks like a great attack. And obviously Bulgaria thinking a lot about this one because it's rough
I
to
would
deal
not
with.
let that through. That's my advice here for the Bulgarian team.
That's a good one. Shop site is very conservative, makes a lot of sense into the Hecarim, forces a response now from Austria. It's a little too much, I think, to go for a Vengeance, even though it is like the Draven Darius game plan of like, get it out of the way, hit him with an Overwhelm.
Not at 8 mana. They have 8 mana left, and I already mentioned the Judgment, and it might be cheeky, but given that it's close decklist, I'm almost certain that the Bulgarian team is running it. Like, it's so juicy to like at least run it as a one-off, right? To just have that option. Thresh levels up here, which is huge, and puts another big threat onto the Bulgarian team. And honestly, like this Austrian deck has surprised and actually is so far looking incredibly strong and potent.
It's got legs for sure. And looking at Bulgaria's bans as well, they went so heavy into like, we're going to ban control so that we can play exactly control. And then we're also going to ban away your combo deck so you can't combo a control deck. And then Austria just had a backup Hecarim zombie deck and is doing currently great into Bulgaria. So again, this comes down to preparation. It comes down to, deck choice and thinking about what your opponents can have. And right now it's looking very good.
I want to stress and highlight how important preparation is for these kind of deck techs, right? Because you need to make sure that you know your deck inside and out. And you also need to ensure that you know your matchup for all the potential matchups you might be facing, right? So you need to know that you might be comfortable going up against like a Lux Aurelion Soul deck, because frankly, the roughly 3 to 5 minutes in the pick and ban phase are not enough to figure that out, at least not with the reasonable level of accuracy, right? So big kudos to the team from Austria here, who have apparently found a really niche pick that is able to put a lot of pressure onto the Bulgarian team. And I'm very curious to see how Bulgaria's also, frankly, pretty niche pick of Lux and Aurelion Soul is able to deal with that. Strong grasp here.
Strong grasp. I was going to talk about what's happening on board, but just to end that discussion, because I think it's really interesting, because Bulgaria had a very specific line in picks and bans, and it was like, get rid of those things and play our game plan. And it was just so specific that Austria had this deck. I'm in Australia. This is Austria. But yes, open with the grasp right here. They have a second one in hand. It forces a response in from the Lux. They have to have like exactly another sharp sight or something similar at 3 mana. It's a relatively high percent play with also like a very low back drawback to this as well. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Goodbye.
And that's gonna feel great. Like just using that 5 mana to deal with that Lux, resetting her level up condition. And there's so much power still in the hand of the Austrian team. You just look at another Rekindler, which is able to pull a Hecarim here already. You look at an actual Hecarim in hand, and you might even create this debate now in your hand. Okay, does it make sense to greed and just slap down the Hecarim? Or does it make more sense to actually just slap down the Rekindler and ensure that you have another Hecarim, like plus the 4/4 body on top?
I mean, it does now. Like, Lux just came down with 5 mana. There can still be Concerted Strike that he needs to think about. Rekindler will probably make sense. Probably Rekindler makes a lot of sense here. I mean, this is also like a monstrous swing out coming in from Austria that Bulgaria will have to do something this turn. It's almost like they have to have Concerted Strike.
I'm going to say something very controversial here and say I would just pass here. Simply because I actually think the only way that you don't win on the open swing is I'm not sure. I didn't 100% do the math, and maybe it's not 100% enough because of the Radiant Guardian. And my thought process here was, if they actually Concerted Strike and you respond with the Vengeance, that's going to be such a big blowout, especially when you can put the Vengeance on the Radiant Guardian, and the Thresh is going to pull a Hecarim anyway, right? So it would have definitely been a line, and a line that I would have wanted to evaluate if I were in the Austrian twos here.
There's also a play like you just use Valfeast and Ping, and then you pass action, and then see if Bulgaria do anything if they swing out or they use a spell. I think honestly at that point Bulgaria should just pass back. But then Austria is kind of just okay. They can just pass and then go for either the open swing or develop. I think that's also an interesting line. They ended up playing the Hecarim. Again, also totally reasonable.
100%. And I mean, honestly, if you have the Concerted Strike here, you kind of have to use it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a rough start.
Oh, this is exciting. I actually obviously, we apologize obviously for the production error here that we don't have the Bulgarian stream synced up, unfortunately, due to the current issues. But it's very exciting to play from this perspective and actually having no idea, especially given that this deck list is so novel that the Bulgarian team brought.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite fun thinking about the potential answers right here and just not having that God vision. I mean, I guess they just didn't have Concerted Strike. Here comes the Blinding Soul. Yeah, it's rough. There's maybe a turn where they're not even able to remove either the Hecarim or the Thresh, and I think at that point you're kind of just donezo.
That's crazy. I mean, if that's really the case, I would honestly just probably respond with a Wild Feast here to put even more pressure on the Bulgarian team.
Yeah. I think it's relatively free to go and do that. I guess the only thing is single combat.
Single combat doesn't do anything against Hecarim or Thresh, right?
Shouldn't do, right?
No. I mean, you can deal some damage, but it shouldn't be relevant because you still have your answers for next turn.
Yeah, I was thinking of a weird bird plus single combat from the Lux barrier, but then you counter that anyway with either whale or feast. So I think Austria, that's just the easiest pass of your life right there. Your opponent has to do something and you can respond. As we said, it's the person who responds is typically favored in a lot of interactions of Legendary Runeterra. So I love the pass.
Yeah, it's not bad. And curious to see how the Austrian team will attack next turn. I'm assuming it's just going to be the open attack with the Hecarim and the Thresh together. And then the question is, what does the Thresh pull here? Any guesses?
I mean, it might be a Radiant Guardian at the end, something like that. I guess the Riders would come in through there.
Yeah, that's one of the unfortunate situations with Hecarim. When it's leveled up, it will actually pull the unit from the champion from your deck to its right. So even if you choose to attack with Thresh on the very right, then both the Hecarim and the Riders that the Hecarim would be creating, they would be still on the right of the attack line, essentially.
I guess I would pull the Lux, and then just so you remove like the extra health so the Heckrums can go through kind of unabided, and then you could maybe lead even with the palm during combat so the lifesteal won't go off.
Yeah.
And then it forces your opponent to have something like a concerted strike or single combat at that point to get the extra lifesteal and just not die.
Yep.
So probably something like that.
That would be my thinking as well. And I think honestly, like they covered the wild feast already. I think it's pretty telegraphed that the Bulgarian team has single combat here, right? Because why you are suiciding your 2-1 bird into this is because you want to single combat with the Lux to ensure that the Hecarim dies.
Thinking hard about this one.
I mean, it's two options, right? The one option is to just keep the Vile Feast to make sure that the Lux dies together with the Hecarim. And the other option is to kill the bird so the option doesn't even exist. I personally would have preferred the option with the bird, given that the single combat is so telegraphed, and that this option here exists, where suddenly actually it's not good enough to just ping, right? Because you can obviously kill the Radiant Guardian with the Grasp, but that obviously costs way more mana, and also still it doesn't prevent the lifesteal from actually going off.
Yeah, I think probably pinging there was like structurally superior. Like the single combat's going to exist anyway, and we'll see it next turn if it doesn't happen. Yeah, it's difficult to commit the grasp now.
I think you have to, honestly. You can't let that
you
slide.
Can't let
because...
it get 2 out. Yeah, you can't get 2 health swings.
Exactly. There might otherwise be additional options in the form of single combat, and the concerted strike obviously pretty much not an option, I would say, given that they would have played it here. But there is star shaping to heal up the Radiant Guardian again next turn, even potentially combined with another single combat. So definitely the right call here to make sure that the Radiant Guardian dies in his attempt to kill the Hecarim.
Man, it's so interesting, right? Like we were talking about the fact that a lot of the time the best thing is to do nothing and play slower and then play second. But sometimes you can be too slow and you can get punished for being too slow, and then your opponent is able to stay in the game because of it. Sometimes you do need to be proactive. And I like by Bulgaria just going methodically through their plays and like forcing Austria to have something and forcing Austria to actually make a reaction. Austria doesn't and ends up getting punished for it. It's still not a bad open, but now there's also a consideration even to develop, and that suddenly allows Bulgaria back into the game. So it's really just evolving from turn to turn. That was such a complex turn. Wow.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised at all that the teams took as much time as possible to think about every single step on the way. And even if we might be critiquing one way or another, right? These are 3 really high-skilled players on each side of the table who are thinking really hard about these things as well. And even if they might not come to the same conclusion as us, doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad play or it's incorrect. It just means that they have a different assessment when it comes to the situation.
Sure, we could be wrong too. You know, it happens. A lot of card games are subjective. Swinging out with the Lux right here and Peter Romano.
Straightforward.
So
3-4 damage. I like how deliberate Austria is playing, right? Even this, although from my perspective, this has been a very straightforward acceptance of the 4 damage. They really take their time and think about, okay, does it make sense? Do I have any options here to do something differently? And here we see the open attack. Option would have obviously existed to play the Rekindler to ensure to get another Hecarim. But the preference is here to ensure that the Lux Targon Aurelian Soul deck doesn't get the opportunity to interact with slow speed interaction.
Of which there probably are a lot of plays. If it's not a unit development, then it might be a big spell. Remember, we did have pulls off of the Celestials, so there's reasons to go for this open attack. It doesn't threaten quite lethal, drop into 1, but it's difficult to justify from Bulgaria's perspective of just copying it. I think that you probably do need to make a response in some form here.
Especially because you don't know what's lurking. Wow!
Braver than life. Much braver than I am.
Absolutely, I have to concur with you. Like, unless they have some like burst speed heal in hand now, given that I would be afraid of Unspeakable Horror, Atrocity, and these kind of cards in this deck, it's definitely something that I would consider a very, very bold play. I think this has to be the Wild Feast here in response.
A play that was only possible because of the single combat last turn, by the way, to get the extra health. Just accepting that damage. Yeah, Wild Feast makes a ton of sense. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, there's not a ton of over the top in from Austria, right? Like you're thinking exclusively about atrocity, and at a certain point, you can't play around everything. So if they have atrocity, like in a lot of cases, you are just dead either way. So by going for potentially maximum value, again, we don't know what those final 4 cards are. It's possible that making the best use of this mana right here is potentially going to open up a line for Bulgaria to win the game.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I'm very curious to see how this will play out, and I'm especially curious to see how Bulgaria will defend their Lux, because it kind of hinges on this Lux. I consider Lux the linchpin in this interaction right now, because she's the only way that they can keep up with the amount of steam and power that Austria is just vomiting on the board, right? And there's another Rekindler plus Hecarim waiting, right? So if Lux dies here, wow. Star shaping on the Nexus instead of the Lux.
And also during combat, you can't draw anything that helps.
Oh,
you, but you
okay,
do get
because she gets the level up here. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. But then at the same time, you can be put in the same position if your opponent has like a second Vile Feast or like, Whale or like another option here. So, but again, as I just mentioned, you can't play around everything. Like you need to pick your poison and you need to commit. And it's clear that Bulgaria has done so.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And honestly, like, it's kind of on Austria to understand now, okay, how far do I push? Like, how much do I try to win here versus just like grinding out for value and just continuing to play? Because we're currently in turn 9 already, if I see this correctly. So cards like Aurelian Soul might be a potential for next turn. Obviously not super scary in of itself, because just the simple answer of Rekindler and probably just winning the game with the open attack exists. But you need to think about the absolute ultimate late game, and you also need to think about that potential Celestial card that I think you mentioned that is still lingering in the Bulgarian hand, which you don't 100% know yet what it's going to be.
Yeah, and actually by holding onto the Whale, there is a chance actually to fork your opponent right here in a triple prong fork with if Ace comes down, because you can potentially ping the spell shield as well. So there is a consideration to hold on to it. There is situations where you want to knock off the spell shield so you can follow up with a vengeance later. I think by playing a little bit slower here, it definitely makes sense. We knew the final spot was going to come through, so the pass is easy. And now it's down to Austria to think about like whether they want to play their cards out now.
They decide for the pass though, waiting for the final spark, which goes on the Spider. That tells me that Bulgaria is trying to close out the game next turn. I might not. I'm just as puzzled as you are, and I'm trying to like piece together how that could manifest. But they're clearly trying to push as much damage as possible here to potentially threaten lethal next turn. Because, frankly, like not killing the Hecarim, I don't see how they survive another attack.
Yeah, I mean, the final spark alone doesn't do it. And I guess like Thresh, I'm trying to look at like a different line right here. Like Thresh, like has kind of exhausted its value, right? Like he's pulled his champion, like it's gone out of the lantern. Great, awesome, you've done your job. Yes, there's a challenger, but in which case, if you push damage, I guess it makes a little bit more sense, because then you're opening up a different win con. Again, your opponent's chat wiles, like they have a decent amount of healing. And that's using Whale right there. So I think that's fine. You're only playing against a very small portion of cards that could save the Lux right there. The only consideration, as I said, is potentially waiting for the Asol just so you can follow with Vengeance before it gets into Value Town. Leading with Solari, though. Okay.
Not super scary. I think you just passed here on the Austrian side. Just like, okay, show me what you got.
Yep, you're still dead on arrival, so you have to play something else. I mean, obviously, it makes sense from the control deck's perspective always to play your like a cheap unit first, just so you can like pass back. In this case, yeah, I mean, you kind of had to. If it was Asol, it probably would have been Asol, but I guess they have to have another solution here. It could still be a Lux hand. We were talking about double Lux hand earlier in the way that the Lux was played, like on curve.
Yeah.
So, ooh, there's the Celestial.
And there's where the damage came from, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the thinking was, I'm assuming. That being said, I don't think that's good enough. I'm assuming the Rekindler will just be dropped here from the Austrian side. And
but they were thinking about 4 extra damage. Where is that 4 extra damage coming from? Because it would have been Great Beyond for 8, and then at the time they were at 12. At 3 mana, backup shop site won't do it, won't cut it, and then drawing way off the top, obviously, as we can see, is going to nullify a lot of this.
Yeah. I mean, one option could be Pale Cascade. I don't think we've seen one yet, and it's definitely a card that deck should be running.
The opening whale was great here. It leaves up the option for Vengeance down the line, but at 3 mana, I think... I mean, there's also a consideration from Austria just to let them have the damage.
Yeah.
Because you're basically just swinging out next turn anyway.
I don't think you palm here. Like, you either Vengeance or you Rekindler.
Yeah, I agree. There's a consideration palm, but yeah, realistically, you're only Vengeancing, or you just let it through.
Let it through and then Rekindler.
Yeah.
Simply because the palm is actually going to be relatively pivotal when it comes to the potential interaction with Judgment.
Yeah, slapping it back to hand doesn't get the Judgment.
Oh, the Vengeance draw is big.
On another one, it's fine. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, it's just like, that's how you see like that we're clearly worse players. We just don't have the ability just to draw the cards when we need them.
Copy your deck, yeah. Sometimes you just gotta pray to the heart of cards. I guess that was my misplay. So what can you have here? It's gonna be like Sharp Sight's Judgment Hand, which... Oh, maybe.
Oh, is it the 10 out of 10 pulse prediction?
Nope.
Oh,
0 for 0.
Almost.
Oh. Yeah, I predicted Sharp Sight just because there was a lot of times where Bulgaria was thinking about it, and I was like, are they waiting to use it on Lux and potentially looking for a crazy like Judgment turn later? Turns out they just didn't have it. And as the Vengeance, yeah. And again, even if they didn't have Vengeance, then Palm is also a consideration there.
Yeah. Well, Twitch chat might be going crazy, and it's like, okay, this was clearly the Yu-Gi-Oh! Pros who were having the heart of the cards and drawing exactly what they needed. They realistically didn't need the Vengeance there. The Concussive Palm would have been 100% be enough to deal with that situation. And even if they weren't able to win in that respective turn, they were still in such a commanding position. They had the Rekindle ready, and it didn't look like the Aurelion Sol Lux deck would actually able to keep up with the steam that this Hecarim Reanimator list was able to bring to the table.
Yeah, and I think there was a lot of times where they was kind of considering what spells they could have had. I think that it was, without seeing the hand, I would lean towards it being like a relatively weaker draw. They didn't really get the cards it needs at the right time. We're talking so much about Concerted Strike, and it was definitely like 3 points they bluffed it, and they just didn't have it in hand. We just never saw it happen. So yeah, I think it was a relatively weaker draw. That being said, I'm going to go all the way back to Picks and Bans, where I think this was the game plan coming in, and it was ultimately just punished by Austria, right? Like they had a Hecarim backup, and they knew the matchups they could play into, and they were like, okay, well, we know 100% they're going to go control. Let's just play this list, and then not only can we have beatdown early, but we can beat them late. So I think it was just really well played from preparation standpoint and in game as well.
I'm curious to see how that will manifest now, because obviously they cannot use the Hecarim list again, and I'm not sure if there's another deck that they have that actually can keep up that same level of steam and power towards the late game and value than this Aurelion Lux deck, because it looked very greedy. It looked like they basically run a lot of these cards that you expect to have a lot of value in the late game, right? You mentioned this like Timmy deck, where it's like all the cool Celestials, and they're all going to be for free because I have Aurelion Soul, and that is a dream that can happen in the scenario, but I'm not sure if there's another deck that Austria has that can deal with it. Maybe it's this mystery Shadow Isles Freljord list.
This is why I said I think it makes more sense for Austria to ban out one of the control lists, like Lux, Aurelion Sol, or the War Mother's deck. Just because, like, if you don't have another deck that's able to run you down and compete late game, then you're just kind of screwed for the rest of the set. Like, great game one, guys, but like, do you have anything else? So that being said, they went for a very conscious Fiora ban right there. And again, I think that probably makes sense given that the list they just ran. Scouts would do okay. There's a lot of confusion around the no champ deck, like you just said. So I think maybe if this is like some odd Undying thing that is relatively immune to sweeps, but you do have to, in my opinion, high roll to be able to compete late game into those control decks.
Yep.
So kind of just excited to what they're going to bring, to be honest. It could even be an atrocity Behu Endure deck, right? Coming in from the Callista one. So there's potentials either way, we just don't know because of closed deck lists.
I'm trying to get my prediction in before they lock it in. I'm guessing Austria will go with the Nivea list, which will probably just be kind of the same as the Hecarim Thresh list. It's just like, okay, I'm just going to have this champion, just going to do it over and over and over again. And if you don't have the Obliterate tools to remove that champion forever, so I don't get to reanimate, then you're actually going to be in a pickle. And I think actually in the specific matchup against Aurelion Lux, the Anivia list might even do better, honestly, because you have probably more tools to even sacrifice your own Anivia in response, like Glimpse Beyond. So you actually ensure that you have a dead Anivia that you can always resurrect, and then suddenly cards like Harrowing just can become game enders against Aurelion Solux.
I think if you're Bulgaria, I think what they're going to do is they run it back, but I think what they should do is swap to aggro.
I agree.
I think they should just assume that Austria is going to go for another one of their decks that's going to be able to compete into control, and then counter it here with an aggro deck. And I think maybe Draven Jinx is a little too high roller here, considering the situation of this matchup. So I think Draven Darius is a consideration, Nightfall even. I think that there's not enough skill expression in the form of Elise, and it's very good into very specific matchups. I would not want to be running it into Scouts because you get out-beefed. So yeah, it's rough. I would probably go for like Draven Darius or Nightfall here if I was Bulgaria.
How does and you play the deck way more than me, so I'm curious to get your perspective. How does the Draven Darius list perform into Scouts?
In Scouts, you can generally find an extremely good swing around mid-game, and then you can just completely remove their options, and there's not a lot that Demacia can do about it, because they just had to cop it, right? Like, what are you going to do against Whirling Death? Maybe you can counter with like a single combat, which a lot of these decks cut now, or you counter with like an in-game trick, but usually your units are so statted towards damage that you're able to push over that anyway. And then if it's not Whirling Death, then it's Decisive Maneuver, and you just remove the threat completely, and you push through, and you do a ton of damage, right? So it doesn't really matter how beefy the Scouts are, you kind of just push through them. So I think there's definitely a good chance that it could be Draven Darius if they're pushing that route, because I prefer it into a lot of these matchups of the 4 decks.
Yeah, very interesting. And honestly, I think that then might be the route they actually go for, because I also don't feel like Draven Darius is super unfavored against Behu Endure. The only list where I could probably see them struggle is the Ash Sejuani Frostbite list. Yeah. And apologies, guys, just to give you a quick update. We are trying to sort the issue out with the Bulgarian team and the Bulgarian stream. So hopefully we can get you both perspectives for next game. And we'll obviously keep you posted depending on how that develops. That's why you don't see the lock-in yet on your screen.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit longer here. Apologies for the moth. It's well known that in Australia, all insects are 5 times larger. So that's why it looks so gigantic. I'll try and get out of the room during the game. Yeah, so... Ooh. Money where my mouth is, I'm going to say Draven Darius. I think it's still very likely they go for a control list, but I'm going to say Draven Darius. I think from Austria, they can afford to... I mean, they have the buffer, right? So they can afford to go for something a little bit riskier here. They can probably go for the Nivea deck. Obviously, if they wanted a hard predict, they could go for Ash Sejuani, but it's like, I think the risk there is too high. So probably Nivea makes the most sense.
Yeah, I don't really expect the Austria deck, unless they really have the Galaxy brain read on the situation. I don't expect them to lock in Ash Sejuani, simply because I consider it strongly unfavored against both Tryndamere as well as the Aurelion Sol Lux list, right? So given that they already have shown their willingness to play the Aurelion Sol deck, they probably don't want to opt into this. Simply based on that fact, I would assume that it's probably going to be one of the Shadow Isles lists, which frankly covers 3 out of the 5, or the Scouts. And between those, I would, as I said, would probably lean towards the Nivea list, simply because it plays very similarly to the Hecarim. It probably should also be favored against the Aurelion Lux, obviously depending on how both lists exactly look like. It probably has game against Trundle Tryndamere as well. And out of the options that they have, and please take that with a grain of salt, because we don't know what this mystery deck is, the Thalia Shadow Wilds one. It's also probably the one that performs best against the Trundle Tryndamere, which is also probably a likely pick for the side of Bulgaria here.
Yeah, I could totally see no champ deck into Trundle Tryndamere. That absolutely could happen. And again, there's a bit of mind gaming here. The fact that we're taking so long in picks and bans because we are resolving some tech issues, like I think is maybe like in some ways helping the teams, and in some ways not helping the teams, right? I think sometimes you need to go with your gut and be like, nah, let's just lock this in, and then just play it out. But when you're thinking so much, they're probably having a very similar conversation to what we're saying. And if you're going down that route, we've changed our opinion like 4 times in the space of 2 minutes, right? So sometimes a time is not a good thing. And especially when you have 3 people talking, not 2, there's a lot of opinions that can be floating around in the room. So yeah, we'll see. We should be getting into the game very shortly, guys. I know this is the final game of the... it might not be. We're currently 1-0, so we have 2 more games to go, potentially. Hopefully it goes to 3. How did these teams do yesterday? Let's take a look.
I believe Austria were the ones on the losing end, if my memory serves correctly.
France.
Yeah, I think they lost against France.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we have the pigs going in.
Oh, perfect. What do we get?
Got them both.
There it is. Yeah, 100%. Makes a ton of sense. The Anivia comes in and they opt for the control list once again. As I said, like I would have preferred Draven Darius, but I actually believe that this team is so focused towards their control game plan based on the bans earlier and just the type of players they are. So makes a ton of sense. Goes for the War Medalist, the Old Faithful. We'll see if it wins. I don't know if I've seen a win yet for this what is meant to be an extremely strong list. So.
It happened yesterday. The Germans won with the Trundle Tryndamere decks in a very, very contested game, I would have to add. But they also lost then afterwards, I think, with the same deck. So
yeah.
Take that for what you will, but it's not a deck that it can't win. It might face different challenges now that they cannot rely on the power of Field Rush.
It's just not been as dominant, I think, as everyone expected. I think that's a statement that like no one can contest. The Anivia list coming in here, I agree, it's probably going to play out in a very similar way to the Fresh list. Obviously, isn't as like swingy, like you can't just swing out and you're just like, I'm going to hit you for like 17 damage. Like it's more of a slow burn. But I do think it can definitely contest in the late game. I actually think there's a scenario here into Trundle Tryndamere where you could even try and outlast, you know? Like it's rare, but you still see it. Like in situations where they just run out of units. War Mothers is only good up until a point because you're still limited by the stuff in your deck.
That's one reason why some of the Trundle Tryndamere lists have started adding 1 or 2 Ledras to their respective lineups. Simply because you actually exactly run into that scenario, and I've tried to exploit that as well on ladder, where sometimes you just run out of steam. You might just play the matchup against Trundle Tryndamere in the mirror in a way where all you do is just remove threat after threat, and a lot of these decks actually basically only have 6 threats available if they haven't opted and updated towards the ladder's variant yet. And that is something that you can have as a potential avenue, and the 1 or 2 Ledroses can prevent that from happening, which is why I consider it a very strong meta call at the moment to utilize them. Talking about Ledros, it looks like there's also a Ledros potentially in the Austrian list here, because I see Revitalizing Roar, and I've not really seen that card without Ledros in the past.
What else would you play it on in these 2 regions? I think
could
it has
be
to
Anivia theoretically, and maybe it's just a one-off, right, where it's really just a utilization. But given that I believe Revitalizing Roar goes off of power, not mana cost, I think that I'm almost certain that this would have to be a Ledros option. That would also make sense because there's a Babbling Björk here as well, right?
Yeah, I think that's a tell for sure. Obviously, Bulgaria don't know that, but we can try and figure it out. On their side, though, they do have the Trundle in hand, and they have the ramp option in the form of Weeding Stones. They can choose Weeding Stones, or they can go for... I mean, Weeding Stones, I think, 100%. But they also have the Tryndamere in hand, which not necessarily they would want, but it's still a fine opener. I mean, Weeding Stones into Trundle is such an amazing combo. And it's almost always a true combo.
It's a really, really fantastic start because they don't only have the turn 4 Trundle, they also have the turn 5 potential Catalyst of Eons into turn 6 level up of the Trundle via the Ice Pillar, and then the potential Tryndamere follow-up as well. So I definitely consider Bulgaria with a very, very strong opener here, and I'm very curious to see if the Austrian deck is strong enough to withhold that.
That could be nasty. What's in hand here that could really disrupt that game plan? Ruination's here, but it's too slow with how fast they're ramping. No, it looks good. It looks good so far from Bulgaria, absolutely.
There we go. I would have been really bamboozled if this wouldn't been the Commando Ledros, and it would have looked very stupid. So I'm very thankful that the Austrians decided to put it in their deck.
Okay, waiting for a little bit of time here. So with 7 mana,
That's a Trundle turn here. I'm almost certain.
yeah, it's a color here. Yeah, obviously we have a bit of delay on the Bulgarian stream, so apologies for that. We did take a little bit of time there and pick some bands just trying to fix it up. So there's still a delay, but before it was 2 minutes, and now it's much better. So yeah, we can predict the future, and we can see that it was indeed the Trundle. Very easy.
Maybe why the Austria deck, as Austrian team, sorry, is currently thinking about their next move. What do you think about the KDA board and the music attached to it? Which one's your favorite song? Do you have a tier list?
Yeah, I mean, I'm aligned with Austria. I think it's middle then bottom than top. I think that the top and bottom is a little bit contested.
Yeah, I agree.
I think middle for sure.
Yeah, I'm more of the camp that's like I think that top's actually like a little bit underrated from my perspective, but I totally get the perspective, and I think middle is definitely the one I would say is the
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I really love that they added this to the board though. It's a really fantastic feature.
I gotta be honest, the biggest thing for me is adding like tapping, right? Like other board games have the ability to tap on some of your boards, and I use that so much. I just like, otherwise I get distracted. I'm just like, oh, second monster, what's going on? What's on Netflix? Like, you know, but if I'm concentrating on the board, like I actually have something to put my APM on.
Yeah.
I'm originally like an RTS player, so I'm just like, I need to click something, otherwise I go insane. Especially if my opponent's just roping a ton in ranked, I'm just like, come on, do something. So it just kind of helps me. Yeah, it's kind of bad here because it's just deciding on when to open attack on like 3/3s going in. So these teams are just kind of figuring this one out. On the other side, however, the other game, we do have 2-0. One sec. We're just having a chat with Papa Juicy. He's just not here right now. We're just double checking that information and validity. Anyways, it was the open attack, and I think with Bulgaria just led that through every single time.
And the question is here: how comfortable are you passing just into that?
Yeah, just to put a neat little wrapper on that. It was in fact the 2-0 over to Italy. So the direct opposite of what I said. Apologies. Yeah, Italy managed to get the 2-0 there. So congratulations to them. I know we did want to watch Italy at some point. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Italy at all over this first weekend. So hopefully we can rectify that going into week 2. But I know they had a couple fun decks we were looking at. So yeah, congratulations to Italy. That's going to round it out for the other part of the non-streamed portion of this event. And now we just need to finish Austria-Bulgaria, which I think like definitely has the possibility to go to 3 games.
Absolutely. I think honestly, like Bulgaria game a +8/+4 at burst speed is something that can make or break the combat, and also is very, very threatening when it comes to a potential atrocity that we already see in hand of the Bulgarian team.
Yeah, playing a little bit slow here. I think the trend mid just makes a ton of sense. Double Battle Fury in hand now. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of other options that you can really go for Bulgaria. I mean, Whitting Stones doesn't do a ton, and you don't want to be ruinating this board. So yeah, pretty simple Tryndamere. Back over to Austria. They have a straight up 10-card hand, so passing is a little bit spicy, especially with 2 avalanches in hand. Sometimes if you have all of your tools that you could possibly need, it's okay to just burn cards, but I would say you're still potentially searching for things here. You do have Revitalizing Roar and the Ledros, but with how many ramp tools were used earlier here by Bulgaria, it's a little scary, and it just forces you into some proactivity.
Absolutely. And the power here that Bulgaria put on the board is really, really puts the Austrian team into a very difficult spot, right? Because suddenly the Trundle is going to attack, and he's probably you can expect like a solid +3/+4 usually when we don't have visibility on its hand cards, obviously. and then we will see how it develops and how much pressure the Austrian team can withstand.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that hand, man, and Austria's doing the same. It's like, well, we got to play something, and they're relatively tapped right here, so this is a big swing regardless, out from Bulgaria. Yeah, Austria doing nothing. What's the worst part of... I mean, yeah, it's so difficult to ruinate the Trinimir at the same time. I mean, you can cop one, right? You get one if you're Austria. You can take one swing, and then it's
exactly.
like kind of you just need to do things. Otherwise, you just lose the game. So, okay, goes for the swing right here. Puts them down to 5. I mean, again, it's manageable. They would definitely want to have slightly higher HP, but when you're in these matchups where when you swing out, it's either like all or nothing, it's not quite on the same level as Lee Sin OTK, but it's close. And that Trundle is only ever going to get bigger. You know, just like a good old top lane Trundle, he's just going to keep hitting you, keep getting stronger, keep slapping you, and eventually he will overwhelm unless you have an answer. There's a potential here for not a lot. Yeah, I mean, maybe you could look at like the upper bound here for your freeze and say how much value is it going to get.
I think you have to keep it. I think you have to keep it as a potential answer to Atrocity. You don't want to use it proactively.
You're scared of over the top, I agree.
Yeah.
I think that you probably just let this through here, yeah. There we go. Down to 5. Again, like it's not inconsequential, but your health total often in these matchups is really just down to, you know, can I survive 2 swings, right? So it's better to not pay close to attention to the number necessarily, and more about like what it means for the game, right? Coming out with the avalanches, yeah, just kind of need to free up this hand at the moment. I need to get rid of these avalanches anyway.
It's probably going to be second avalanche just to strictly follow it up directly.
Yeah, I mean, what are you scared of for Bulgaria having not a lot?
Troll Chant. Troll Chant is the scare card here.
Ooh, Troll Chant. It's a good call. Then again, seeding for value. Like, there's not going to be many other times you even get a chance to play Avalanche, given it's a slow play.
Yeah.
Given that, like, you know, there's going to be units with huge stat lines, especially into War Mothers. So, probably is, yeah, just looking for that Avalanche. I definitely like this line here coming in from Austria. And this is, of course, a Trinimir level up. So this is also actually pretty good. Like, managing to get value out of those double avalanches there, managing to clear the Trundle and also get the level up onto the Trinimir. So suddenly Austria looks at their Ruination, and their Ruination is now a card in their hand. Before it wasn't. It was just unusable. Now it's something that they can actually think about. Then I think you're pretty much good to bank this mana here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you just end the round, and then next turn is going to be very telling, because there are a lot of ways that you can pursue this rest of the game, right? One avenue is that you try to manifest your Ledros next round and then potentially try to win with your own Atrocity. I think that's super risky, given that most of these Trinimir lists are tending to run a Harsh Winds and Flash Freeze at the moment, and the actual more realistic route here, I think, is trying to stabilize further and then just trying to outvalue, outgrind in like turns 12 to 15.
Yeah, that really has to be it. I mean, we can go back to our like original analysis of this matchup, right? And how we were saying that like there's a couple of ways this can go. Maybe you can try and outgrind the War Mothers, just wait and try and weather the storm. That being said, it's a pretty nasty storm that you're going up against, and while it's possible, I feel like the tools that Austria needed didn't come at the right times, and also Bulgaria had a really nice curve out, coming in with Weirding Stones into the Trundle, for example, and then just being able to curve into the Tryndamere. Like, it was a really nice start from Bulgaria, and I think that's a line you can potentially go if you get bricked, which can happen with War Mothers all the time, absolutely, but this wasn't one of them. And if you're Bulgaria, this is exactly what you need, right? You're one game down in this set. You really need this win to come through. I mean, obviously, that's a super obvious statement to say. You've got to win, otherwise you lose. I mean, yeah, absolutely. But it's really necessary that
there are ties in this game, Mr. Cam.
There are. I've been yet to see one personally.
Oh, really?
But it can happen. I mean, you play more Control than I do, so I'm sure you've seen a couple.
All the time. It's basically 50% of my matches. Just kidding.
Wow.
Of course.
Okay.
No, just... Just kidding. So one thing I think I want to highlight here is that Austria did not opt for the ruination. I think it's absolutely the right call, because otherwise you just straight up run into the atrocity. And I think what Bulgaria needs to think about here is if actually development makes any sense. I actually think putting down the weirding stones here is the best play that they can make, because that actually puts them in a position where they can, or Battle Fury on the pillar. That's the other alternative. I'm wondering though why they went for that instantly.
It's interesting. I mean, they have the second one in hand, and the game's not going to end instantly. It's just kind of funny seeing a Battle Fury on a pillar. But I actually do think it's a pretty good line. Swing here from Anivia is just kind of okay to awful now.
Yeah, you can swing here, I think, because you don't go towards Enlightened next turn, and that just means you don't have a Fearsome blocker. I wish you don't have anyway, right? Because Anivia only has 2 power anymore. So yeah, you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place.
Austria, looking at this, there's nothing in hand that makes this better necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pass.
Yeah, I think they're hoping.
Yeah.
I think they're hoping for the open attack here, and that they draw a Vengeance or another way to freeze, potentially Harsh Winds or the second Flash Freeze.
Yeah. Man, this is so rough. When you have these 2 really slow decks, you've got to be thinking about so many things, and you also need to be thinking about the ordering of when things come down, where you can be proactive with your big bit spells like Ruination. At what point does that need to come down? Otherwise, you just straight up lose the game. Austria definitely on the back foot right here.
For sure. And I think it's now debating if they want to throw down the Weeding Stones. I actually really like this play, because given that they have another Battle Fury in hand, it gives them another potential out to win next turn with the open attack.
Yeah, I'd also like to raise, we're now 5 hours into the broadcast. These players have been playing 5 hours straight, right? Like, they've basically had no breaks. They've got the 5 minutes between games, and then they're just going from series to series to series. Like, that's so many there's so much brain power needed, right? And I think a lot of these teams also had, like, single pilots.
Maybe to rephrase this slightly, it's only one best of 3 that each of these teams are playing, right? So they wouldn't have to go through the entirety of the broadcast, right? But they definitely.
What I'm trying to say is, it's late on the day, and like if you're at the end and you're prepping for it, then it's just like, play already, play my game, give me my game.
Yeah.
Because if you're at the start of the day, you're just like, oh great, my series is done, peace.
Yeah, now you need to think about if you feel like the Unspeakable Horror is good enough here, and if it makes a difference. And I don't think it really can, so I think you just end the turn here.
I'm still thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, they definitely still have staying power. Obviously, getting the Revitalizing Roar along with the Ledros, that was obviously you called that early on. There's likely to be the Ledros coming in from the Austrian list as well as the Bulgarian list. But yeah, I think you have a pretty free open here.
Yeah, I think if you force so many answers here from the team from Austria, which I think should actually be vulnerable to this second Battle Fury in hand, or the third Tryndamere, we should say. Because I think the only line here that I see is either Grasp plus Flash Freeze or Withering Wail plus Unspeakable Horror plus Flash Freeze.
Yeah, because that's -1. And you have 7 mana remaining, so you can't do both Whale and Freeze right here. So it has to be one or the other. And then you're going down to 2 mana, then you have the extra heal coming in from Unspeakable Horror.
Yeah, this is not a line, I think. Like, Grasp plus Veil can't be a line. Like, you need to Flash Freeze the other option. And even then, the Battle Fury. Obviously, like, we're talking very nitpicky here, because in the end it will not matter, because the Battle Fury answer is sitting in the hand of the Bulgarian team. But this is exactly the line I would have also went with, and it's a good line, but it's not good enough when the opponent has triple Tryndamere.
Yep. Triple Tryndamere, Battle Fury coming in. There's also an option for Atrocity. That is potentially vulnerable to a second freeze. So, I mean, technically the Battle Fury is as well.
Yeah, that's basically what they're debating right now, right? They're thinking, okay, do we think it makes sense that they would have gone for this route even if they had a second freeze, right? And I think it's totally reasonable that they would have, right? I think it makes sense that they go for grasp over the second flash freeze because they want to ensure that they have an answer to Atrocity. So we might not even see the Battle Fury here.
It's a debate. I feel like they play one or the other for sure. It ends up being Battle Fury. Okay, yeah, they put it on the pillar, and that would essentially force a freeze if Austria had it. But as it is, they're super dead.
They're like, is this the third Tryndamere? And yes, it's the third Tryndamere. There's the GG coming out, and we're going to game 3.
I have 8 health and I get hit for 16. Yes, I am indeed dead. Yeah, fantastic. So 1-1. Bulgaria's game plan actually coming through right there. Good to see. And again, like I do really appreciate teams sticking to their guns, right? You've committed to it. Yes, it didn't work out in game 1, and I also call it out. Even though we didn't have their hand on stream, I had the feeling that they had like kind of a weaker draw. So just run it back. You know, like you have the option, and then again, you've also, as you correctly mentioned, like you've taken away the Hecarimist. That's you've won with it. You can't use it again. Therefore, it's likely that your control is going to do better the next time around, and you've got 2 of them. You have the Warmother's one, and you also have the Aurelian Soul to do again. If you're going to do control, I think it makes sense to swap up, and that's what happened. So Bulgaria, good adaptation mid-series, and it's now 1-1.
Yeah, honestly, very. Holds true that we said earlier, right? We don't know what the teams are thinking when it comes to the specific matchups, and it becomes very, very intriguing to think about, does it make sense now for the team from Bulgaria, I believe, to go back to the list that they had with Aurelian Soul Lux, or does it make sense to actually go to the Anivia list for the opposing team?
It's difficult. There's a consideration either way, right? Like you could easily say, like, let's just play out our Aurelian Soul list and just stick to our guns. Let's just keep going control. Or you could say, like, let's swap it up. Like, it could have happened in game 2. We can still do it in game 3. It's still a consideration. Let's take a look at the list that they're playing into. It's the Anivia list once again. If you swap to aggro now, maybe you just run face first into Astajuani, which can be rough. Scouts, and then potentially in a dual list and an unknown. Maybe lean towards a control list here. I don't know the matchup well enough because it's very specific to go Lux and Aurelian Soul into the Anivia list.
Yep.
So they could be thinking about that as well and whether it's a matchup they want to take. If the answer is yes there, then I think it's probably a pretty easy let's go control. And if that's not the case and the likelihood of Austria playing it again is relatively high, then maybe we swap it up and maybe we go for a faster beatdown deck.
Yeah, honestly, like if the more I think about it, the more I feel like it would be favored for the Anivia list, simply because I just play it out in my head, and especially when they also run Ledros and have the staying power for the late game, even more so than they would have anyway from Anivia and Rekindler package, then I think that would be favorable. So I definitely understand how Bulgaria is switching it up. Going to the Draven Darius list that you mentioned earlier that you would want to see, and I also really like that Austria is switching it up, and Australia is you, Austria is them, and they're switching it up to the Callista deck, which we assume is probably going to be as They Who Endure version. And again, like my question for you is, how do you see that matchup, given that you played a bunch of Darius Draven?
I knew you were going to ask that question, and I've been thinking about it. I don't have a lot of experience into this matchup specifically because not like a lot of people play Enduro anymore on ladder. It's definitely still played in tournaments and it's used in specific matchups, but it's not seen a ton. I also have played a lot of Enduro as well. Ooh, how would I see this going? Interesting. So I think in mid-game, it's a very similar game plan. I think that like you can find really good opportunities to swing out and completely dunk on a board. The fact that Austria will be looking to go wide, but their units have very low health a lot of the time, so you can kind of just go and blow over with your overwhelmed units. So I think it's close either way. I think it's probably down to draw.
Yeah, it's interesting. Apparently, we're completely wrong with They Who Endure because this looks like a way more control-y version than we would have anticipated. We see Commando Ledros and Kindly Tavern Keeper, both cards that we would not expect in a traditional They Who Endure list, just as much as we wouldn't expect an Avalanche. So this might have been a bamboozle, and this Callista might actually just be a one-off, even like similarly to what we've seen yesterday from the team from Czechia who ran a single Twisted Fate in their Undying list.
Wow. Wow. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I love this coming in from Austria. This changes things completely. Also means I don't have to analyze the other matchup. Amazing. So we have a control list coming in here into the beatdown deck. The good thing about Draven Darius here is that it actually has a relatively good matchup into these Avalanche decks because they have a relatively resistant board. The problem is when you're playing a lot of these aggro decks is you just get swept and you're just dead, right? Like you're dead on arrival. When you have like those knocks, when you have things like Discord aggro, if the opponent has Avalanche, you're just kind of screwed most of the time. However, when you have like these beefy units, when a lot of these stat lines are 3 health and above, look at Draven, look at Ballista, like look at Crescent Guardian even. So you need multiple ways. So it has to be exactly like you need exactly like Avalanche. You need exactly to follow up with like Vile Feast on these units, and then you need Whale. Unfortunately, Austria has pulled exactly Avalanche, Double Vile Feast, Unspeakable Horror, and Whale. I think this is literally the perfect draw into this list right here. And unfortunately, Bulgaria then simply just has to play into it. I don't know if they can develop fast enough because they didn't have a turn 1 play. They had a turn 2 play in Goat, and now they're completely locked into turn 3 plays. And they're running further. Interesting. That's also a tech card right here as well. So it's a combination of a rough draw from Bulgaria, followed by another Ballista, and you have so many sweeps from Austria. Rough. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, like this Austria list looks like the absolute nightmare for any aggressive list, right? I'm assuming that this is triple Tavern Keeper, triple Vile Feast, triple Withering Whale, triple Unspeakable Horror, probably double Grasp, maybe even triple Grasp, and then also triple Avalanche. Good luck having any kind of board presence against that kind of removal lineup.
Honestly, this is just the perfect time to say you've activated my trap card. Like this Yu-Gi-Oh lineup coming in here, just dropping the Bamboozle deck right into, I assume, a predicted Bulgaria swapping into an aggro list. And this is even probably like the best bet. Even if you were swapping aggro and you knew the matchup, you would go for this. And then still they draw into something amazing with the initial mulligan. So I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. I just really respect Austria's prep right here.
No, it's honestly like really, really refreshing to see. And honestly, like from my perspective, I also always value when teams bring something so unique to the table and ideally, obviously, are rewarded for it. We will see how that will manifest. I don't think that Bulgaria is just by any means just down and out simply because of deck choices, but I would definitely consider them unfavored in this new matchup that we obviously now are discovering together. And there definitely needs to be something unique from their side as well that they bring to this matchup, because a simple I'm just going to slam down a 3/3 every single turn is just not going to cut it against that kind of removal lineup from Austria.
Yeah, I mean, I played into like this matchup a lot because this is very similar into like War Mothers. You have very similar cards and card choices, and it's basically like I would say Draven Darius favored, but is or rather like unfavored but winnable. Right.
Yep.
So like if your opponent has like a sweep early, it's like, oh, that's rough, but sometimes you can just get that mid game swing and literally hit for 25 damage and one hit the opponent. That's still possible. Unfortunately, if your opponent has all the answers, it's just kind of GG. But in ranked, you just go next. In a tournament, there is no next. You just lose, and it's really rough. I would like to take this moment to highlight that this is Bulgaria 6th seed versus Austria 15th seed. Right, like neither of these teams are win as like top tier seeds. And yet this has been a fantastic set, right? And I think like a lot of these bottom seeds come into this tournament being massive underdogs and have really shown up. Like I'm thinking like Czech coming in and Austria are like two of the big ones, obviously for me, 16th seed and 15th seed respectively. And look how well they've done in the first 2 days.
It's honestly super, super amazing to see. And frankly, from my perspective, it speaks to two things. One, I think that a lot of the potential weaknesses that you have as a player can be compensated by this very interesting team 3v3 format. And secondarily, I think the gap between the respective teams is probably actually not that high. Obviously, when you say, okay, it's going to be top 5 seed against the second last seed, that sounds pretty daunting. But if you actually consider that all of these players are incredibly highly skilled master tier players that faced each other a bunch on the ladder and that are just very, very skilled at the game, then that difference in seeding in like a couple of Masters LP points in the ladder snapshot probably doesn't matter so much that it really becomes a dark horse story. It really is just more like you might be a tiny little underdog, but it's not that you can't win that game.
Yeah, and remember, all these players are super high ranked in their own regard, right? We can see Kata on screen right here from Bulgaria, and his peak rank was 1. We have Austria, and you can see Ying on screen, and again, peak rank 10, right? Like, these are not players that you can really disrespect. So these are all high-tier players, and exciting to see it happen on the field. We're kind of going more macro and speaking about the tournament here, just because these last couple turns have been just kind of expected. There's very few interactions where you can play something different. Almost certainly from the control deck, you're playing the exact same thing every single time. And from the aggro list, the way that you develop is also the same. So like if you repeat this game like 100 times, 90 of those games would be the exact same.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, though, in this reaction time here, if I would develop Tavern Keeper, I think. They're also hovering it on the side of the Austria, simply because I consider it a pretty good blocker into the 5-3. And it actually like works very well together with the Rosen Sentry that they have already. Christian Guardian also an option, but I still would consider the Tavern Keeper superior here.
I like Keeper more, but Crescent Guardian, just because you have the opportunity to play it, and it's literally a decision between 2-3 drops, and you already have the Nightfall activated, it's kind of like it's awkward to play later, so you might as well play it now, right? Because the rest of your reactions are all fast speed, and you're going to be doing that during combat.
Yeah.
And yes, there's a consideration that, yeah, you can get the health, but that health's not going anywhere. You're unlikely to die next turn, so you can still play it like as a development, and still you'll have the mana open for your fast speed spells. So I actually agree with the Crescent Guardian here.
I get the perspective. I just really don't feel like the +2/+0 is going to change anything, honestly. I don't think you're going to swing here, and you're just going to block the other Crescent Guardian next turn, and whether or not that's a 3-3 blocking or it's a potential 5-3 blocking doesn't really matter at all from my perspective. And then maybe I even rather have the 5-3 for later on to exert more pressure and have the potential to exert more pressure, because at worst, the Crescent Guardian is just as much a 3-3 as the Kindly Tavern Keeper is, right?
It challenges Darius, and we're going into a Darius turn.
Okay, that's a really good argument. I like that. That makes sense.
Yeah. Because if this is like a Darius develop right here, and you're just like, well, I have Crescent Guardian, have fun with that, and you're at 16 health, it's unlikely you're going to be dropping through that.
Yep.
Because the other thing is, like, remember how much mana they have. So if they play Darius right here, they won't be able to use Whirling Death, right? So they can't punch through your units.
Yep.
So in that case, he's never going to get a level up, and he just swings out and you die. So for that reason, I would rather play Crescent Guardian.
No, I think that makes sense. I'm definitely sold on the Darius argument. While obviously they don't have it in hand, it's definitely something that makes sense to play around, and that's probably actually exactly the consideration that they had on the Austrian side between the Tavern Keeper and the Crescent Guardian, and understanding both sides of the argument, right? It's like, okay, Tavern Keeper is probably better in isolation, but the Crescent Guardian is definitely better if the opponent does have the Darius, and the difference isn't big enough to justify that gap.
Welcome to my world, Max, where it's all mid-range beatdown and aggro deck.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Must be nice in Platinum.
Look, give me a week, okay? It's a week until I'll get at least Diamond, all right? Or at least Platinum 2.
Okay, we will revisit this discussion in exactly 6 or 7 days from today, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I usually make my runs at the end of the season. I like to put pressure on myself and give myself a huge amount of anxiety, and usually I make it. So yeah, again, super easy turns right here. Just ping the 4-1. It's difficult from Bulgaria because it feels so bad using a Pale Cascade on the defensive like this when you really want to be using it when you're swinging out, or basically then when you're already swinging out. You don't want to be saving your units in this way necessarily, and you need to have the consideration for your more high priority picks like Darius, for example. You may want to keep alive. Again, still, like, Pale Cascade is a super premium card for this deck. Pulling into Decipher Nuva is what you would have wanted earlier, not exactly now. And as I said, this has been a relatively rough draw from Bulgaria.
Yeah, and honestly, like Austria still has honestly too many options here. They have the grasp, they have the the withering whale as well, and I'm actually probably just fine letting this resolve and then just using the grasp later down the line in the combat that will obviously ensue.
Let me put it this way: if I saw the opposing hand and I saw their opening hand, I would intercede. If I had seen the cards that have happened even just there, or if I had seen all the cards that they would draw in order, I would concede. That's how rough this matchup is, because no matter how much expression you have in terms of skill here from the Bulgarian lineup with Darius Draven, there's almost nothing you can do outside of some crazy mess up coming in from the control deck, just because of how good that draw was.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to be blocking right here. If you're playing into this deck, fun tip, you want to be generally not blocking the overwhelm units, because the whole purpose of this deck is to blow through your units that are blocking, especially your high health targets, think like Tam Soraka, and then you slam through them with things like Whirling Death, which 3 mana available, and you push through with Decisive Maneuver, and that's the whole gimmick. It's the whole thing.
Yeah.
So generally try and block the things that don't have overwhelm first.
So 3 options here. Do you go for Withering Whale, Grasp, or do you just skip?
Skip. Because
I'm with you.
really Bulgaria has to do something. Like it's all on Bulgaria. And then once they commit the Whirling Death, you just absolutely dunk on them.
And actually, again, like for the same reason, I think on the side of Bulgaria, you need to be happy with this. You're obviously not glad, but you are able to push 8 damage here, and 8 damage is considerable, dropping down your opponent to 9. Even when they have still healing in hand, it puts you into a position where at least you force them to do something next turn. And while obviously they have the Ruination ready, they also need to think about, okay, what can a potential redevelop look like? And do I have enough answers to handle it? And 9 is not a lot of HP, and it might be a situation where Bulgaria is able to eke out the win in their next attack.
Yeah, I will say this deck is rapidly running out of steam. It doesn't have a good way of refilling. Cascade is the only way of cycling usually, and use that on your attack swings. And then after that, that's it. You're at the whims of top decks. You have no more refill. So it basically, yeah, I would say I agree with you. I think they have one more swing, and then if they don't have that, it's GG. They simply just won't have the ball and won't have the swinging power. But it's going to be down to the decisive mover. Like it or not, we're seeing it this game.
And also obviously thinking about potentially developing the Tavern Keeper here, or banking more spell mana for potential Ruination next turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, Whale or Grasp is a little too expensive here.
Yeah.
It's really nice because, like, you know that it's unlikely for them to have another Pale, and you really want to be countering something like the gem coming through outside of combat initiative. Unfortunately, it's too expensive. You really want to go for your slow option in the Tavern Keeper. Yeah, of course the gem comes through. Make your board slightly more resistant, hoping not for another sweep in the form of Avalanche. Unfortunately, Austria does have a Ruination here, and Bulgaria almost certainly has to develop next turn so they can go for the open attack. So depending on how this works out, and we know this is a 4-card hand going into a 5-card hand, it's very likely Ruination could be the blowout next turn.
Absolutely, and honestly, on the side of Bulgaria, I'm assuming you really want to like top deck some units here to ensure that you don't run out of steam just yet, right? You want to ensure that you at least have a little bit more steam for your next attack.
I think the best draw, as weird as it sounds,
Is it Darius?
It's either Darius or Spiders. It's either Darius or House Spiders, because you need to refill and go wide. And you kind of have to hope that your opponent doesn't have like more units to play, so you can potentially value out of your non-overwhelmed units. Because by going wide, you multiply the amount of damage you get from Decisive Maneuver.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I was gonna say I thought Fervor was a one-off. Wasn't a one-off. Turns out they're running multiple copies. Interesting.
In this matchup, probably they are gonna be happy about it because they have a way to deal with the Grasp fairly reliably. I'm wondering how Austria wants to play this. If they just... I don't think you can just blanket Ruination. This is way too risky. we obviously know that there aren't solutions in the Bulgarian hand, but given that they have 5 unknown cards in hand, a Ruination here just would feel incredibly reckless.
It's pass 100%. You pass, and then Bulgaria is forced to develop because, as we mentioned, they realistically have one more good swing in them. So they're forced to develop here. And depending on their develop, if they develop Darius, you Ruination. If they develop something small, it's a little awkward because then maybe they have enough punch through. Or they fully develop and you just Ruination and you win the game. So there's a couple different lines here, and it just depends on what Bulgaria plays. I think at this point, it's rough. We know that Ruination would just absolutely dunk on them, but I think there's consideration to wait. I can't Darius.
I'd play Tavern Keeper here, I think. It's Tavern Keeper or pass for me.
Yeah, and the question that Austria has to ask is pass too cheeky, right?
Yep. I think Tavern Keeper feels like the kind of the best out of both worlds to me. Attack is interesting.
Ooh.
Attack is very interesting.
Now that you've introduced that new option to me, I actually don't dislike the attack.
They go for the Ruination.
It doesn't really change, right? Because you swing out and either they develop or pass back and then you Ruination.
Yep.
So it's a win-win. So I actually think like swinging out there was a potentially interesting play because you're not going to redevelop anyways.
Absolutely. I think especially when you want to go for the Ruination anyway, then you can definitely just go for the Tavern Keeper.
Yeah, I mean, obviously forced to further right here. In my list, I run a TP one of Bastion just for these situations, which has definitely infuriated a lot of opponents. But it's not very common. Even further isn't that common. I think it's definitely a specific tech to play into big sweepers like War Mothers and Avalanche users.
Yeah.
We develop on the Draven, and yeah, I mean, not seeing a single Darius and not having the fantastic draw early to really curve out, and now just having Draven on board, the open attack is not amazing.
Yeah, honestly, I almost feel like you have to Draven Axe and play the 2/3 elusive just to have a resemblance of like threat on the board. Yeah, and that's what we're also seeing here.
And here, I think this is the freest Tavern Keeper of all time. You leave at 5 mana for both of your fast speed options. And Bulgaria has exactly one option, which is swing out. They have no overwhelm units, so they only get the +2 buff on one of their units, which will be the elusive. Block, pass.
Ooh, I hate that.
Nah, just wait.
Oh, that's painful.
This is the counter.
Yeah, there's the counter. I'm not sure it's going to matter too much, given that Bulgaria really needs to draw something from the top of their deck here to ensure that they're in the game at all. But there was no need at all, from my perspective, to run into that second fervor, especially when you already know that they're running it. Obviously, you can make the argument, yeah, the odds are lower of them having it, but there was just no reason to play that grasp that aggressively there.
Yeah, you've got to be able to react to things like fervor, and you've got to be able to react to some of the few dwindling win conditions that Bulgaria has, things like Whirling Death potentially to swing out. Again, like we're nitpicking, and it's very difficult for Austria to lose the game at this point, but it's definitely something that could cost them if circumstances are slightly different. Yeah, let's just straight up. Again, I think a consideration could have been straight up pass. Again, Bulgaria has to develop. They're running on fumes at this point.
It's very interesting that the 1 damage that the Spiderling did at the start of the game is probably going to decide the game here, as Atrocity on Ledros is just something that is going to be enough, and I don't think there's anything that deck runs, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, that actually can interact with that.
No, you're super dead to Atrocity. And Austria knows it. Yeah, I feel like Austria has a player who plays this deck because the way that they've been playing this game, apart from that last grasp, was like pretty on point.
Yeah.
And just knowing that you can just snap the atrocity is, yeah, it's done that Ledgerous.
I like that they really take it very sportsmanlike and just like have them additional interaction. MVP of this game, definitely the Spiderling though, 100%.
No, it was. Yeah, I mean, that actually did matter. But yeah, again, well played to Austria. I think that was really down to their preparation right there. And it was, I've got to be honest, it was a little anticlimactic at the end there because I saw the opening draw off the mulligan and I was just like, man, it's super over, unfortunately. And then they curved out into more sweeps like Ruination, and it's just like, it's even more over. It's unfortunate. I still think it was the right play from Bulgaria to swap up, go for a mid-range beatdown, and then potentially play into a list that just can't deal with it. And let's be honest, like if they didn't draw that perfectly there from Austria, that could have easily been a win. So still think it was the right play. Cards went in their favor. It happens.
Yeah, also kudos to Austria, obviously, for like just bringing this very cheeky Kalista deck where both you and I fell for the trap. I'm assuming as much as the Bulgarian team fell for the trap and just like looked at it as like, oh, it's Kalista plus Freljord. That probably has to be They Who Endure. Hell no, it's not. It's a Ledros list, and it's just going to be here to wreck you and wreck your day as the aggro deck.
It's possible they predicted, though. I would say that the further variant of Draven Darius is specifically into these big sweep decks. So I think it's possible they may have predicted it, but either way, I'll probably try and speak to the players during this week now. But yeah, damn. I can't believe it's 4 series already. I feel like the day went so quickly. That's everything, right? There's no more...
Absolutely. No, we're done. I'm sorry. We're no more games for today. Unless you want to play some friendlies after.
Yeah. Okay, we are going to go to a short 2-minute break, but we'll be back after this. So if you want to stick around, if you maybe missed some of the matches, then stay tuned because we'll go over some of them and we'll just wrap up and talk to you about what's happening next week. But for now, we're going to take that short break. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in 2.
When you say you feel low and good things are hard to see, when you pray to find love, I know somewhere we could be. There's a place where we can go tonight. The rhythm will make it right, where everyone is happy and the sun will shine all night. Good time that everybody sing. Why don't you let yourself slip out of control? Good time that everybody sing. Get your feet up on the floor. So when the world feels dark and friends seem hard to find, you know how to light a spark, just to let your worries unwind. When you're down, there's just one way to go. Let us ascend tonight. Everyone could be so happy and the sun will shine all night. Good time that everybody sing. Why don't you let yourself slip out of control? Good time that everybody sing. Get your feet up on the floor.
Hey guys, welcome back to LoR Masters Europe. We're just going to wrap up the day here, so there's no more games. If you're waiting for games, just go home. Yeah, get out of here, scram. But we will be talking about next week's matches. So if you are interested and also interested in the results and standings that happened today, then you can stay with us for the next 5 minutes. We'll be talking about them. I'm still thinking about that last match. I'll be thinking about that last match for a long time. That will haunt my dreams. Let's go ahead and take a look at today's matchups and those results. So obviously we led the day with Czechia, unfortunately, just straight up dunking on the UK. So obviously, as a Brit myself, feels a little bit bad, but also feels pretty good to absolutely nail the prediction on the dark horse 16th seed. Czechia absolutely destroying the competition 2-0 in week 1. We followed up with Croatia versus Belgium 2-1. Portugal and Latvia 1-2. Latvia picking up their first series win, I should say. And then obviously we just ended with Austria and Bulgaria that we just saw. So 2-1 there. Well played to Austria. As we said, prep was just on point. On the other side that we didn't see through the day, we tried to update you, but let's go through it all now. Germany, you'll be happy about this one, Max. 2-0 over Norway. Norway currently 0-2 on the week. Spain, Romania 2-1. Poland, Russia. Poland picking up the win 2-0 sweep. And then we ended the day with France and Italy. And Italy, of course, got the 2-0 there as well. So feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, exciting games throughout the day, honestly, and very, very interesting developments. And I would want to look at the tables and how we actually look like and how that manifests now in group standings. So we actually have a better picture of how it manifests, right? Top of the group. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying you're in luck because that's exactly what we have now. Go ahead.
So in Group A, we see Croatia topping the table, and above Spain and Romania, both tied for second. Belgium currently still in last, but everything is obviously still up in the air, and they can bounce back next week.
Yeah, big ones for me. Czechia, 16th seed, already said it. 2-0 in Group D. Poland with a 2-0 win right there. Obviously, a much higher seed, and I think one of the highest seeds that's really performed. We're looking towards teams like France, who are 1-1. Looking towards Spain, who are 1-1. Looking towards Germany, who are 1-1. These are all the top seeds coming into the tournament and really big crowd favorites. And you take a look at this, and Poland's the only one that's really performed in week 1.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And I would say, honestly, like for me, Czechia, obviously this might be the day 2 overreactions, but like from dark horse to one of the tournament favorites from my perspective. Not only that they won both their matches against Germany and Norway, and the UK, but they actually also were able to dominate those games very, very strictly, right? So they, in the first round robin, only have to face Norway, who are currently sitting at 0-2. So you probably expect another win there for Czechia. And they didn't only win their games, they mind gamed their opponents from the start to the end, from preparation to deck creation to picks and bans to incredible plays in game as well. And honestly, like one of the miracle stories so far for me for this week.
No, 100%. And let's go ahead and take a look at the next week's games coming up. Obviously, we're trying to show all the teams that we can. Sometimes just because of restrictions, we can't show every single team, but all the games on the left will be showcasing. So France versus Bulgaria, Germany versus UK. I hope we're casting that one, Max.
Likewise.
Belgium and Poland versus Portugal will all be streamed, and then off stream we'll be trying to give you as much information as possible on those matches. Italy versus Austria, Norway versus Czechia, Romania versus Croatia, and Russia versus Latvia.
Yeah, and this is only day 1 of week 2. Obviously, we'll have more matches coming at you on the Sunday of next week, on the 14th of November as well.
Awesome. I think that just about does it. So that's next week's games, and man, it's been a fast day. I feel like it's gone by so quickly. We've also had a lot of 1 games as well. So, yeah, I mean, this was a great first day, great first weekend. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. I know there was a couple co-streams happening. I'm going to take this time to know that a certain Bubble Bear was streaming. So if you guys want to go over there and tell him you said hi, absolutely go do so. And I know there's other people co-streaming as well. So hope we get more of that. Great to see some community interaction. That's basically it from me, Max, for housekeeping. Anything to add?
Thanks everyone for tuning in. I had a blast. Thank you so much for carrying me throughout the day, Pulse, and I'm looking forward to next week.
It was a lightweight, I'll tell you that much. Thank you so much for joining me, Max. It was a great first cast of you. Thank you everyone else for joining us for the broadcast. This is my first foray into card games. Obviously, a lot of people will know me from League of Legends, so happy to be here. Thank you for having me, Riot, and we're going to close the show. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.